right, welcome back, everybody. We are here into the final best of 3 of the day for Eden Arena, Malta Vibes. I am mincing the words. It's been a long day. Brought to you by Gaming Malta, home of gaming excellence. I'm not going to mince the sponsor, of course. Either way, we are looking at Apeks up against Budapest 5. I am joined once again by DK Truman. We are pretty ready for this one, I think, you and I. We've been having a little bit of a chat about how we think things are going to go. And Apeks, kind of fresh. It's still late in the day for them, of course, but kind of fresh, had a bit of time. And they are, I would imagine, a little more energetic than Budapest 5 coming into this matchup.
Yeah, they've had a little bit more of a rest. That definitely. The last series was a pretty long and tough one also for Budapest 5 because every single time they wanted to finish off a map quickly, but it just got dragged on as long as humanly possible. But we do have the maps now out. We've got Train as a first, Vertigo as a second, and Mirage for the decider. What are your ideas behind these map picks? Who do you think is going to take what?
Well, honestly, I feel like Budapest 5, in terms of the veto, not a bad chance for them. Already played these 2 maps this evening. Of course, losing out Vertigo, but awfully close. The thing is, Apeks are a really, really solid Vertigo team. So I think it is going to be hard on that map. But Train definitely should be doable for them. It's now starting to look a little more solid. Then Nuke, pretty damn good. It's a shame they don't get to go towards that. But yeah, I feel like we could be in for 3 maps off the back of it. Mirage, I've not seen these 2 teams play it in recent memory. Statistically, which you can't always weigh in on them, but the raw statistics say that Budapest 5 are a little bit of a better side, a little more prominent on it. But then I would imagine Apeks, have a Mirage prepared. You can't be playing Counter-Strike in its current form without that. And of course, earlier today, as I'm sure you're ready and raring, and I might have stolen this away from you, Apeks did manage to beat Budapest 5 on Mirage, but it was in overtime. So it's definitely not clear-cut on that 3rd and final map if we are going to need it in the end.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough one. I mean, Train, at least Apeks is better than Lingby Vikings on Train, statistically speaking. And on Vertigo, as you did mention, it's probably going to be a stomp from Apeks' side. No, not going to lie. I mean, Budapest 5, they still have 0% win rate on that map. So yeah, Mirage, it's always nice to see, especially because they did play this morning, that they're going to decide it possibly on that last map, but it does mean that it is super crucial for Budapest 5 to take Train the first map. Otherwise, Vertigo is going to be a very tough cookie to eat. It is an exciting match, though, because both teams, again, are very equally matched. It is a nice battle between the Oppers as well. As you said in the previous series that you like to choose players who you should focus on. Well, my eye is going to be on still Torzy.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely fair enough, right? He was the top fragger for Budapest 5 in the last series all the way through. The other side of things I find always is a bit difficult for this Apeks team. I think they have a decent ceiling available. Marselia seems to be fairly consistent, but the rest of them, anyone can step up at any moment, which can make them somewhat unpredictable, but it can also make them inconsistent. They don't always have the massive names to rely on in the same way that Budapest 5 do. So I think the other side of things is actually a lot harder. I'd probably just go with Dennis because he's Dennis, right? And it's always fun to see him have a great time on the server, particularly with those pistols that he's known for. But yeah, really, really difficult stuff to predict. Of course, getting into the knife, we have talked CT side, most prominent, but then Budapest 5 seem to be pretty decent on both sides of things. So I think they'll be okay with losing the knife if it does come down to it.
Yeah, and it is going to be Budapest 5 securing the knife round. Did they choose the T side last time, or did they choose the 8 CT? I can't. It's too long ago. My memory doesn't really work in the evening anymore. I should not ask those questions.
Let's just not guess around. But yeah, we can take a quick look, all right? We'll be raw, we'll be honest. It's been a long day, particularly for yourself, sir. Particularly for yourself. Credit to you for sticking with the entire day. But I'll give it a look. I'll let you know. I believe they did start off on, I want to say, actually, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to listen to my own advice and just go back and make doubly sure.
Okay, and with that, the pistol is about to begin. As you can see from our partners at LootBet, they think that this is a pretty close one between the two sides, which the odds pretty much, they do seem pretty legit. I would say Apeks are slightly the better team, and they need to win. Well, actually, if they win this one, they probably will take it out in two. But the fact that Budapest 5 is starting off on the CT side definitely does give them a nice little advantage. Because we have seen Coolio on that B site just completely styling.
I have done the digging, donned my fedora, done the detective work, and of course it was 12 rounds picked up by Budapest 5 on the CT side. So if they can get off to a strong start here against the likes of Apeks, could be brilliant for them, but they're just not hitting any shots at all. No one is hitting anything on that CT side. On the T side, well, they've got everyone chiming in. Dennis pushing forwards, and Bedito will be the only one left. He's not even going to get a chance to use his utility. He really just wants to get the frag grenade in there, guys. That's all he wanted to do. He will get it out, but no frags going the way of Budapest 5 at all. A dominant start for Apeks.
Yeah, but are we going to see the triple scout? Oh, there's two. Where's the triple? Corey, come on. We believe. Ah, disappointed. Triple scout is the only way to go for Budapest 5. But they're going to go with the double. And actually, Torzi's not even on the scout. That is really surprising. But he is going to be saving up probably so that he can buy an op in the full buy round. There's going to be some decent utility thrown out, but they have one flash, one smoke on the side of Budapest 5. And slowly but surely Apeks are heading towards the B site, where we only have Coolio with the Deagle in hand. It is the Kumicho Dragon, which is one of my favorite Deagle skins out there because it is nice and plain. Just throwing it out there very quickly, and they're going to go for a quick push towards that B site. The flank is already right behind him. Corey gets a kill, gets a double, takes down Truth, and all of a sudden they're kind of in a bad position. Coolio just pushes through the smoke. 2 players left from Apeks, and they have AKs in their hands. Will they be able to keep these AKs in their hands through it all? The bomb plant's going to come through, and Dennis cleans up both. Oh my god, the scout shot flees so close, does eventually connect it onto the body of Gruss, but Dennis, the man you were talking about, he has to ace clutch this one to be able to win his team the round. He's playing oil. Bomb gets planted in Summit.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
This is pretty big. That smoke's actually worked perfectly for him. He's unsure, but he's just going to go for it. That's unlucky, to be honest. Really good timing, really good positioning from Dennis, but not able to get it done. I think there's just about enough time here. A couple seconds to spare, maybe. Might be awfully close, actually. Yeah, a hell of a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, but nonetheless, Budapest 5 get the full spy on the board.
Yeah, that's a nice round coming out from Budapest 5. Dennis so close to acing it out, but unfortunately Fleeve is there on top of the bomb site and will be able to finish the job. And again, we're gonna trade rounds. It seems it's gonna be the name of the series as well.
Looks that way. Does certainly look that way.
Actually, Apeks are completely ecoing almost.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah. This is much better decision. I feel like it's very easy to get caught in the trap that the teams did on Nuke on the last map, right? Where you just force buy. But this way, okay, you can do some damage. Maybe even take the round if this continues. He will eventually miss. He will eventually go down. But still, good damage coming in. It seems the control of said damage will be successful here from Budapest 5. But yeah, look, you look at it this way. You could force buy. You never know. You might get the better of them. Let's go for it. Why not? Let's try it. But if you don't, you've got no money. However, if you eco and come into it with like, we're probably going to lose this, guys. We might get some damage. If we get a bomb plant, that's really cool. But we'll just go for the next rifle round. Now, it's like Budapest 5 don't have as much breathing room as they would. If they'd have bested the force buy, right? Which is like you get ahead of an easier buy into a super easy round where they ecoed. Now it's like you have an easy round straight into a really hard one. So the pressure is on very quickly here for the Budapest 5 CT side.
Yeah, but because of that, you know, rather weak buy, the couple of deagles that they did buy, Apeks do not actually have a lot of utility. 2 smokes and 1 flash are all that's left versus a massive arsenal of utility on the opposing side. Budito is going to peek quickly towards Olaf, but they're not going to peek just yet. It's going to be a pretty heavy Ivy push coming out from Apeks. And that is a very dangerous angle to walk through. 1 spray can take down 3 players pretty quickly. And the cross smoke comes out, so they will be able to push close. There's going to be Fleeve going for the flash. The weird flash angle. But they will peek in. Will they get any good catches? They're being kind of pushed into a very impossible position here on Budapest 5. Luckily, they do have a molly to zone out T main. Akez jumps in quickly. Double kill coming out for Apeks, and that is complete control of the A side so far. They did not expect... Groose did not expect Coolio to flank from B. The last 2 players are coming in. Pop Dog though. Coolio gets himself 2, but his position is known. Do they know where Torzi is? Oh, Akez turns around and 180 headshots. Torzi, easy peasy, squeeze that lemon for Apeks with the first full gun round.
Yeah, this is maybe a little bit more what we were expecting, right? Apeks rifles come into play, ability, and they just have maybe pound for pound the better side in terms of the firepower. And I feel like that's why they're not going to go for the force buys. They're not going to try and, well, as the name suggests, force the issue. Just play things into their own hands, play their own game, and it works really well. Few upgraded pistols for Budapest 5, though. We'll see what they can get done with this. I wouldn't expect too much, but you never know. There's been a few nice decoy shots here and there. Corey is eating grenades like they're going out of fashion. And will take an awful lot of damage. So they don't know it yet, but Apeks have got a good HP advantage here. And I really like this from them. Slow approach. Not sure of the buy fully from Budapest 5, so not taking too many risks early on.
Yeah, they heard a P250, so there might be some deagles behind it, and that is always scary, especially Corey got spotted out by Truth. And does clean him up. Even a headshot through the white box, and yeah, they're all stacking towards the B site, and this should be a free bomb plant for Apeks, and most likely, maybe they might drop 1 player, but it's most likely just going to be them keeping everyone alive on Apeks. Bomb is actually still not there, though. Taking his sweet, sweet time, full sprint, and Truth will finally plant it. Budapest 5, this is a must-win map, though, because the next one is for it to go. And oh, they drop that AK. That is getting a little bit too aggressive for that HLTV score, Dennis. Oof. Crisp, clean. Black boys. Oh, that's the AK drop. That's unfortunate. Budito, last man standing. USP doesn't want to feed his life away because that would just give 300 gold in towards his opponent. So you'd rather just keep that away from your enemies. Every little bit helps. Oh, the op coming out for Torzi. Apeks are not going to pick one up yet on Marsalius. So Torzi... let's go active, baby. I want to see those. Where is he going to go? Okay, he's going to go and connect a peak, it seems.
I feel like it's a fair shout here from Apeks to not pick it up too early. Definitely a fan of, you know, just not fixing it, right? It ain't broke. To turn that phrase upside down. But it still kind of applies, right? Like there's an awful lot of pressure on Budapest 5 coming into this one. There's no need to overspend on Apeks when your current formula has been working pretty well. Maybe in future we'll see a spin, a pivot, as it were, towards the AWP, but for the time being they can play it safe. And I, for one, am a fan of the safe play. But saying that, Torzi, no real competition from him. I would say, generally speaking, across the board, AWPs have like more prominence on the CT side. Maybe it's only like Dust 2, where the T side has a bit more room and a bit more control, I guess, off the back of the spawns. But on most maps, you get an AWP on the T side to kind of answer back. It really does limit some players and slows them down. Regardless, the B hit has been spotted early. Marcelius going to find a quick headshot. Oh, they line up and almost Fleeve able to find two, but not quite. The rotations are in fast. The rotations are trading things back, and it's into a 2 versus 2. So definitely not out of the realms of doability. Truth a little bit late to the party here, but it's all good because they're not pushing too aggressively. Marcelius waiting for the flashbang. It's absolutely bloody perfect. And Marcelius will drop Torzi. Corey, the only one left. No kit. He only really knows where one player is at. That is a speedy flick onto Marcelius, though, but he has no idea where Truth is. There's a smoke for the bomb, so the molly play not going to be possible. He's retrieved a kit as well. Just going to tap onto it. I thought he was going to go for it. Not going to be the case, but when he does, Truth will spray him down. And although it's close, Apeks will come out on top and continue to string them together with the rifles.
Yeah, Budapest 5 down to pretty much nothing in the backpack anymore. A deagle here, a deagle there, a little bit of upgraded armor. But Apeks have shut them down again and should be a 5-2 with relative ease, unless they accidentally walk into the wrong part of town or we get a massive stack on the side of Budapest 5. But Apeks, they should not make that many mistakes. They have the leadership behind them. They've got the experience of a player like Dennis with, I mean, he's played on every single level of CSGO, has played against everyone, so he should know how to calm his teammates down in that sort of situation. And they're just holding the push. Coolio is going to peek it wide. Zuzi almost gets a double, but Dennis does trade it out. 7 HP on Dennis. Now it's Flav taking down Truth. They're actually dealing a decent amount of damage here, but they're rushing towards the B site, where we do have Torzi almost on site. And Torzi is actually one of those, you know, most uppers have incredibly ridiculous aim with the deagle. I don't know what it specifically is, but they are incredibly dangerous. And, well, in this case, it's not going to pay off. And Akaz is going to get both of them in the end nonetheless. Pretty straightforward round. Coolio's going to go for the AUG next. Torzi has an op, and they're going to stick with the... Oh no, Marcellus is going to be able to pick up an op as well, so finally we're going to have that duel.
Okay, interesting. Just decide to go for it here. Of course, shout out to Hellcase, folks. Banner down below to take you directly towards their website. They have got an awful lot of skins available. You can use code MaltaV and MaltaV15 to give yourself a bit of extra cash to work with. It's a fast round. I have to take a big breath. The first frag's already come in. This Truth will drop. And just like that, it's an early advantage for Budapest 5.
Yeah, Marcelli is falling all the way back. I mean, for my fellow Dutchies, being able to enter a case opening site is, of course, wonderful, because in the Netherlands, case opening is blocked on CSGO.
Yeah, well, that's really sad. Or is it? Because, like, actually evil, those cases. I say that. I've had a fairly good run of luck personally. I'm not going to rub it in people's faces, but I have had some nice skins out of them. Talking over the game, though, and of course the bomb dropped there. What has happened there? Apeks, this is messy. It's also messy from Budapest 5 as Marcelius able to pick up a couple on this AWP. We've not seen it up until this round, and it's a damn shame that we haven't, because he looks solid. 3k coming in, he's all the frags so far for Apeks. The ace definitely on the cards. One awkward exchange that dropped the bomb means that Apeks are going to have to kind of play their cards right here. They're not sure if they spotted the bomb. Is there someone on top of it? Are they crossfired around it? We've got Dennis on the flank, waiting for him to act. Julio, though, goes proactive. He does get traded, but he sets up Corey, and this is definitely doable for us. He's so low, the headshot comes in. The 3 overall for Corey and the 3rd for Budapest 5. They finally put a stop to Apeks on those dang rifles.
That was a very much needed run for Budapest 5. They will also be able to save that op for Torzy. They're going to rebuy the op for Apeks, but now it is very crucial that Budapest 5 do not lose in this round, because as you can see, they're already on 3 FAMASs with almost no utility left, so you cannot let this one slip away, otherwise you're going to be pushed all the way back. Same for Apeks, though. Their economy has been crushed. Oh, they're going to be playing the Torzy bait and switch. Close range fleet. Peeking out wide. The flash is not going to go where it needs to go, but Torzy does chime in and evens it out. Both op are still towards Ivy, but a 1-for-1 trade in total. For the rest, it does seem like Dennis is just trying to go for that B flank again. He's gone just for the slow B flank multiple rounds now. Does lose the fight against Coolio because it's of course his domain, and will call in the rotates from his team. Molly is going to push towards you all the way back. Coolio on top of actually don't know the name of that bomb train thingy. Next to 1G.
Just use the colors, my guy.
Gold?
Yellow? I'm pretty sure it's yellow.
Okay, yellow.
Yeah. I mean, we could have a debate, but yellow is definitely what people call it. Regardless, 4v3, 3v3, 2v2, 2v2. Look at this. Benito in from behind. Beautiful frags. Is it going to be enough? Taps onto the bomb. It's so far tick, though, and Truth just waits for him to peek out. He had to go for that fight. Beautiful stuff from Truth. Well read, not too aggressive. Will be the 6th round for Apeks secured. Very close, very messy and back and forth at the end there. But they do manage to get it on the board in the end. And Budapest 5, the bank, going to be broken. See you later. But yeah, don't worry. I am so bad with the train colors and remembering what is where and whatnot. Generally just hit on top of the train. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they'll probably, the chat will probably know what you mean, you know? Because it's where the action's going down.
Normally I'd go for the train colors as well, but because there's a red train on A and a red train on B, I get confused.
Yeah, I think we have like red and orange is the thing, right?
Oh,
so it's like,
yes,
yeah,
okay.
you really got to know, like, specifically, and it depends on your contrast, bro. You know what I mean? Like, if you're just working off the colors. So unless you play a lot of train and really, again, in that competitive kind of environment and have all the colors and call-outs set. But even then, train's an interesting one in terms of the call-outs, and I suppose we've got a bit of time to talk this over while it's just the pistols. But a lot of, particularly in America, I think it comes from Source, they call them like lanes. So there's 6 lanes. Because of where the trains are placed, there's like 6 channels, you know, those very deep, long sight lines that you have on this map. Kind of from the left hand, you can't really see because the trains aren't on the minimap actually, but I think they are on the like default HUD. But from the A side, so this right here, near where they're at, near towards Hell, is lane 1, then lane 2, then you have 3, 4, 5, 6 onto the other side. But that's their call-outs you very rarely hear anymore, to be honest with you. Couple of kills coming in for Budapest 5 there. Nothing crazy, so we get to go podcast mode for a second.
It actually got pretty dicey there.
I mean, there's a couple of kills, but ultimately they're able to clean up, right? The weaponry that Budapest 5 had maybe shouldn't have found as much as that. I will give you that. I still think 2 kills a bit too much. But this is what matters. No more podcast mode now, of course. We've got to focus down onto round number 11. A key round for Budapest 5 to get Apeks starting to run away with things on the T side of Budapest 5's map pick. Not looking good.
Yeah, there's going to be Coolio towards B. Is he going to be... Yeah, he's going to throw the smoke, fall back, call for the rotation soon enough. Of course, they're not going to push in because they don't have all of their players ready. and that rotates Torzi around. Bonito down below in pop. Dog does spray down Marcelius the half a second that he peeks, and they are playing with a double op defensive setup on Budapest 5. So man advantage, got rid of the opper, and that gives them the opportunity. That joke has been done to death. Just saying. Dennis does take down Coolio. The B defender is dead. The bomb is heading towards site, and everything is blank.
Huh. Yeah, same. My feed seems to have frozen. Gamers, anyone out there? Hopefully we can get to the bottom of this. I'm not quite sure. Just a blue screen for me when I refresh. Not sure if it's the same for you.
Yeah,
good old VMix does crash from time to time. So just keep giving it a refresh. There's a big round. I won't be missing it. That's a good Counter-Strike, man. Yeah. Not quite sure what's going down here, in all honesty. I don't know. It seems like it's live on the other end, but hoping to get an update here soon for you guys as we're just kind of sat with the blue screen chatting away. And HLTV's behind, so we can't even really do like a radio cast.
Yeah, for both of us.
Yeah. We're working on it. The gremlins are in the pipelines.
Well, you know, at least we'll be able to rewatch what we missed, hopefully, because it seems it's on VMix's side, I guess.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, this is where we pretty much left off. Dorsey with that up. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
so we get to... Really... Oh, okay. Yep, we're in, we're back.
Oh, Budapest 5-1 that round. Okay, good to know, good to know. Push forward. Marcelius does shut down Corey, and we are finally back in some action. Gruss gets rid of Torsi as well, and that is going to be a very quick execute coming out from Apeks. They want to shut this down. Coolio does get the kill onto Dennis, who literally never stops flanking towards B. Oh no, actually, that's not even towards B. Where did he kill? Ah, never mind. Fleef does push forward. Pix runs ahead with that op. Is trying to most likely save it because it's going to be a 4-on-2 situation, and luckily we're back in time to watch that entire round transpire.
Hell yeah. Not good news for Budapest 5 though. We're sorry guys, we are the bad omen, it would appear. You know, when we dropped out, they won the round. Now we're back, they lose. So sorry about that. But regardless, Apeks in pretty good control. They're a couple steps ahead of Budapest 5. Seem to have their number. Not really letting them have a chance back into things. Rounds in isolation, particularly for that CT side, are incredibly dangerous. Coolio even goes down to the bomb. What's up with that? That's not good. That's not good at all. That's really not good. Honestly, if you look at it, he could have dropped someone. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's actually terrible.
Oh, well, they do have... the 4 rounds on the CT side's absolutely horrendous, and Apeks, oh, this is not looking good for Budapest 5. Will this be a 2-map series? I mean, it's still nowhere near over. They can definitely come back on the T side, but they need some magic to happen, and we're going to pan all the way back to something I cannot read because I do not read Russian. Do you read Russian?
No. No, sir. I'm sure there's a few people in the chat. I know there's like a mural of Lenin on one of the walls, which is a bit wacky.
Okay.
But other than that, yeah, it's like just above T-spawn. I'm not sure if we'll get to see it because we're on CT. But yeah, I don't know why he's in there. But there
I guess
you are.
this is some...
Well, yeah, I suppose it's to ground it in reality or whatever, but...
this is probably a CIS... country, you know, former. I don't even know what country this map is on. I do now know that Dusu is on Morocco. I found that out in my cast 3 days ago.
Yeah, I think it's fairly like up in the air. it's just kind of, you know, whatever. Cash is also in like a CIS country. Historically.
Budapest is in Germany.
Yes. But it's definitely a weird one. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, on Cash, the CTs generally give it away, and I think the CT's like French on Cash, right? So Inferno, there's nowhere in England that looks like that, so I don't know what the SAS are doing there. Anyway, the Execute's coming in outside here. 9th round on the card for Apeks, but oh, Flea's got other things to say. Double spray down is super clean. He's able to stay alive only for a little while longer, but he's certainly done his work for this round. There's some low HP bars here, though. Torzi's got to be careful. Hiding on the stairs, he will get clapped off. However, Bodito in from behind, looking for one. The second escapes him, though. He tried to wait patiently to pick up as much as he possibly could. Not going to happen for him. Still a man advantage for Budapest 5. A great flash coming in. Marcelius able to survive a little while longer. However, these remaining 2 T players are so very low. Dennis going to swing in. Finds the frag. He's not ready for the second, though. And Coolio and Bodito strike at the same time. Able to pick up the 5th for Budapest 5. The question again, though, on everyone's lips. Can they string them together? They are yet to do it with the rifles. Maybe this is the time.
Yeah, they have 2 more rounds in this half. If they win this one, it's going to be a force buy for Apeks. I mean, this is already a force buy with it seems to be very weak for Gruss, so they should have a decent chance at taking this one and then hopefully securing round number 7 in their favor. But it's a very good start for Apeks with the 8 rounds advantage at least. As we can see, Bodito is fragging pretty nicely on Budapest 5. Everyone, well, most players on Apeks are doing a good job, but Torzi with that op needs to start waking up, especially on this map, because he definitely can do better. We have seen him do better specifically in the previous series. And there's going to be an aggressive push forward. Bodito does win the duel against Akez. And was it Akes? Oh well, Malicious does get himself Bodito in return. And that is a man advantage coming up for Budapest 5. Coolio down to 2 HP. Towards that B side. Torzi with the op is going to go on top of green. He hears it. Marcelius peeks out wide. The op shot, you saw it flick to him, but it is not going to connect. And that is the A bomb site secured for Apeks. They're going to get the bomb planted. Coolio down to 2 HP. The flank from Fleeve coming in, but they definitely should have their eyes on that pop dog area for now. Fleeve's going all the way around though, and with the post plants like they are, it's probably going to be a save coming out from Budapest 5. They're not even going to attempt it. They actually don't even have a kit on their back.
Well, the curse continues, eh? I've used that phrase a couple times across the course of this evening, but it does look like Budapest 5 once again going to fall flat, not able to string them together. Damage done, keeping it competitive, right? So Apeks got to be careful not to lose any more players, to be honest. Have a bit of cash built, but you can see, right? Like, they can spread the wealth just about. Thank goodness Marcelia stays alive. But once again, deep into the coffers. So I do like this buyback from Budapest 5. See whether they are going to make it an effective buy or not. They kind of have to. Of course, it is the tail end of the half here, but at the same time, I would have loved to see this from them, regardless of the fact.
During that bomb explosion, Coolio actually dropped from 2 HP to 1 HP.
I missed that. That's crazy. He's already died to the bomb once, needlessly. So that would have been sad.
This is an interesting angle. I don't think I've ever seen anyone stand there.
That's an interesting thought. Whoa, and Corey as well, able to get a couple. Really good stuff. That's a really nice setup coming in from Budapest 5, actually. I'm a massive fan, and it's given them a solid advantage to work with.
Yeah, this is now a very tough round for Apeks. They are getting a lot of free space. Bomb is all the way still in their spawn, though. And Against the pretty, I mean, the weaponry is still not that great for Budapest 5, but in this case, quantity over quality is what we're looking for. We have a flank continuation from Bodito, and he might actually spot down that bomb if Truth is not in time. Nice catch from Apeks. He's going to peek out wide, but Corey catches him. Truth is going to get rid of Bodito. And the flick from Marcelius whiffs. Now it's Truth all on his lonesome. A bomb in hand. He's going to rush towards B where he has Coolio to deal with. Gonna peek in. Does he get wide? No, he does not find Coolio. And Coolio gets his team around number 6. That is a, a decent recovery from Budapest 5, but they definitely were looking for a lot better scoreline.
Yeah, particularly because against Lyngby Vikings, it was a really difficult time on the T side. It took them a long time to clean things up after a 12-3 half, right? Maybe some of that is complacency and whatnot, but some of that surely has got to be grounded in the fact that they're just weaker on the T side. So going into it with a deficit is not going to be great for them. You can see how the odds have shifted in a big way as well. The bookies, I suppose, kind of supporting that idea. Of course, the banner down below, use code Malta for 10 free spins and 100 bonus euros on your first deposit. Beautiful stuff. I should mention, we don't mention it often, but I should mention that's up to 100, on your first deposit. Kind of matches it, I think, is the idea. Julies, hello. Finding the first frag. Truth going to chime in as well. Corey is able to drop him, however, and make things doable over at Ivy. 4 versus 3.
I've seen too many duelie rounds just today. So many duelies. And they very rarely pay off.
Hey, but when they do... you can
flex on them.
Hell yeah. And the thing is as well, right, there are some players who just love them. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. Just buy a 5.7. It's way better. But then maybe these are players that use CZs. I don't know. All food for thought, for sure. All food for thought. The rounds really come to a standstill here, though. Back into even Stevens. Budapest 5 able to find a couple frags of their own. No kit available for the CTs, mind you, so they're going to have to probably have a man advantage before that bomb goes down. I'm not too sure, though. Gus still... Okay, I was going to say Gus still got the nade. Might go for a lob of it. He goes for a jump peek, though, which is a bit ill-advised. We've got Kez picking up a kit here. He can't hit the shots, though. What's going on? He's somehow still alive. He gets the reload off, but they do drop it. Whoa, that could have been crazy. That could have been wild. Not going to happen, though. Coolio comes in from the side. And Budapest 5 will get the pistol.
That is a nice 7 rounds for Budapest 5. They should be able, if they break this Apeks defense, they should be able to take it to an even scoreline, which is pretty impressive nonetheless. They are going to go for the 4 Galils, 1 Mac-10, and an AK buy on Budapest 5, but they have to deal with the double scout coming in from Apeks. Marcelius and Gruss both on the scout. It is going to be an aggressive move out, it seems. Budito already takes a nade for his troubles. They're going to rush out Pop Dog and head over towards that A side, but the scouts from long range, this is dangerous. They're dropping a lot of HP. That's already 2 kills for Apeks. Where are the smokes? Where are the flashes coming through? Fleeve does chime in with another kill, but look at that. Marcelius catch Coolio on the climb up on top of blue. Close range. It is a 2-on-2. Deagle wins it out. He spotted out the last player, and behind red is going to be the call out. Falls back. Out all 3 players down to the last little bit of HP. 1 bullet needs to be tagged on anyone by anything to secure a kill. Budito trying to get vision out on his opponents. He's going to go in towards Pop Dog. Is gonna flank around, it seems, going for a big flank the other way around. Might try and fake them out, let them think that he's heading towards that B site, but they're not biting at all. They're pushing forward aggressively. Apeks is probably gonna check out Pop Dog. I mean, yeah, he can't go all the way Ivy because that's a way too big of a flank. And Apeks, he knows, smells Budito coming through.
The Spidey sense.
Oh, just falls back in time.
Yeah, it betrays him.
But he can't get the bomb plant in.
They think it's B, maybe? But I guess Akez close enough to hear him running.
Oh,
Will get the plant in. Oh, but Akez able to flick up and take him down. I thought that was a cheeky headshot, but no, it's a little disappointing in that sense. But Apeks stealing the 10th away. That is not good for Budapest 5 at all.
He actually planted on probably the only spot he could plant. Where safely, and he actually does manage to find it. That's pretty nice. But yeah, that is at least they got the bomb plant in, so they have some money. They could force up, they could wait around and then go for a pretty much full buy. I'd rather see them go for the wait and full buy, but no, they're gonna head out with full weaponry, trying to keep that Apeks bank account honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. I just think it's such a difficult position. Keith and I talk about it a lot, because obviously you see it a fair amount at this kind of level, but losing that second round after the pistol, regardless of what side you're on, particularly the CT side, but it definitely affects the T side. If you lose it, like, your money is just screwed, and you're in this point where it's almost like a team philosophy. We've seen, right, how things go for the three different teams actually that we witnessed in these best of threes, where it's like Budapest 5 and Lyngby Vikings, force buy, right? They keep it going. They're both as bad as each other. Meanwhile, Apeks play nice and safe. Oh, lovely double spray down from Akez here. Really good stuff. Corey and Coolio chiming in. But a 2 versus 2 unraveling. Apeks do have the rotations in pretty quickly. The bomb's dropped in an awkward spot, but a key fight from Fleeve is won. Meanwhile, Dennis having to clutch it out once again. This time, Apeks getting a taste of their own medicine. They're in the 1v2, rather than Budapest 5 being in that situation. Not as low in terms of the HP bars here. Still certainly doable for Dennis. He's just so unsure. They're going towards B, mate. You're on the wrong bomb site, at least for the time being. A quick rotation, definitely possible, but I feel like with this bomb going down, he might just look to save, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he didn't know that the bomb was down towards B, I think, and he is going to go for it. Has one flash and a kit, so he could try, but they're both playing Brown Hall, so unless they make a massive mistake, they should be able to secure it, especially with the walk down. Fleeve does spot out Dennis, and it's going to be an easy kill for Budapest 5 to win the round. And of course, the Classes Curse comes in. I say, don't do that, and they do it, and they still manage to secure the win right off the back of it, which puts now Apeks, the CT side, at a very problematic situation where they're going to go for the double scout buyout again.
Well, it seems they're going to have to go for it, right? The cash money not quite available, and I think it would be a double eco situation for them anyway, with the lack of a loss bonus built up. But it does make sense. That whole argument that I made about philosophies of force buying and stuff like that, I think this one makes a bit more sense than Budapest 5's did. But then Budapest 5 win it, which is kind of, you know, the argument, the fuel to the fire, as it were, for indeed force buying in these types of situations. But we'll see. We'll see here. Apeks have won rounds like this in the past, in recent memory even. They're definitely not out of their wheelhouse. The one thing for me, though, is the fact that they have very little utility. I think is going to make it really difficult on a map like Train, but hitting shots like that. Crack angle from Truth. That could make the difference. That could make it easier. Wow, Budapest 5, no chance at trading that one back. Absolutely nuts shot. They're going to push their way out onto this outside bomb site, and it is a bit more of an inside stack from Apeks, so they do guess wrong in that sense. I think with the utility coming in, they will slowly start to edge people back outside. So they will be ready for this. Oh, but great. This is what I mean, right? You've got no return utility. Mollies are fantastic, clearing out certain angles, good flashes to give them some control. They're not ready for the players coming from all bomb, though. Just able to slide through. Dennis going to peek out. Can't find the frag. He needed some assistance there. He needed a teammate. Torzi's able to reset and get prepared for the next. the frag's going the way of Budapest 5, and it looks like they've done it. They've weathered the storm. They lose the first, but they're able to bounce back pretty damn well and not lose anybody else. Maybe Apeks can change that statement. Oh, he will. Okay, they lose one more, but no more than that. With a bare minimum of 3, they will be making money off of this round. And also bringing it within 1. The T side looking good. We didn't get to see as much of it. Again, I feel like complacency and whatnot coming into effect against the Lyngby Vikings. But now that there's a bit more pressure, now that they actually need to apply their best T side, as it were, it works. It works. And they seem to look comfortable here.
Yeah, it is going to be, of course, a different story if they go for the full buy on Apeks. But with the amount of cash that they have left, it's probably not going to be an op pickup coming through just yet. It's an aggressive peak coming in with the WSBs. They do manage to get rid of Flea, but 2 kills picked up by Budapest 5. Corey is going to push forward. It's going to get flanked by Dennis, and the USP god himself will lose his life. I think, yeah, he did get Torzy's head, but unfortunately it is a USB and not a deagle. Up in the sky, Gruss will get spoiled out by Torzy, and Torzy will continue that nice couple of rounds that he has had. He is actually bottom fragging for the Budapest 5 squad as their main opper. That is rather problematic, whereas on the opposing side, Marcelius as the opper is actually doing pretty wonderful. 16 to 12 is a pretty respectable score.
Certainly true. Certainly true. Cannot refute your logic there, sir. Regardless, getting somewhat worrisome for the likes of Apeks. Need to find a round back soon. Budapest 5 building up good cash, good momentum, good amount of confidence, where at one point they were really looking deflated. First frag comes in, Apeks, that is big. That's going to make all the difference.
And look at Gruss's aggressive push.
Yeah, they know it's A. They know it's A completely. Like, they hear these footsteps coming in. They are sold on the fact that it's A. Great Molly coming in, going to deny the boost. Gruss gets taken down the very last second. Torzy left on 4 HP. The 4 versus 4 and Stews Truth in a great position, but he's dropped. And now it looks a lot harder.
Yeah, they had a solid opportunity, but all of a sudden, there's a big opening coming up, and Fleeve chimes in. Marcelius does luckily get a shot in return, but on top of green, Bodito does spot Marcelius climbing up, and that is Dennis saving the M4 into the next round. Budapest 5 all of a sudden take the lead on the T side of Train, and Apeks, they're looking a little bit flustered. They had the intel, they had everyone ready to try and pounce, but they just got annihilated.
They had the opening pick even. You know, they had the advantage initially, and I think they just get a bit too giddy, a bit too crazy in nature. Panicked, I think. Panicked is a really good word for it when they're trying to mount that retake. Yeah, and it just falls apart really, really quickly because they're not as fully prepared as they would like to be. Trying to act a bit more instinctively, and it just doesn't work out. Half buy coming into this. A few upgraded pistols around the M4 that's saved. Some nades as well. So potential for damage, but the round itself not looking as doable. They always seem to do damage with these deagles. Pretty decent deagle players. Saked's going to miss the opportunity there, but is able to drop back. But yeah, really good deagle players, I have to say. So I think there's an argument to be made that they will get themselves a decent amount of damage done. Oh, look at the exchange over there on your mini-map. Bottom left-hand corner. Look at it. Apeks is going down, and he will eventually fall. Key fight for Fleeve to be winning, and it's always nice against the pistols to find the opening pick. And sigh of relief. You don't have to go mental. Not everyone's around trying to trade the one frag that you lost, and then you get overwhelmed by a stack. They just play it nice and safe from here on out. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Really good angle. Gruss dead to rights. Nothing he can really do there, unless he hits the insane instant headshot, right? But a 5v3, and I think Dennis is now probably starting to think in the back of his mind, time to save, perhaps. Big nade damage coming in, though. Marcelius on the edge of the smoke. Oh, timing could be perfect here. They're all looking the wrong way. He finds 2, the 3rd. Oh, I think he runs out of ammo in the end there. That's such a shame. But the 3v2 coming in. definitely is doable here.
How did... He just tossed a nade from that angle. No one keeping an eye on it.
I know, it's wild.
Gets rid of Coolio as well. Corey is 1D shot away from dropping. Flav does have a nice little flank from Connector, and Dennis does not expect the play to come from there. Truth is trying to rush through towards the site. Flav does bottom out, and it is going to be Truth on a 1 versus 2. They double peek him, and there is no chance that he can win that engagement. It is going to be round number 12 for Budapest 5, edging away of Apeks, but now finally Marcelius does pick up the big green stick. He's going to try and beat them with it.
Yeah, fair. I mean, I will admit that's the first time I've been witness. Can you say that if you hear something? I don't know. First time I have been witness to the big green stick. I like it. I like it. And you bring it full circle. I'm a fan of that one, to be fair, mate. Either way, it has been a while since we've seen him on it. It's a very good point that you make. And it might be the difference maker here. Truth going to drop to Torzi. So far the T-side off doing an awful lot more. Missed shot on the initial peak from Marcelius, but he's able to drop them eventually. Big nade coming in. They're through the smoke, but he is ready. Finds the head of the second. His teammates are dropping. He maybe needs a bit of assistance here. He can't do it all, particularly with being on 20 HP at the moment. He really does need some help. It doesn't seem to be coming just yet. It's slowed down. Oh, hello. Okay, that's weird. Marcelius able to catch a distracted Fleeve. He is actually doing all the work right now, so the AWP in his hands, absolutely masterful. Will it be enough to convert this, though?
That was weird that they looked at each other. No one shot. He peeks away, peeks back in, and then you just see that massive 50 cal shot fly right through his brain. Okay, thank you very much, Marcelius. That Opper is going nuts right now. Finally, he's got the big gun, and he is definitely making Budapest 5 sweat right now, and they're peeking into him again. Gonna be a tough shot though, because he's 1 bullet away from dying, and he is up against... Is the Opper gonna peek, or is it the Rifler? It is gonna be the Opper. Takes him down, and it is 1 bullet away from an ace. It is not gonna happen, unfortunately. Coolio 1 versus 2, peek out wide possible from Pop Dog, and there is a play from Connector. It is going to be peek out wide. Dennis shuts him down, and that is going to be finally another round for Apeks on their CT side. They're going to keep the double op in to the next round to boot.
Budapest 5 really needs to close this down quickly, to be honest. Like, it's not in a good place at all.
Yeah,
Apeks,
money's looking tight on both sides.
And I feel like if they just even things back up, there's definitely a chance here for Apeks. I don't know, man. Like, oh, it's dicey times. This is probably the most important round of the game so far, for a lot of different reasons. And we'll see how it unravels. We'll see how it goes. I think Apeks, particularly with the effectiveness of the AWP in the previous round, pulling it out here again and having the double AWP setup even, which is kind of something they didn't get to see. I believe Gruss just got banged out in the previous, and then it was Marcelius doing everything. But if they walk into a bomb site or walk into, you know, both of those AWPs, we could see some massive devastation. And if you look at kind of the positioning here, it might not be the case, at least initially. Gruss, obviously, that first line of defense over at Cloud. Smoke coming in to keep him at bay. He does have a teammate going through the smoke. Akez, that is so risky, the 1-for-1. Never really good for the CT side. I suppose he gets information. They're able to rotate in quickly here, but I'm really not sure whether that was worth. We'll see. Maybe I'm harping on him a bit too much. The AWP's doing work. Frag found. Tag landed onto Coolio. The molly not going to spread to him initially. Not sure if he's fully safe up there. It looks like he is, but a 4-man advantage at this point, looking good. Marcelius able to find another as things are starting to fall apart. Too many targets for Coolio, and the very quick instant trade there. Torzi does take down another, but bare minimum of 3. Marcelius with another multi-frag round once he's pulled the AWP out. This is looking problematic.
Yeah, Marsilius, he is a god, and he's the god that they need right now. 26-15. All of a sudden, he gets that gun and he just completely starts popping up. I think he even legged the guy, that Coolio, while he jumped towards sight. So just a massive round coming out from him. And Budapest 5, they've got they could go for a small bi-week utility. It seems that is going to be their plan. Torzy is going to be forced on a Galil or worse. Might actually go for the scout, but all in all, their utility is going to be a little bit lackluster on Budapest 5, whereas Apeks, they have everything they need, but their money is pretty tight. So if they drop their players, especially those oppers, they might still be put down to an eco.
All right, here we go. Do or die. Budapest 5 seeing the map. Their pick slipped through the cracks. In recent rounds, Apeks have found their mojo again. Flash in. See you later, Corey. Nothing you can do about that. You need a wildly lucky headshot to land while fully blind. They're going to try and pick up the pace here at Ivy. Gruss hits him at the very last second. Misses the shot. Is he able to stay away? He gets headshot through the metal and eventually taken down. Big damage has been done, though, off the back of nades, maybe shots through smoke. I'm not quite sure, but Fleave's come in with 2 out of nowhere. Okay, still certainly doable, and Truth is very close to the action here. So certainly could find himself a cheeky frag or 2. Like I say, they're very, very low. Bomb goes down in just a second here. The attempt coming in, but it's not going to be successful. Truth comes in with 2, but Fleave from the side has just wiped them all out. My goodness. 4 for him. In 2 short bursts, but almost instantaneously finding the opening 2 and then the final 2 for Budapest 5. That's a massive hero moment from Fleave.
Yeah, both teams having some of their star players just popping off in the last couple of rounds, and now Apeks, they are back on an eco, and they're gonna go for the full eco because they need to try and get an op on Marsilius next round. That is the most crucial point for them. It will put most likely Budapest 5 on 14 rounds. The Deagles are very deadly though, and there is definitely a possibility, but they really need to make these Deagles shine right now. 5 Deagles, yeah, close range as you can see towards the B side. Akaz, they might run right into him, which could be problematic, and they're trying to bait them around right here. Look at these aggressive positions coming out. Gruss is going to be pushing towards T main to get a flank going, and they're going to go for the run boost towards Ivy. Ellis takes a little bit of burn in a pop dog in the meantime, but Truth, that angle is being held, buddy. It's a very dangerous angle to peek, but they are so incredibly close. Budito does not get taken out by Truth, and it is only a body tag coming through. He got wide. Marsilius, hero moments aplenty. And in the meantime, Gruss does spot out Flav, but is not gonna win that duel. Can the Pistol Meister do a Dennis on that Deagle? Peeks out wide. Torzy with a double. And the last man standing is Akaz with that Deagle himself. I mean, everyone on the CT side has a Deagle, so of course he's going to be wielding that Deagle. Tries to hit that shot, is going to whiff it, and I mean, not really a lot of chance, especially not if you're going to start spraying with the Deagle from that range. It is going to be Budapest 5, round number 14 in their bag. Again, this is a must-win for Budapest 5, and Apeks, they really want to take this map so that they could shut it out in 2, because if they take it to 3, it might still get very interesting.
I'm excited here. This is the competition we were kind of looking for, to be honest. Really cool stuff between these two teams. And I have a feeling it's going to continue for us, but we'll see. We'll see.
Big multi damage onto Fleave.
Okay, okay. Here we go. Look. Marcelius. He's on the AWP. He's in an advanced position. Gruz is looking good, though. They've changed things up ever so slightly in terms of the AWP positioning, away from Ivy and more towards E-Box, right? A much more aggressive angle, I have to say. And it works out well. The org side of things works out well. Pawsy's going to get himself an AWP, though. Lovely stuff. Absolutely loving it. I think Fleeve had taken it to go for an early peek based off of a spawn, perhaps. Obviously, doesn't work for him. But man down. Apeks definitely in with a chance to secure their 13th.
Yeah, they're not out of this game just yet. They do need to make sure that they win the next couple of rounds, because Budapest 5, they've got enough for a decent buy next round if they lose this one. Whereas Apeks, they don't have any money in the bag. So this is a do or die round. They're going to be playing the two-man B a long strat again. Marcelius plays the bait, shoots one down, and they turn around. Unless they smoke out, Akaz might get aggressive again on that angle, and it is going to be the straight peek. How does he hit that shot? He just literally, you know, that was so close. That was faster than I could blink.
He's pretty spicy, ain't he?
Is going to get shut down by Marcelius, and a very solid round victory for Apeks. And yep, another double for Marcelius on that up. Beautiful pickup. Budapest 5, they could go for a buy. I mean, Coolio's just going to be broke pretty much, but besides that, they could go for a possible buy. Or they're going to go for Deagles, and yeah, they're going to go for a couple of upgraded pistols, I guess, and go for the full buy next round. Okay. Not going to try and keep Apeks honest. Ooh, nice little hardcore parkour from Gruss.
Oh. Gotta be careful. Not to get overwhelmed. Looking a little dicey. Yeah, I mean, they're cool with it, but look at this. Coolio coming from behind while they're all distracted with this deagle. Nasty man. Manages to find one. Leaves also got a deag. Can't be writing them off, but Dennis playing it perfectly there. Another kill coming in. I feel like this round, it's decent to find these 2 kills with the amount that they've spent. Any more than this? And whoa, Apeks. Let's not let that happen. Uh-oh. Fleeve. This is possibly doable. They're stacked on top of each other and he peeks it wrong. Whoa. For a second, though, in my mind's eye, I saw an insane play.
I mean, it was still an insane play.
Yeah, well, no, pretty damn good, right? And nice and easy, but, you know, and whatnot. He gets up to his 25. It's kind of insane in the sense that it does a lot of damage, right? And we've talked about this, comeback train, all that kind of stuff. I feel like if Budapest 5 win this one, the game probably comes with it. There's not a lot of money for Apeks. They've reset their loss bonus and everything as well. So, yeah, they need to be finding this and at the very least securing overtime.
Both sides actually are incredibly poor off the back of that round. And Marcelius they need him to make the hero play, but on the other side, Fleeve again coming with that 4K. It does take a decent amount of damage already. They're heading towards the B side where they only have one defender coming through. Fleeve is actually trying to distract them towards Ivy, and this might be a full B execute, but look at how close the flank is, though. They're both hiding inside Pop Dog. They could be right behind them in no time. Marcelius is in connector. They're actually expecting this to be a B push, it seems. Yeah, the flashes, Molly's come flying through, and there's going to be the quick flank in as well. On-site Akaz does get Corey. Nice catch from the B defender. However, doesn't expect the second to push through. There's going to be the flanker. Oh, both turned their back to Gruss. Gruss shuts them down, and Fleeve, the last man standing, is not going to be able to get anything done. Apeks 15-14, one more round, and then they secure map number 1 and are in the driving seat to secure this series. Budapest 5, of course, they can still take this to OT, but they have to go big.
Or go home, of course.
Yeah, but they still have another map.
I suppose.
Or 2, so
yeah,
go home
I mean, they're already at home as well. Like,
oh,
you know, everyone's at home
COVID
right now.
And everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel. I just had to. It was low hanging fruit, man. You know, you said go big, and usually
I know,
people say
but I
go home.
specifically did not say go home because of it.
Well, you baited me, dude. You baited me.
Yeah.
I'll
I'm a
admit,
master
I took the
baiter.
easy bait. Well, okay. He went there, boys. He went there. Either way, final round
They
of the game.
spotted Apeks.
It's been a long day. Yeah, they definitely spotted him out, but he drops the bomb. That's going to buy so much time for the rotation. It splits the T's up as well. We've got some of them pushing forwards, some of them trying to find that player in the back. They do get the player in the back. Thank goodness for them. And Fleave's position now, he has a little bit of support. The bomb does go down. Fleave needs to go big. He did in previous rounds. He's on 25. Maybe needs to find a couple more. It's not going to happen, though. The smoke dissipates for the perfect timing for Dennis. The eyes are on Torzy here. He's picked up 2 on the Deagle. Coolio's on full HP, though, so it's going to be really tough. Torzy, 5 HP, does get taken down. Dennis looking to be the hero. Oh, Truth saves his life. Dennis had no idea where he was getting shot from. That's going to be it, though. 16-14. It is an intense round to finish us off. Budapest 5, though, absolute heartbreak. A poor showing on the CT side. A really good showing on the T side, but it's not enough. The stronger team overall come out on top, and of course, that was Budapest 5 map pick. So now we look across at the next map. It's really not looking too good for them. I mean, they do play the Vertigo. They don't have as much success on it, and Apeks have a lot. So things looking scary, and Budapest 5 being on the back of a lot of close games this evening.
Yeah, these have been matches that have been going all the way every single time. It looks like it should be a lot easier for them, for the teams that are winning. I mean, Budapest 5 as well on their CT sides, but they just want to make it a lot more interesting. And they're definitely going to have to bring that kind of firepower towards the next map, because Budapest 5, they are backs against the wall, and it is not their best map. Actually, in fact, it is probably their worst map that they have to play up against Apeks, who are, well, it's probably their best map, so it's going to be a very tough cookie, and I don't know if they'll be able to overcome it, but we'll be right back for that match after these upcoming messages. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Nice shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. Damn! That was one of the best pickle fights I've been to.
Welcome back, everybody, to Malta Vibes, powered by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. We are, of course, getting into map 2 of our final best of 3 of the day. It's that decider match. We are figuring out who's going to be moving through into the playoffs on the weekend. Will it be Apeks? Will it be Budapest 5? Well, after winning Train 16-14, the smarter folks amongst you that are following things here, going into Vertigo, would probably say it's going to be Apeks. However, Budapest 5 earlier did look good against this, bringing it close against the Lyngby Vikings, but, you know, we were just having a quick little chat, of course, in the break and everything. This is a solid map for Apeks and a so-so, at best, map for Budapest 5. That's maybe even being nice to them. So I think it's going to be really, really hard. Not to even, you know, write off, like, the fatigue and everything that's starting to come into play here. We're a little tired right here. So, I mean, like, the players playing that intensity and all these really long maps, they're going to be a little burnt out, I think it is safe to say.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match, especially. I mean, they did play it earlier today as well, but Apeks, they've got like over 70% win rate on the map. It's their best map by far, compared to, well, definitely the worst map of their opponents. And as you previously mentioned, it's getting pretty tiring because all of the maps have been going almost a full distance, comebacks happening, and just you know, trading rounds one after each other. It is, well, at one point these teams are going to get very tired, and especially the team that has played the most recent matches. And we're about to go live with the ninth round. We'll get right into it. It's going to be a pretty crucial round, of course. You really want to make sure that you start on that T side. It is one of the more T-sided maps out there. Even though it doesn't have a lot of massive executes coming through, I always find that this corridor is a little bit too small to have a knife fight.
Well, you know, Budapest 5 not going to complain. Works out for them. But yeah, definitely, particularly winning that knife round for Budapest 5, their T-side is much more prominent. 60% nearly of the rounds they win are on the T-side, and that goes to show earlier on as well against the Lyngby Vikings. So yeah, I definitely think getting that side choice is somewhat beneficial here. I could be mistaken. It looks like they've chosen the CT side, though. I'm not sure if this is final, but with like the reset and everything coming into money and whatnot, I think it might be the case. I'm not sure, though. Definitely taking their time winding the clock down before we get into the action. I do hear a few ticks in my ears, which is always a good sign. Looks like Apeks might be AFK at the moment, though. No, not going to be the case. They're actually starting on the CT side, though. Curious.
Okay, that is very
curious. Look, I speak about this sometimes. I feel for this team, it might even be like an outlier in its own kind of case. When Cobblestone was in the pool, objectively T-sided, right? Teams would still start on the CT side. I think it's because of the difficulty of like the economy and the way that you can be blown over on this CT side. I think it is that philosophy of, okay, let's see what we can get done on our weaker side, then we move into the more confident side, and that's where we can recover the game back. So it kind of depends on how you look at it. Either way, rushing in towards B here. Coolio going to find the first. Truth does trade back Fleeve. The kills coming in thick and fast for the T side as the B bomb site has fallen. The bomb not yet planted, but shortly it should be. Torzy's pretty low. Corey does manage to find a quick headshot, and there is a flank coming in, so this could spiral out of control if Apeks are not careful. Dennis is watching it, but he's pretty damn low. Oh, and the nade, surely. No, okay, he pushes forward, finds the frags and the P250s. Ending proceedings. No chance at all for Budapest 5.
Yeah, that was a nice round coming out from Apeks. You did talk about one map specifically right there, and that was Cobblestone, which I think, well, that 100% was my favorite map, and still sad every day that they took it away. Yeah, it hurts.
They've ruined it. They've ruined it.
They ruined it. They took it away.
The changes they've made is terrible.
But the fact they just added it in, they took one map out in between, and then they were like, oh, let's get rid of Cobble. No. No one likes Mirage anymore. Get rid of Mirage.
I mean, it's interesting.
Overpass.
The conversation about Mirage is really interesting, because I think, like, from a tactical standpoint, there's a lot that you can do. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways you can approach the map, a lot of effective ways of approaching the map. I just think it is stale because it's so old. It's maps like Cobble, maps like Dust 2 that they change because the approach becomes too similar. Whereas Mirage is still fairly flexible, but it's been around so long that even the most flexible of ideas you've seen probably, right? There's not very much innovation going on, but there's many different methodologies of approaching it. So I feel like that's why it's still stuck around. Do you know what I mean? Whereas it's like Dust 2, you got what? A split, short hit, mid to B. You know, that's it. That's it, right? And even on the current iteration, that's pretty much it. So
I do hope that they'll one thing that I do hope that they'll do a little bit more is actually change like maps in between. I mean, Vertigo, they've changed multiple times with just the other maps as well, just every once in a while. You don't have to do like the biggest changes immediately, entire new map, but just, you know, keep updating things, swap it around. Doesn't have to always to stay the same map for the next, you know, 3 years. But we are looking at a most likely third round coming in for Apeks. Pretty clear cut. They're going to go towards the B, which is normally the site that T's actually don't like hitting that much. Marcelius is playing the PP buys and he's trying to rake in some extra cash so he can afford that op of his. And he's going to start off nicely. Yep, this is just, oh, left mouse button. Oh, look at that. All small USP bullets flying your way. And easy money for Apeks. Will they keep this into the buy round though, or are they just going to drop it? And yeah, no, it seems that they're going to take it into the buy round, play it as a sort of bonus round, see what you can make happen with those guns if you drop one of the double op defense from Budapest 5. That is some heavy weaponry coming through on the first real gun round.
Going straight in. I think they realize they need to make a mark here. And they will. With a rush coming in, 1-for-1 trades. It's not super effective, but at the very least keeping things even. Your Patorzi hanging around in alley, in fold as you called it. I think some people call it elbow. Many different names. Oh, but similar results as our previous round so far. Looking pretty solid. Torzi, though, is locking things down here for a second as well. Beautiful flick. He'll come into a 3 versus 2. The bomb goes down. The smoke dissipates and he will fall, but Fleeve no scope through the smoke to deny the bomb plant. That's a little insane. Or to take down the bomb planter, excuse me. Brought down into a 1v1. It's been a crazy turn of events. Akez just does not miss, though. 4 frags for him. Everyone else is panicking and crazy and doesn't know what's going on, but he is dialed in and will get the 4th for Apeks.
I mean, that is confidence right there from Akez to just straight up re-peek the player that's coming up ramp. Normally people would be playing the bomb more around that area, but they just they feel that this is their map to take. I mean, they got gifted the T side by Budapest 5, and that is either overconfidence or a very, very poor choice by Budapest 5. You don't want to give Apeks any advantages here. Nice catch from Torzi, though. However, we have Dennis chiming in, trying to get himself a couple of kills. Whiffs the spray onto Coolio. And Coolio will drop that AK, but there is Akez as well. Coolio, he wants that AK, and they know that Coolio wants that AK. He's going to go for it, and he's going to peek right into the T's. Marcelius does spot him out. Oh, clean shot. Does eventually lose his life. The rotation towards B is fast, though. We already have Corey on the site. Rotation in from Torzi. Another Deagle Master. And with that smoke so defensively thrown out, it is dangerous to plant that bomb. But Grush just jumps on top of site. Torzi is going to try and peek past the smoke. Drops the bomb. Akez does fall, and now it's all on Gruss to try and secure that bomb plant. However, he doesn't know where the last player is. Torzi is going to spray through the smoke. He does expect a flanker, and he does catch the flanker in the end. Spray through the smoke, almost connecting onto Torzi, and will clutch it out. Gruss with a massive 3k to win them against the, you know, it was pretty much a pistol round, but still they managed to have to force that clutch out. Pretty nice stuff from Gruss.
Here we go. Double upset for Budapest 5 once again. Needs to work out this time. Apeks are off to a flying start. Looking pretty hot against all kinds of rounds. Clutching things out. Winning things cleanly. A lot is available in their wheelhouse. It's definitely been brought close in these rifle rounds, I feel like, though. And Budapest 5 doing their absolute damnedest to stay hot on the heels, but the rounds just keep stacking up for Apeks. Missed shot for Torzi. They are not wanting to mess with him, though. No repeats coming in. Oh, and Torzi creeping forward, playing contact, is able to see the tip of the tippy tip of Gross's head. We'll take him down. That's the all-important opener that they needed. Corey in a great spot here as well to maybe get 1 or 2 more if he plays his cards right. Let's creep in. Oh, no. Going to catch again with his knife out. Almost taking down Dennis, but not quite. However, 4v3 with the 1 HP Dennis looks so doable for Budapest 5.
Bodito close, angle, might peek out wide. This is dangerous. Molly as well. They're going to swap guns. So Marcelius picks up that AK instead of the AWP, but he does use it nicely. He's now also done down to 1 bullet range, 6 HP. They have a nade on Coolio, and he can get a double with that 1 nade. However, Cleve is going to die. Nade gets dropped. It's actually going to whiff. Great catch from Truth, and all of a sudden it's very doable. They did drop the bomb, though, with that HE grenade, and it is all on to Truth. 1v1. Coolio wins that fight. 3K for him, and finally Budapest 5 get themselves a round on the board. Still very costly, though, for Budapest 5. They did pick up a double op setup that round and only managed to save 1.
True. That's true. That's kind of a silver lining for Apeks, I guess. Going to make a difference to the impact in this round. I really like this from Apeks as well. Picking up the pace when we've had a round coming in that's really, really close. Maybe there is a lack of utility on some of the players, but Coolio shutting things down pretty quickly. He's left low. Marcelius, there it is. That's what he was waiting for. The crack angle works out for him. Corey, meanwhile, needs to be mollied out here. Oh, he does spot him. Okay, goes for the repeat. He gets traded out. Not sure if that's worth, particularly with Coolio being on 5 HP. An awkward exchange. Budito trying to be the hero. Untraded. Massive. Could get another here, but he's opting to play safe. Secure the advantage for Budapest 5. We'll see whether they're able to recover things back on the Apeks side of things. There he goes. The trade eventually comes in. It's a little later, but they still do manage to keep things even. And now these B players rotating around with their work cut out. The nade going in. Does it reach? No, it doesn't. No damage done at all off the back of that. It's all going to be onto Marcelius. And, well, the AWP doesn't really care whether you're 5 or 100 HP. He's going to have to hit both of these shots pretty cleanly. Able to drop away. That could be kind of big. But we'll see. We'll see. Smoke going down makes his life so difficult. As soon as someone gets on that bomb, he spots out the feet. He needs to get the player on the bomb, though, and he just can't. He just can't. He gets the one on top. That's a beautiful shot, but not good enough. Budapest 5 will get their second, and all players eliminated on the side of Apeks.
Their money ain't looking so fresh on Apeks. They could go for a small little pistol buy. I don't think they've even sent a single player through mid yet, so they still have a bunch of different strats available. Budapest 5, their money is still not looking anywhere close to decent, but they do have a decent amount of weapons. It is going to be Apeks forcing up into this round. 2 AKs, 2 pistols, and a Galil. Going for that quick A push again. Nate is going to do a decent amount of damage. Apeks does get tagged up, but they drop down Corey. Tech 9 Meister trying to go big. Budito does manage to get back into behind fold and is going to fall to safety. Molly is going to flush him out of that elbow angle. And now Torzi with the op. They do have a decent defense possibility. Actually, to be fair, Apeks has a decent amount of utility still left. Whereas the utility from Budapest 5 is all gone. They've got 2 flashes. And there's one of the flashes gone. Last flash left on the CT side. T's have 2 more to their name, and okay, the rotations from B are still not coming yet from Budapest 5, so they can get that bomb plant in. rather safely. And they'll just go for the retake. Dennis, does spot out Torzy, and that's the Opper on the ground. Flash comes in. The moment that Coolio peeks, he actually gets flashed. And Dennis is going pretty big. Oh my god, Dennis almost cleans up the entirety of Budapest 5. And Flav is going to try and clutch it out with that op, but does not even get the shot off before he falls. Apeks turn it around. Budapest 5, no money at all.
Dire. Absolutely dire, and that's the difficulty of the CT side. Still, I think they're looking as we thought coming into it, and with an odd pick starting on the CT side for them. They're probably just looking to get a comfortable number of rounds. Not ideal, but you have to look at everything in a positive light, I think. And certainly going to be the case here. Should be another round for Apeks pretty easily. Looking that way. Any damage is good damage with these deagles, but even then, it's not looking too possible. Weird kind of round. Akez is on the Deeg after having a Tech 9 to start with. Looking to save some cash. He definitely could have, you know, sacrificed utility or whatever and gotten a Galil. But opting not to do so. Playing it kind of safe, which I respect. I appreciate. And it's paying off. It's paying off in a big way. They're not losing any players here, which is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant for their economy here, DK Truman. I'm really happy with Apeks in that round. Very clean. 5 in a row. Oh, 5 in the lead, sorry. Once again, folks, it's really late. It's been a long day. Excuses, I know, but like, I have to make them. Anyway, double upset once again. Fun times for Budapest 5. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's see what they can make happen with these guns. Torzy is going to be playing that close mid area. Is either going to peek into him, though. It is going to be a quick and heavy. A push. Flash coming through, but Bruss gets shot down. The flash catches out Corey completely. Budito is playing close angles next to the sandbags. They're so close to each other. Budito does win that trade fight, but Marcellus is too quick on that trigger finger and shuts him back down. It is a 3-on-3. The utility is, well, it slightly favors Apeks' side, and Torzy, he's gonna try and make a play because they need him to make a play, especially now that Dennis gets rid of Fleeve, and that is one of the oppers gone. Torzy, this is a perfect angle for him to be, but they do expect that there's still a player in that general area. Truth gonna peek. Will he catch out Torzy? Torzy is gonna get found out, and Dennis already got rid of Coolio. That is another one for Apeks. Budapest 5 should have never chosen to go for the CT side.
Well, I mean, we'll see. There's still time, but yeah, it is looking dire, isn't it, right? Apeks getting into that unassailable position of 8. Probably gonna string another few together. Budapest 5 have their work cut out. Loss bonus is stacking up, so the next buy should be a bit more comprehensive. Taking a smart half buy in this round. Again, don't expect too much from this, but some armor dotted in there. Everyone's got a deagle. Actually, no, there's a 5-7. Doesn't matter, though. Truth is just, you know, he wants to go to bed, mate. He's hoping to clean this one up 2-0. He's like, get out of my lane. I've got to land the one-taps. We will see the deagle landing onto Gruss, though. Ooh, AK retrieved. And Marcellus not able to shut him down. So this could be a problem later on in the round. Coolio going to get another for the CT side. Does get traded, but it's still a 3v3 with Truth being on 41 HP. I can see them doing this here on the CT side. I won't lie.
It could be possible. I mean, if they actually manage to take this to like a 7-8 scoreline for Budapest 5 and they swap over to the T side, it definitely does put them in a nice position. However, they really need to take a round like this. Just if for, you know, their emotional value that they need, it's they need some magic to happen on a eco round. It is going to be one player in Corey on that B site, though. Has an AK in hand, so he's the one with the best weaponry. Shuts down Truth. but does not win it out against Marselius, and they're going to be having, they're going to go for the retake. Not really a reason why you shouldn't. You have enough for the next buy round anyway, and if you manage to drop that up, that would be absolutely excellent for them.
Yeah, I mean, already pretty damn costly. I think they're just waiting to go for exits, honestly. Oh, AK retrieved. Might want to get out with that. Try and push forwards. I mean, the aim punch, absolutely deadly here. And 2 final kills come in pretty easily. But, yeah, nonetheless, it's pretty expensive. Their economy's in a really good place, but, like, it does keep it modest and make sure they have to spend. And the string of rounds that Budapest 5, in their mind, are going to go on becomes kind of easier because breaking the economy will happen faster. Again,
that should pretty much be done, like almost have enough for the rest of that, and unless they actually get crushed for the next.
Right. But like with bomb plants and all that kind of stuff, you would expect it should be okay. I think there'll be one break. There might be one break of the economy if they get some super clean rifle rounds here on the Budapest 5 side, and it starts with Torzi. Definitely doable.
That's a nice little peek kill and disengage. Oh, that is one hell of an angle. Of course, he needs to make it happen for his team. I mean, Marselius is doing it on the opposing side, but Budapest 5, they need one godlike player back in action. Torzi with the op. Oh, does get spooked by those shots through the box. Coolio towards the B site is gonna need a little bit of help. The flash actually isn't in the face. Peek out wide. Torzi falls, and the molly is gonna get tossed, but that mid area is now completely open. Coolio is gonna get spotted and does take out Apeks in time though, but the B bomb site has been opened up. Bodito is playing close angles, is trying to jump up. Sorry, Dennis is trying to jump up high, but it's now Marselius 1 versus 3 has the bomb in hand. And an op and the dream, but Fleeve through the metal, whatever the thing is, does get a headshot, and that is another round from Budapest 5. Luckily, Apeks do have a little bit of a bank behind them.
Yeah, I mean, fairly comfortable, right? But as you can see, all the way down here, right, and no bomb plant here probably means they have to take an eco or a half. Very rarely have to eco on the T side these days, but all the same, Budapest 5 do have a chance at closing the gap. So, looking good in that sense.
Oh, this is really scary. Flash,
yeah, this could be deadly.
Oof. Oof. That's a straight blender right there. I mean, that Marselius saw the flash coming in. I assume he screamed to his teammates, "Duck."
Yeah, maybe, right? Maybe. It was very tense for a second there. It also looks like Apeks may well have baited them into that kind of play, like expected that kind of play. And they absolutely destroyed them. Add an underscore in there and you've got yourself a Counter-Strike joke. But all the same... Oh, Budapest 5 are in a really tough spot now, right? Like the half buy coming in. Corey's got a fair amount of cash. He can go for an M4, but not much else to speak of. Pistols once again, and Apeks have not been falling flat to these types of buys. So I think an 11th is going to come in here, and Budapest 5, the best they can hope for is 4. That's the worst case scenario. You never know. They might be able to get it done. Might be able to. We'll see.
Only one A defender though, and that is Fleeve. Close range with the CZ. That is a perfect angle for that wonderful, horrible gun. I still wish that they made the R8 more viable. You never see anyone play with it, and otherwise they usually just get destroyed with it.
I didn't realize it's been like 5 years since they added it. And it was like ridiculous for a weekend, and then they nerfed the hell out of it, and it's not been used since. Like
5 years already?
Yeah, I know. I didn't think it was. I'm pretty sure 5 years. It was like the anniversary the other day. Either way, double coming in at the end here, triple to finish things off. Akez finding himself a good number of frags there. Beautiful round from him, and the 11th comes in nice and easy, only losing 2. The kind of comfortable victories continuing here. But yeah, 5 years. I think.
I feel old.
Maybe I know. Tell me about it, right? Let me, one sec. Let me fact check that. Let me, this is a responsible thing to do.
There's a double op setup again for Budapest 5 with the defense. It's going to be, you know, throwing out all the utility in the world towards that A site, getting close on Corey. Is just going to get sprayed through the smoke completely unaware, and Bonito, he's going to go the exact same angle again. Is going to play close corner angles, but Akez, he's just keeping an eye on that angle. Marcelli's just spraying through the smoke, and Akez is going to walk further, but they get themselves a double kill, and that is opening up everything. Does even takes that one down on the B site, and it is all on to Fleeve right now with the op. Does get himself a double 2-on-2, but Akez wins that duel, and now the bomb is going to get planted with... who's that? Truth has all the intel he needs. Yeah, they know that the last player is Coolio coming from down below, heading towards Fold, where we have Akez standing guard. Losing the fight. Coolio with the 180 takes down Akez, and now it's all on Coolio versus Truth. He does have 53 HP. The bomb is planted actually perfectly for him to defuse. Truth? Oh no.
Oh. Oh. Do you just facepalm, my guy?
I literally just facepalmed right there.
That's a weird way to end the half. I'm sure Apeks will be laughing though. They're on 11. It's all good. You know, you take it in jest. Don't let it get to you too much. They are set up in a really good way here going into the CT side. Loot bet odds are heavily in their favor. Shout out to our betting partner. They're not really a partner of Budapest 5 at the moment though, so not giving them too much of a chance in their opinion. I did fact check myself. It was December 2015, so it's not quite been 5 years yet. I'm not sure why someone was tweeting about it being 5 years on my Twitter, but all the same. Bloodbath at middle. Look at this. Gruss, Torzy going tit for tat. Or Truth in a great position. His teammate didn't realize he was even there. He's so sneaky. 8 HP for 6 HP rather for Bonito, and Truth landing all the shots, looking so good. Akez steals that one away, but it just goes from bad to terrible for Budapest 5. They'd kept it even. They were going for the B split, but Apeks had rotated in really, really quickly. And now it is just Fleeve. Random flashes being cobbed. He can't find anything, though.
I was also thinking
that flash is still going. It's still going all the way down. All the way down. And it just hit the floor and went off. Of course, that's not how they work, but, you know, it's just funny to
just flash
think
someone
about.
Else on a different building.
There's some poor office worker on, like, floor 15 who's just doing her emails, right? Like, you know, and sending an email, getting some advertising out there, paying the bills, and now she's blind and she can't see. And she's asking her mate Dave, she's like, Dave... Oh! I can't, I've just knocked all the balls over, bro. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
You can almost like see the hands grabbing that railing going, no!
I thought he'd made it as well, and I'm pretty sure he strafed to stop himself. I don't think it's like he'd failed it. I think he strafed back out while he was... Oh god, oh god, it's late. Okay, I've used that excuse and I've fumbled some words, so I mean if they're gonna fumble a run boost in an eco round, they can use the excuse that it's late. Gruss coming in, gets himself a quick double on the bonus buy for Apeks here. Oh god, Budapest 5, how do you recover back from that? And then an early double. Marcellius looking to retain control of middle, but he has to back away. A solid advantage for Apeks early on, and Budapest 5, their mental surely is in tatters. The thing is, again, it's like, so we had the questionable defuse, right, from Budapest 5 at the end of the first half, and it's like Apeks got 11 rounds, they can laugh about it. But when you've got 4 rounds and you're trying to go for something a bit sneaky that's going to give you a chance, might get a rifle, might be able to get a bomb plant, guys, let's do it, you know, we've been working on it, we've been practicing, and then you fall off, it's not funny. It's not funny. You're going to be angry, you're going to be annoyed. Yourself, particularly. You can't blame anyone else but yourself. Akez standing strong, finds a double at the end, 3 on the round for him, and the 14th for Apeks. I think it might be said and done. They're going to go for a force buy as well. So, comeback train.
I mean, might as well. This is the perfect moment to make that jump. So you just keep on. I believe. I mean, if he makes that jump, he gets on that left side, shoots someone through the grate, and then easy peasy. Then throws a flash into the distance because that woman really needs to stay blind, and then you complete that site take.
Yeah, she, I don't know, man. She's so scared. This is what I was saying. She's asked her mate Dave to, like, help her out, and he's blind as well. Do you know what I mean? That's, like, how wild and bad of a flashbang it was. We shouldn't rail into them too. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I'm taking the mess out of them, and then one of them just falls off the map. Like, you couldn't write it. You could not write it. What about that for a game, eh? Oh, my goodness. What an end to the evening. The game itself, perhaps not entertaining in the way that you would expect, but it has been a good bit of fun. Benito, that's unlucky. Marcelius was completely sleeping. You could have maybe found him if you'd have checked all the angles, but he was hoping that no one would be in CT. Why would they? Coolio, the only one to chime in for a frag. Fleeve on 4 HP, and he's all by himself. 1v4. I think they have mentally checked out, may well have bowed out. Not their day. As Gruss will find the final frag. Does get dinked, mind you, so credit to Fleeve for the quick dink, but it will not take him down. 11 map and series points to play with here for Apeks, looking to get the quick kill on Budapest 5 and secure their place in the playoffs.
Yeah, I can't really say that Budapest 5 has had an amazing performance on this map, at least not this time. They did have one earlier against Lyngby Vikings where they got pretty close to coming back, but it is really their Achilles heel that they probably should just ban out because it's not working out for them. Maybe practice it a little bit more in scrims. Coolio is going to get shut down by Dennis, who now picked up the op and is actually picking up the op instead of Marcelius. Everyone is running past the sandbags. Truth gets a double kill. Luckily, they still do have Fleeve and Bodito left alive, but it is... I mean, this is really hard to... He actually tags Fleeve as well. Nate, how many lives does Fleeve have?
Quite a few, mate. Quite a few, but not enough. Not enough to take it over the line. It's all going to be on to Bodito. Finds the first. 2 more to get. He knows that Marcelius is floating around. Where's he gone? Clearing the ramp, taking a lot of time here, and that allows Akez to get into a position where you can probably cleanly trade his teammate if it's required. Marcelius left on 12 HP, so the trade looking likely that it's going to be required, but he can't clear out this angle, Bodito. Yeah, and it's a little awkward. The smoke comes in, and they'll set up perfectly to watch this bomb. What can he do? He could go all the way around, but the longer you wait, the more likely that play is. So he's going to play the mind games, and he's just going to wait. Nice and patient, let the smoke dissipate. Maybe they start to check behind them. Maybe they start to second guess things. And that's kind of what he's banking on. Oh no, should have found that frag for sure. The flash perfect from Marcelius, and he works off of it himself. 16-4 as Apeks really solidifying themselves there on Vertigo. Kind of, maybe not as one-sided as I expected it to be, but definitely, you know, the way that they've been playing and the stats, and it's their home map, and it's kind of the dead opposite for Budapest 5. 2-0 for them. They will clean things up into... To say so myself, I am relatively impressed by Apeks, but credit to Budapest 5. They have played a long evening of Counter-Strike into the early morning, looking pretty solid the whole way through, but the very final hurdle, it slipped away.
Yep, it was a tough match indeed. Indeed, the entire series was tough. They really needed to win that first map, and unfortunately, they got very close. But no cigar, another one of those maps today that just went to almost the full distance. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Apeks and Hellraisers both make it to the playoffs, and Budapest 5 and Lyngby Vikings both get eliminated. They have, they probably have another chance one of these weeks, but for now they are out of the tournament.
I'm sure they will be back, and I hope those teams indeed do continue to press the issue and try and make their way back into the playoffs in future. They're coming close. They're knocking on the door. They are definitely getting closer and closer every time I watch them. But of course, like you say, that is going to be it from us. A huge shout out to our sponsors, Gaming Malta, Grid, Lootbet, and Hellcase. None of this would be possible without them. We will be back tomorrow around the same sorts of time, 3 o'clock Central European, very similar schedule, and hopefully some very similar games. It was really exciting this evening. We'll see you then.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Malta Vibes, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. It's another day and another group of Counter-Strike action ready to get underway in this Malta Vibes Cup. It is, of course, going to be Group A playing today, in which these four sides, Budapest 5, the Lyngby Vikings, Hellraisers, and Apeks, will be fighting it out for 2 spots in the playoffs later on this week, and the opportunity to fight for that $25,000 grand prize. The first match on this A series is going to be Budapest 5 versus Apeks in a best-of-1 format. My name is Protalis, and talking you through this first match with me is going to be DK Truman. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I'm very excited for another week in the Malta Vibes tournament. It's always a blast to have these, especially in the last month where CSGO has been pretty much dry thanks to the player break. We always have that continuous stream of CSGO to watch, and every single week is another beautiful show.
Indeed, and now we are seeing new additions to the lineups. Of course, you might have just seen Dignitas in there, drawn into Group B, who will be playing tomorrow. But we do have an action-packed group to look forward to today, in which our first 2 playoff spots for this cup are going to be decided. Our opening matchup between Apeks and the Budapest 5 will determine who gets the earliest opportunity to advance into those playoffs. They will advance to the winners match, and that best-of-3 series will offer 1 playoffs space, and whoever loses these opening best-of-1s drops into an elimination series, in which, should they survive that elimination match, they get a second chance qualifier against the victors of the winners match earlier in the day to see if they can try and qualify into the playoffs. So really, what's at stake in this opening match, DK Truman, is that safety net. It is that best-of-3 series in the back pocket that you can survive. And out of these 2 sides, who do you think is going to need it more in this group?
I would say Apeks is going to need it a little bit more. Budapest 5, I think the teams are almost 50-50, but I think Budapest 5 have one advantage, and that is Torzi is an incredible opper. And, you know, that's always one of the big advantages of having that, you know, that big player in your lineup that can make or break, especially on some maps, the long-range maps out there. And that's what I really love to see. You always want that 1-star opper in your squad to help carry in the tougher rounds.
Certainly, and looking ahead to the map of this opening best-of-1, it is going to be Mirage. So AWPers like Torji could come into real significance here, obviously fighting over that mid position, but traditionally in the current meta, rotating around A, either defending from CT or keeping that connector and jungle hold to try and hold on to that mid presence. And if the side of Apeks want to stand up to Budapest 5 in terms of AWPing firepower, it is going to have to be Marcelius for that roster, who needs to step up and really go big with the AWP, as firepower is one of the elements that this Apeks side is slightly lacking at the moment.
Yeah, of course, you see a couple of more known names, Marcelius and, of course, old school Dennis. Let's see if we can recapture his glory days. He used to be called the Pistol Meister, but, well, as in the current meta, you don't really have many more eco rounds, and yeah, it's mainly you need the Deagles, you need the Nikos on your team to start popping some heads.
Especially in those best-of-1 scenarios as well. They can be so momentum-based that really having those heavy aimers, or even players that can just win out those Deagle rounds and land quick headshots, it's just going to be so useful in a 1-map series, as those rounds when you're dropped onto the pistols and armor can really help save you and really make the difference and tilt your team over the line when there really isn't that much of a safety net available. Now, we were looking at some of the past statistics for these 2 sides on Mirage, and this is sort of a balanced battleground in that both sides don't really favor themselves here. While Budapest 5 have the slight edge in terms of win rate, they've still been struggling on Mirage recently.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Mirage is always a top team favorite. It's always been so, and it does most of the time favor the CT side. Especially on with the op on the CT side is normally a lot easier because you've got so many angles that you can peek from. You've got the stairs, you've got the, as you said, the connector window, you've got the one-way smoke combo in window, and the aggressive mid pushes to catch everyone out. And Budapest 5, what I have seen from them in the past is that they do have they do like to play the aggressive mid strat. They do like to play, you know, take control of an area from the tees. And I hope to see that them play that out this series as well, because it is one of the more crucial things to be able to do as a CT, not just always wait. Yes, sometimes patience is crucial, but in you always need a couple of strats mixed in to surprise your opponents. And the you know, the 3-man mid push is always a fan favorite, and it definitely is a favorite of mine.
Certainly, and it really can catch those T's off guard. If they're unprepared and they go for those default strategies, send their AWPer and maybe a supporting rifler out mid, you can just get trampled by that aggression from the CT side. And not only does that drop you a couple of men down, but you lose control of a vital part of the map for the T side. Without control of mid, you're really just forced in rather sort of static channels of attack. You have to go into A straightforward, either through the ramp and palace or just down that really one tight choke point of the B apartment. So without mid control, the T side can struggle a lot on the map of Mirage. And as you mentioned, the ability to switch things up and go aggressive for that mid control can be really useful, because as a CT side, if you overcommit to mid control too often, you're always putting, you know, your standard short player, connector player, window player every round trying to hold it. It's been a part of the current meta for a long time now. The utility is known, the Molotovs are known, and the T side will just root you out of those angles. It does look like, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first map of the day ready to go between Apeks and the Budapest 5 as we head into the round of Mirage. Both sides going to be fighting for that CT side start.
Yeah, it's I mean, who was it again? Oh, yesterday we saw the what team was it? Nordavind actually going for the terrorist side. It didn't pay off for them in the end, because they lost both sides and got crushed by Navi Jr. against all odds. But yeah, it is going to be Budapest 5 starting on the CT side. So they are going to go for the normal choice.
It does make sense. Now, you can get rocked rather early on with that CT economy. You need to try and end the first 5 or so rounds on a streak if you can. And by that, I mean, if you lose the pistol rounds, you really don't want to be forcing up in those situations. You want to wait until you have the full buy together and use the guns with the full utility available, because in those first 5 rounds, if you buy up as a CT and then just get wrecked by the T side with the full guns available, it's really feasible that it can just be a 5-0 start from the T side before your bank even gets going. And even as the CT round in the first 5 or so on Mirage, you can end up winning rounds and still have a much weaker buy than the T side. So control over the money game is going to be vitally important for the Budapest 5 at the beginning of Mirage here. And Apeks, if they want to win this series, this opening best of 1 and secure the advantage for them going through this evening, they're going to want to come out swinging and keep those CTs suppressed.
Yeah, it's as you said, you need to keep that economy low. That's why you see almost every round the T's just keep buying, keep getting the AKs, Galils, whatever, just so that they can at least get some frags. Even if you don't win the round necessarily, if you just manage to drop as many M4s and ops and etc. as possible, their utility, you just keep them honest, and eventually you'll win a round. And then their economy, because they've been knocked down the entire time, has been completely broken. The most crucial part for Budapest 5 is, if you're up against an actual eco, for instance, Deagles, you need to stay careful. You need to make sure that you actually make a bank, because otherwise all it takes is lose one round and then it's all over.
I think it's sort of a broader concept. Dealing with those Deagle rounds perhaps is an area of the game teams should be putting a lot more effort into in the current meta. You're virtually always seeing these force buys with either Deagles or Tech 9 in hand. In every map of Counter-Strike you see at the moment, and too often you see full buys either just peek out against the Deagles one at a time, or inaccurately predict the pistol stack and then just walk in and get torn down by body tags. So I think Whichever sides figure out how to deal with those Deagle rounds are going to have a much bigger advantage heading forward in the current meta. And as we get the odds from our betting partners over at LootBet, they are just about giving Apeks the favorites here, ever so narrowly on the map of Mirage. And I suppose I'd slightly agree with that.
I'd make it a little bit more even, and with the Budapest 5 starting on the CT side, I definitely would see a nice value bet in Budapest 5. It's not like they're completely out of it on Apeks at all. They are going to go for the slow dry peek in towards A. That is a very risky strat, but it seems to pay off so far. No one is peeking them yet. The one flash comes out. Corey is completely blinded. Truth already peeks in. Luckily, Corey does tag one back, but that is going to be the bomb site gifted away. Luckily enough, there is no smoke available on the T's. Nice clean headshot from Dorsey. And they can't plant the bomb. Dorsey, but Dito chimes in as well, and they just absolutely annihilate them. That's the problem with not having a single smoke. You can't get a safe bomb plant, and they just got stuck on site.
Apeks unable to read the correct positioning of the Budapest 5 CTs there. They could not predict that they'd stacked that CT angle and were just able to rain terror with that damage. Arquez with the bomb on his back. He was the player up close, and by the time he'd committed to the plant, Budapest 5 had just eviscerated his protecting players who'd been unable to find cover with that really fast pistol play. Now, they have the weaponry advantage heading into the second round, and Apeks, they're taking the eco here, stacking up towards top mid and holding for some CT aggression, as for now, they know they'd get chewed up at range.
Yeah, maybe a little time to discuss as well what kind of strat they're going to go for next round, what nades everyone's going to be buying, and rifles. But they're, yeah, this is pretty much just a full eco run boost, see if they can get anything done. It's always nice for fun. Ooh, headshot onto Dorsey though. That does knock him pretty low.
Certainly does, but he's able to reply at least with an opening kill. They're continuing to aggress into him, and Fliav is able to find one kill, but now his teammate in window has been removed by the Glock, and there should be a weapon recoverable. Marcelius on 6 HP is just going to try and drop that rifle to his teammate. Dennis is able to recover that, but they are aggressing to try and wrestle it back. Pedito jumps out the window and is punished for it, but that MP9 is much more accurate in midair, and that leaves Gruss alone in the 1-on-3.
But the fact that they've dropped 2 guns, possibly 3 guns against 2, I think it was 2 P250s and Glocks without any utility whatsoever. So that is a very costly round for Budapest 5, and it's, yeah, look, they don't actually have money for full rifle buys anyway, and that means Apeks are going to start off with the first gun round with a weapons advantage.
That is excellent work from Apeks in the hard eco, especially, as you mentioned, with the limited weaponry that they had available. They've made it so costly for the CTs now that if Apeks can win this gun round, they're going to start streaking momentum together. They'll have broken the Budapest 5 economy, and they won't be up against the full rifles, so there is a clear opportunity now for this T side to come straight back into the match. Now, they're going to play slightly more passively here, as it looks like they've done a great job at baiting out the early double Molotovs from the Budapest 5. They make the sound cues, and look at all this utility that the CTs are dumping into the B apartment so early in the round. That is great news for Apeks if they choose to attack this B bomb site, because they're going to be so dry on grenades. They'll back out, but already they've drained the CT utility.
I'm actually surprised that completely no one is watching mid at all. I mean, there's one player, Corey is sometimes speaking towards Connect if anyone's going to cross, but jungle could have been easily accessed, for instance. They triple stack B, so they are definitely expecting a B push, but it is well, positioning of Apeks doesn't really tell us what they're going to plan to do. They're going to go through mid, guess mid towards A split, or is it going to be a possible mid okay, maybe a B split?
Yeah, that looks like the call at the moment. They've got the bomb stacking up in the back of these apartments, and they're just going to have Dennis try and bait on this A bomb site, draw a rotation over if possible, and that might just work. Torji is definitely worried about jungle, but as Gruss finds Pedito, he knows he has to refocus his efforts. Fliav and Torji open up with kills, but Marcelius has found another, and he's only on 7 HP. Torji will now take him down, leaving just 2 AKs alive, but they've yet to plant the bomb. Now the AWPA has been removed, and it's left to the 2 M4s to retake the B bomb site. Truth falls immediately, and the captain Arquez left alone finds the first first headshot, and the second is not able to be converted. Corey, the last left alive, holds on to things for the Budapest 5 and keeps their economic dreams alive.
It was a nice round, but Budapest 5 clutch it out. However, because of the bomb plant and how little players of Budapest 5 are alive, I would assume there's going to be a possible force buy on Apex's side. Maybe, yeah, they're going to go full force buy, a couple of smokes. They might just go for a quick rush on towards A because they lack the utility to go for a well-executed strat.
They still do have that chance that was present in the last round to damage that Budapest 5 economy, but this time they have to make it work with much less utility. They have got a few smokes, but only 2 flashbangs and no Molotovs whatsoever. It's going to make it very difficult for them to force these Budapest 5 players out of their defensive positions. Now, it does look as though Apeks are favouring a rather passive default on the T side. They like aggressive control, or at least deep control of these B apartments to try and peek around for an aggressive player, but really towards mid, they haven't shown any contact just yet, as they're waiting for the Budapest 5 players to do the most of the work. I would expect that to change throughout this first half as they vary their strategies to try and confuse their opponents.
Well, Fleeve does start off the round with a nice kill on to Dennis, who peeked towards ramp, so that gives him a little bit info that there's at least one. But last round, Dennis was also, if I'm not mistaken, the flanker, so it could be just exactly that. There is going to be the smoke execute. Fleeve is going to be playing close on site, and who's going to be peeking into who? The op. No one smoked off CT, so Torzi has a free shooting gallery.
Looking for more shots at the moment. He won't convert the second one, but that really doesn't matter because Corey and Fleeve are doing the rest of the work in this site. In fact, Truth, the lone Norwegian rifler left to try and recover this round against the entirety of the Budapest 5. Fleeve trying to bait out some shots there even, but it looks like saving the AK might just be the best call here. There's very little opportunity in the round for Truth, and that'll be the 4th on the board for the Budapest 5, and they do it with all players surviving.
Yeah, that's the bank that we're talking about, and don't think Truth will be able to get very much. Maybe drop 1 rifle, and that's not even going to work because they were double peeking his angle, and that's going to be round number 4 for Budapest 5. Apeks, this round they will have to buy a couple of deagles, but that's, you know, a little bit of armor, maybe some utility, but no real full buy. And just save up for the next round. Marcelius even keeping extra in the bank so that he can pick up that op to duel up against Dorsey, who is 7-0-2, starting off amazingly on that CT side.
He might have to do more work in this round, although it could be on his teammates in the early stages as Apeks are looking for a contact play towards B. The Molotov not quite landing in a position to deal too much damage, but it has been able to delay the attack. Second Molotov deployed now leaves Grosses in a very isolated position, but the smokes are going to allow Apeks out onto this B bomb site. But Ito finds an opening kill, however, and they walk into the meat grinder. Budapest 5 having none of it. The Pistols getting nothing done on this B site whatsoever, but Ito might be the only one to fall as Truth. He's taken down by Fleeve. There was no chance whatsoever for Apeks in that round.
Yeah, I think Budapest 5 have noticed in previous games probably that Apeks does like going towards B. So they've been stacking the B site at the start of the round pretty quickly. The moment that some kind of utility flies over, they immediately rotate Torzi in that direction with the op. So yeah, that is some nice intel that they have on Apeks. I mean, Apeks do play a very big default heavy game.
They certainly have been throughout this T side, and it's actually worked out. We've finally seen the mid presence come through from Apeks, and it's gone into the 3-on-3 trade. It's at least enough to buy them space at the start of the round, but this kill from Truth could allow them away into the A-bomb site.
You still have Coolio in the CT, and the cross being held by Torzi. Oh, beautiful. Last man standing in mid. Has to be careful in connector. Luckily enough, Torzi already rotated away, but there is still Coolio, shuts him down, and Budapest 5, they're continuing their streak. Apeks, this is looking very problematic.
It really is. They have struggled at the beginning of their T side to make anything work. The one round they change up their strategy and go for that mid commitment. The Budapest 5 are firmly ready for it, and they put the stop to it immediately yet again. Apeks now have to drop down onto just the pistols with limited utility to try and make this round work, and they want the contact A play. This time, it's actually the lesser defended bomb site, but that utility is going to keep them from advancing, and this mid-presence from the Budapest 5 should suggest an A execution is on the way.
Let's see if this time the A execute does come out successfully. That Molly is just off the mark, so he's going to be completely fine. Even sprays down Akaz, smokes himself off so he can disengage and group up with Torzi inside CT. Goes for the flick, does whiff it, unfortunately, but there's the jump up. Gross gets a double, picks up an op, drops it back, grabs the rifle in CT, and now Budapest 5 have to go for the retake or save call, but it seems like just gonna go for the retake. Know that there's at least one in CT. Nice shot from Dennis. They're gonna peek out wide at this point. You might as well just save that AK plus kit and full armor. Yeah, just disengage. You lose a round, but you still have enough money for at least 2 full buys.
That should be the case from the Budapest 5 side. Torzi has a fair bit of cash built up in his bank to drop forward should he want to as well, and it's really only Fleeve and Corey who need to take advantage of that at this point. Coolio can drop a weapon as well should they need it, so the economy hasn't quite been killed yet from the Budapest 5 side, but that was great work from Apeks, and now we have an opportunity to talk about our case partners over at Hellcase, with the biggest and most well-known case opening website with almost 100 cases, updated case battle, upgrader, dozens of monthly giveaways, and loads more unique features. Finally now, we're going to see Marselius use this T-side AWP for what feels like the first time in this map after recovering it from the Budapest 5 buy.
Yeah, it's going to be an op versus op matchup, and is this actually the first time Marselius has touched an op? Or did he die earlier very quickly?
Because it feels as though the first time he's had an AWP in his hand. That might, I know he recovered it in that last round from the Budapest 5 players, but even if he has had one available previously in this map, he's not been in a position where he can use it.
I think he actually saved money for it, but went for the full utility buy instead. Nice push from Corey, catches out Truth, falls back, gives a little bit of intel. There's no one left on ramp. And yeah, they're just gonna fall back, man advantage. B does need a little bit of help probably soon, because there are 2 in apps and mid is under control of Apeks. This is gonna be a B execute. They do have a decent amount of mollies, 1 smoke left on the Apeks side to try and defend this. Oh, that's a sneaky boost.
Did they just get vision on that? That's the only thing I'd be worried about. They may have just seen it, but Torzi opening up kills, he may just be suggesting otherwise. They might not need any more defenders on the B-bomb site. The sniper is doing all of the work. Eventually, Benito opens up. Marselius will get 1 kill with his AWP, but it's not enough to recover the round. Apeks 7-1 down now in their opening map of the day, and the Hungarian side really are not slowing down.
Yep, but Budapest 5, they do keep a bunch of people alive. Luckily enough, Apeks did have their own little bank because they won that Eco Force round, the previous round. So this is still going to be a pretty good buy. Nice catch on to Fleeve, the good boost towards ramp, and that elevates him high enough so that he can get free sight over that molly.
It feels as though Apeks have the man advantage for the first time in this map. They've really been struggling, and even if they have found an opening kill, it's been replied ever so quickly by the Budapest 5. This time, though, Apeks may have just found the answer to that Budapest 5 aggression. Marselius on the AWP, watching the flank and punishing the pushes. Now, it's a 3-man setup. All that's remaining for the Budapest 5, and Coolio has to do all of the work. If he gets found without at least 2 kills, that's the round won by Apeks.
Oh, unfortunately, Dennis saw something of a glimpse the moment he jumped past, and while jumping turned around. They're going to have to save their weaponry. If they could find that op towards mid from Torzi, that would be a great save, but as you can see, Marselius He spotted him. Didn't go for the flick shot. Yeah, they're just going to have to let that op slide for now. Of course, he does have a decent amount of money in the bank, though, so he could go for some armor and the op. I definitely would suggest him to get it because, I mean, he's 12-0-4. He's been popping off this entire half.
He certainly has, and especially on that B bomb site, the Apeks really do favor on the attack. He's just been so useful when he's available and defending that bomb site. You can really feel his presence missing when he just isn't part of the defensive crew there. Now Apeks putting their second on the board. The buy will come through from the Budapest 5. You have to expect rifles going to be dropped, and they actually call the first time out of the map so far. They might as well, because they're in, whilst they have the 5-round lead, potentially a little bit of a precarious position at the moment. Apeks, they can build a lot of money together with a round win here, and at such a late stage in the first half, it could mean that they take control of the momentum for the remainder of their T side and really recover what was otherwise a disastrous opener.
Yeah, this is a do or die. If they lose this round, they're going to be on eco buys for a while, and that is going to put Apeks right next to them in no time. So they have to make sure that their plan of defense is going to be good. I mean, yes, I do like the aggression in mid, but last round, Torzi, he started to try and make a play on his own without any backup whatsoever, and that was because they were one man down. So he knew he needed to make a play, and they just waited on Apeks for that mistake to come through.
Oh, Torji narrowly misses out on that one, only dealing minor damage to Dennis, but the tactical reading from the Budapest 5 has been great. Unfortunately, they are rotating Fleeve away at the moment. He shouldn't go too far, though, because this execution is definitely coming back through. He instead rotates into jungle, but Torji's missed another shot, and Corey, he has to hold on under balcony. He'll only get one for his trouble as Fleeve falls now as well. Apeks have a way into this A bomb site. Torji wants to deny the plant, but he's missed his third shot of the round now. He has to back away and await his teammates, who are all going to attack from the same angle.
And the smoke dissipates. Apeks has the lineup, and they just shut them down. And look at the money on Budapest 5. And this is what we were talking about. It could be a couple of deagles, but they should definitely be able to. They should definitely lose this round against Apeks, and they have a way into the game again.
They certainly do. This is a position that they can formidably recover this first half. They're going to at least have 4 rounds on the board, but with their economy in such a positive spot, they're going to have multiple chances to full buy and try and equalize their T side as much as humanly possible. It's quickly out mid now that they've forced their opponents onto an eco. Fleeve gets that info and calls rotations in early. Now Apeks have yet to commit, so they could quite feasibly still walk up B short and go for the plant on the other side. But for now, it looks as though the Hungarians want to take the close range fights in mid.
Yeah, it is a default coming out from Apeks. It does look like they're heading towards the B site, and even towards A. Palace is getting peeked out by Corey. Doesn't spot anyone, and look at the big stack coming out from Budapest 5. Long range fights. I mean, a Deagle could do a lot of work. They still have one that's Fleeve chiming in with a great shot. 2 for 2 trades so far. They're tagging the Opper, and Marcelius has to fall back. Luckily, Grust comes in to try and help out his teammates. The spray whiffs, but eventually he does connect it up. Marcelius gets another kill as well, and the last man standing is Corey. They are decently tagged, but he needs a lot of headshots to make it work, and Apeks are going to secure the next one. 4-7. Now finally we're gonna have a buy round from Budapest 5 though, but it is an oh no, actually Coolio did have enough money to drop 4Z.
That could be the difference maker. Unfortunately, he's been a little bit inconsistent from the Budapest 5 in the last few rounds. He had an amazing start to this map, but has tapered off somewhat towards the latter stages of the first half. And that could have been an incredibly expensive round for Apeks. Could even have been a lost one, and perhaps a lesson in why you really should not be peeking those pistols one at a time. Now, the CT utility is really what's limited in this round. They've got 4 flashes, 2 smokes, and a Molotov left remaining with over 90 seconds left on the clock. It's going to all be on their individual aim to try and hold on. With deep connector control already earned by Apeks, this was Bodito's opportunity to wrestle an advantage back for his side. Unfortunately, he's just going to have to stay alive now and wait for this A execute to come through.
It's going to be a quick one towards A. They do have one player in Sandwich, Corey. There's no one coming Palace, so he's actually kind of stuck in a very dangerous position. He will need a little bit of help. Fleeve peeks out wide, but is forced back. They only have 2 flashes on the Budapest 5 side to try and defend this A bomb site. Oh, he just gets spooked by the sound cues, and immediately Budapest 5 have lost the round. Coolio is going to fall back, and Bodito, he needs to try and sneak his way all the way back to safety. Dennis, however, is on the flank, trying to catch out Coolio. He knows Coolio's here.
Coolio seems aware there could be a flank from underpass on the way, though, and it looks as though Dennis should be walking into the B apartments, but he should also have zero idea whatsoever about Coolio's positioning. Obviously going to strafe round on the pre-fire, but it's not enough to convert the kill there. It has given information to his teammates, who are still hunting at the bare minimum, and they really do want to be taking these rifles away, as the Budapest 5 have no money in the bank. It would be of huge economic value to this T side if they could find more work here, but it looks as though the rifles may just escape unscathed in this round, and really that was just due to a lack of utility in the last round from the Budapest 5. When you see kills come through like that in quick succession on the A bomb site, headshot, 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 it's because the CTs have been peaking with no utility, and that's just the T side execution working exactly as it's supposed to.
Yeah, they were completely dry on Budapest 5, and you just need to have a little bit of luck, because wherever you're going to peak, you're going to be facing either 2 or 3 players of Apeks, and you might be able to get 1 kill, but with the M4 you also have the disadvantage of having to hit 2 shots. Mid, there's going to be a tag fight. At least it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade, and a possibility 3 rifles on the CTs. There's going to be a boost. Akez versus Bodito, it's very close, but Dennis, he's sneaking towards the B site. And catches Dorsey on the rotate as well.
Vital kill for him to find that. Really thrown a spanner into the works of this Budapest 5 defense, and it's cleared out the B bomb site completely. Now, he doesn't have that information. He's going to sneak over to A, and due to the timing of these rotations, he might actually discover a free bomb site. He's going to sit in CT and await rotations, but that unfortunately is not the correct position at the moment, as Bodito has the information, and he nearly has both kills as well. Dinks Marcelius in the back of the head, and that is incredible damage to find onto the T side. Orpa, who still has to get out onto the site and plant, remember. Budapest 5, they've managed to turn this around phenomenally, as Marcelius is in a dire spot, but he's found an all-important shot.
Oh, he knows where the last one's coming from, but Dennis wins that duel. Sprays by, headshot, clean off. Apeks, they're 1 round away from tying the map. And don't forget, this is a best of 1, so it's all on this first map that takes you to either the winner's match or the losers.
It's the difference in a whole best of 3 series in your back pocket, a whole safety net. If you head down into that loser's match, there are no more chances for you. For the rest of the evening, you face elimination in every matchup. And look at that aggression from Apeks. They trample Korji, who really gets caught out of position. Bodito's been able to recover at least temporarily, but he's in serious trouble momentarily. The utility tags him down yet further, but he might just be able to get away.
That smoke buys him some extra time as well, and the players are already on A site, so they need to make sure that the T's need to push connector. Otherwise, Akez and Gruss might need a little bit of extra help. They're going to peek out wide, and that clears out connector. Fleeve with the op is stuck in jungle. Everything's being smoked off. They have no angle to peek. Only Corey can try and drop the bomb planted. So close. But Gruss saves his teammate's life.
What a hero. That was a very necessary headshot for Apeks in the round, and it might just have made the difference. The plant not denied. Fleeve has to back away with this AWP to try and save it forward, but Apeks, they're on a 7-round streak if you include this one. Of course, they're going hunting. Coolio will get one with his M4, but more are arriving, and he will be overwhelmed in the end as we head into the final round of the first half. It's going to be a limited buy from the Budapest 5, and Apeks, despite being 7-1 down in this half, have the opportunity to end it with an incredible round streak.
Yeah, this is an amazing turn of events, and especially considering they still have to play on the CT side, which normally would be slightly easier for these teams. This is, are they going to be able to secure the last one? Of course, this is a very scrappy buy coming up from Budapest 5, but history tells me anything. It's that these scrappy buys normally manage to take it down, especially with the run and gunning of the SMGs. It could be very problematic to pinpoint them with a very aggressive CT defense.
Well, so far, Apeks are doing a good job at avoiding the majority of them by just completely shying away from the A bomb site. It's a decent nade there onto Gruz, but it is the two MP9s who are defending the B site at the moment. Limited firepower and utilizing a boost they've already used once through this map, so Apeks might just be expecting a player on that secret position as they aggress into the B bomb site. These entry kills will be vital for Apeks to find cleanly if they want to continue their streak going. They've found so much map control in the B bomb site before Budapest 5 start fragging, but they do get 2 kills back. That from Gruz is huge. 3 massive AK kills in the B bomb site in the last round of the first half, leaving us in the 3-on-2.
Oh, he was on for the ace, but unfortunately gets shut down by Pobedителю, who definitely still has a chance, but he needs to fight an op. Wins that duel against the op. Headshot is what he needs to get against Truth. Flank around him. This is a very close play. Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna be the first one to spot the other out? Truth is gonna hide towards bench. He knows. Oh, he just looked away. You saw the head pop up just behind the bricks, but unfortunately could not secure it. And Apeks somehow win the half. I mean, this is absolutely astonishing that they managed to turn this one complete. It was 7-1. It was full Brazil.
Certainly was, and from the Apeks side of things, it does take them a little while to get going in Mirage, but when they do, they end up with the 1-round advantage, despite losing 7 of the first 8 rounds in this map. It's a phenomenal recovery for the T side, and they now head onto the CT side with momentum in their favor, and our betting partners over at LootBet certainly agreeing with that prospect as well. The odds now favoring the Apeks side ever so slightly, and to be honest with you, I sort of agree with them. It really doesn't bode well for the Budapest 5 that they went quiet towards the end of the first half, because now they have initiative. Now they need to be creative and make the plays on their T side when it looked like they just quietened down at the end of the first half.
Another one of those boosts with, the dualies. Marcelli is with, I love the dualies. It's not good, but I love them.
We'll have to see how much work gets done with them in the B bomb site, as it's Akez on the USPs doing the majority. Actually, Marcelius gets nothing done with his 2 pistols at all. And now it's 3 Glocks in the B bomb site. Coolio has now found Truth, and maybe they weren't the right purchase after all.
What a surprise. Those guns are weird. They're weird, man. I sometimes pick them up as well, and then I start spraying, and I'm like, where do these bullets even go?
Evidently not in the heads of the Apeks players is the answer to your question, as Budapest 5 break the streak in the T-side pistol round and now look to bring SMGs. And is that a shotgun in the hands of Torji? Not what I was expecting to come out from the T-side buy whatsoever. Looks like it might even have been a mistake, as he gets dropped a Mac 10 to farm up more cash for his AWP, and they leave the shotty in the hands of Coolio.
Yeah, that's, I mean, this is what pretty much the most dangerous round out there. You're up against 4 Deagles and a Scout. It's pure hell, especially with the Mac 10s. You got to get close range, so you need to smoke everything off that they can't fight you from long range, because those deagles are gonna tear your head clean off. There's a 4-man CT defense. They gotta be very careful here.
Truth spots the player dropping into Firebox, but must not be looking at that corner of his screen, as 2 Apeks players are the first 2 to fall in the round. That scout from Marcelius is doing very little work at the moment, and Dennis's Deagle can't get anything done to an aggressive Torji either. It looks as though the Budapest 5 now are in full control of this round. Gruz in T-spawn nearly runs over for that weapon and then realizes exactly what it is. The shotgun not worth risking his life for as he backs away into mid. He may still be hunted down as well. Torji's here with the Mac 10, but right now he's missing shots. Eventually does convert, gives Budapest 5 their 9th, and Apeks, they're going to have to take an eco here and really allow that momentum back to their opponents.
Yeah, that's this is a nice couple of rounds for Budapest 5. This should be round number 10, and then it's on to push forward. Apeks, their strats are like have been okay, the attempts at least. I mean, they did guess both of the sides correctly, first the B side and then the CT side. So their read on the Budapest 5 plan is correct. This time it's not as correct seeming. Yeah, Apeks, they're gonna rush through B short, and there's 1 man defending the A site, and that's Akaz. However, the rotation should be there reasonably quickly. They have, what, 1 Deagle, a P250, and a Flash. And a Dream, of course.
Oh,
shoot!
He has no idea of the player standing right in front of him in that smoke, and it's the Mac 10s who nearly find all of the kills in that round. So much bonus money for the Budapest 5 as the SMGs find 4 of the 5 kills there and allow double digits the Hungarians' way. Now they have the call of whether or not to go for a bonus round here in round 19. Now Torji is looking at a Mac 10 that he's probably going to shoot into the hands of Coolio, meaning those 3 SMGs are staying alive in this round, and Budapest 5 are going to have a weakened degree of firepower up against the Nords in round 19 as they target the B bomb site.
Oh, that's some nice aggression coming up from Deadness, but they're rushing towards that B side, and there's only 1 man standing. Luckily, Gruss does get the kill onto Corey as well. Bodito is standing out in the open. They have absolutely no idea where the CTs are, and they just get annihilated. Budapest 5. Did they even lose any health? No, not a single bullet landed, not a molly tick, nothing. That was a little bit greedy.
Definitely think the Budapest 5 thought they could get away with the shock and awe tactic there. Just rush in with the Mac 10s and then make some noise in mid just to delay those rotations. But it started going wrong immediately when the only AK on the side was taken down in top mid, and then first man out of the B apartments just did not spot Gruz sat underneath him, and he was then able to just deal incredible amounts of damage with that M4 and buy time for yet more CT rotations to arrive. Now there is pressure applied to the T side economy as they gave virtually a free gun round over to Apeks there with 5 alive. It was so beautiful for the CT economy that if they can win this upcoming round, they'll be back in the driving seat of this opening map.
Yeah, now it's going to be Budapest 5, it seems, going for a reasonable aggressive mid, but Dennis, he wants to make another play towards ramp. Keep the Budapest 5 side honest. And they're playing very aggressive towards ramp. That might actually be a push soon enough. But what is Budapest 5's plan? Are they going to split A or B? I mean, I love a good mid-aggression because it makes the enemy team always second-guess all their choices, especially if you have full control. But it is going to cost you a lot of utility on the T side to flush out every single angle that the CT can possibly hide inside.
Especially in a round like this where Apeks aren't contesting mid at all. So all of this utility that Budapest 5 are using, while they have to take mid control, it's not the most effective. Marcelius opens up with 1 AWP kill on the A site, and Dennis from Sandwich has found the second. Marcelius takes down Bodito as well. Now Glebe is the next to fall, and Torji isolated with that T side AWP. Can't even find the frag. Truth survives on 8 HP, and Apeks win another consecutive gun round with all of their players surviving. Wonderful news for their economy on the CT side of Mirage as the Budapest 5 going for a desperation buy in round 21.
Yeah, that was a complete shutdown. They didn't have any utility to clear out any of the angles. I mean, they've been playing in... Both teams have been playing inside sandwich multiple times, and just being able to clear angles with mollies is so much value. At the moment, they have 2 smokes and 3 flashes, and that's all they have. They're going to try and rush towards B, go for the hero play, but the nade does a tremendous amount of damage. Grust as well, look at that. All of them just melting. On the side of Budapest 5, their strats are not paying off. They don't have the utility to execute them. They will finally get their first kill in 3 rounds, but Budapest 5, they're gone. And Apeks, they've got money enough for days.
They really do. They've come alive, certainly on the CT side of Mirage at the moment. And the Budapest 5, their T side really just looks uninspired. They're continually trying to use these explosive plays in which they give away little information at the start of the round, drop limited utility, and then just try and rush straight into a bomb site. The problem is that if the CTs are properly set up and they have the counter utility, they're just going to tear you to pieces, as Marcelius is continuing to do in this round. He's alone on the A bomb site, at least out in the open, as Dennis's AK now arrives to protect him, gets a double in the ramp, and just continues to make a mess of the Budapest 5. They only had the pistols in this round, but they get nothing done whatsoever. It's a clean quad kill on the anti-eco for Dennis, and really the Budapest 5 have to win this gun round, otherwise it's 13-10, and they'd have to go for a deagle buy in the follow-up round, where they've really been struggling on the T side.
This is, they have, as you said, been very uninspired, and I want to see a full execute coming out from Budapest 5. I want to see everything smoked, mollied, and flashed, so that there's no way that Apeks can defend the bomb plant. You at least want to have the plant down, but it's going to be an aggressive mid-push coming out from Apeks. Jump through from Torzi, but he's going to get caught by Marcelius. A 1-for-1 trade, but Marcelius is too quick on that trigger. 21 and 12 on that Opper. Both Oppers have been shining so far, and yeah, look at the spread on the T's. They have absolutely no idea what hit them and are falling all the way back towards a most likely a default.
Looks to be the case. Badito just trying to creep up through underpass at the moment, but they really do have to be careful on the Apeks side here. They've got aggressive positioning, especially towards ramp. And that could be messed up slightly by Fleeve exiting Palace. Coolio really does have to expect this tight left angle, or he's going to drop the bomb in a really nasty position for his side to recover. Thankfully, he does land the headshot, but that gives away so much information to this Apeks T side. They've seen the bomb in T ramp, and Fleeve in Palace gives them all the information they need to run in and start to defend. Graz is the first man who's arrived on that defense, but the Molotov on Fleeve is enough to stall the attack even further now. The Budapest 5 trying to find their way into this 2-on-2, but now with no more utility remaining.
Yeah, now you're gonna have to go for a dry plant. That means you need to kill off Marcelius when you get on side so you can plant it behind the box safely. But do they know where the last 2 players are? Bomb gets dropped by Coolio. Fleeve is gonna push out, however, getting aggressive. Picks up the bomb, but doesn't expect Marcelius that close. Marcelius finishes the round with 3 kills to his name, 13-10, and another one in the bag for Apeks.
Excellent work from the Nordic side. They really have started to wake up in the latter stages of Mirage, and the Budapest 5, despite winning the opening pistol and converting the following couple, really it's just been the Apeks show ever since round 9. It feels like we had a brief break at the start of the second half, but now we are well and truly resuming here in Act 2 of the Apeks show, and they look to continue to dominate. The Budapest 5 are taking a timeout because yes, they can invest, but they're going to have such limited utility, and they've been wrecked consistently running into those bomb sites by that CT utility that it really wouldn't be a great purchase for them in this round. They're still going to go for it by the looks of things. I mean, it just looks like a confused buy. Fleeve might have over-invested as the rest of his side are trying to stay over $2,000. This really doesn't bode well for the side's communication with a mixed buy like this.
Maybe he can make the hero play happen. I mean, Fleeve is the top fragger of the team. It doesn't help that Corey is starting to burn his legs. So starting the round a little bit more wounded and completely wounded. A corpse on a ramp has been dropped. And this would be the perfect round where they'd have to go aggressive towards B. Because now there's only one B defender and no one is even close on the B rotations. But it is going to be Truth peeking out wide. Gets taken down, though, by Bodito.
Oh, it's a great opening play from the Budapest 5, but Dennis recovering there might just have made it that much easier now for Apeks in the remainder of the round. Torji, if he can get the flank onto Gruss, who's holding B short, that would be absolutely wonderful. But the problem is his teammate Bodito is so likely to be killed before that flank comes through that it really could have little effect in the rest of this half. Torji, what can he do in this 1 versus 3 now? He has to win it out to try and deny the 14-10 scoreline, and he might just get the drop on Gruz here, but with 2 more kills to find and just 35 seconds to work with, it looks as though this is another Apeks round.
Well, grabbing the bomb is going to be a problem with Marcelius and that op holding the short angle. He does smoke it off and is going to be able to get a little bit closer, but yeah, Marcelius will not miss that shot because he is absolutely on fire. 24 a kill per round and only 12 deaths, and that after, you know, they were behind 7-1 on the first map, the first half. That's a big recovery coming up from the Opper.
Well, he's been a huge component of this Apeks side. You do have to think as well that when they lost those opening rounds, they were 7-1 down. Marcelius basically never had an AWP in his hand, but as soon as they started to recover their economy and they put that sniper rifle in position, they were so much more readily able to deal with that CT aggression from the Budapest 5 side, and translating onto the CT side as well. They've been so effective of just shutting down any kind of early info play from the Hungarian side. That AWP has been so impactful on Mirage, and going aggressive, it might be yet more so. Instead, it's Gruss who gets taken down by Coolio. Corey finds Akez now as well. This round, one in which Apeks have been caught out of position, and the Hungarians have a 2-man advantage.
And now it's all on Marcelius on the B side. He's got the op, and he's got to make he needs to make it rain bodies to defend it. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty clean round from Budapest 5. They get all 5 and a nice even spread. So finally they'll be able to win a round, and finally they'll make a little bit of bank. But they still need a lot of rounds to tie this series up. It is possible. I mean, this is, of course, the Malta vibes. We have seen our fair share of comebacks and overtimes. Will we get another one to decide who's going to make it to the winners match?
Well, Apeks look as though they really don't want overtime to come through. They've brought the double AWPs out now, and Marcelius, looking to peek into mid, does not get punished, but can't also deal the damage with that smoke timing either. It looks as though Apeks are still committing towards mid. They do want to more actively defend it in this particular round, and we'll have to see whether or not that costs them just yet. They're holding passive positions, and they have had to back off slightly and allow it over to the Budapest 5, but still holding on to Connector and Jungle. They could refrag at any moment. Now that Hungarian utility is being dumped in towards A, but the bomb is yet to make a commitment, and this could be a mid to B strat.
And look at, again, the B defense is pretty weak. Akez is not going to get cleared out, so will be able to get one back and will fall away. But if they have any utility left, one molly, a flash, they need to make sure that they don't get swarmed while they're planting. And Truth tries to go for it, but it's not going to be successful. Fleeve, he spots out Akez and shuts him down. Oh, this game might get a lot more interesting with this take from Budapest 5. They have realized probably that B is actually not that well defended most of the rounds by the Apeks squad.
They certainly have been focusing more towards A and mid, and that is something that the Budapest 5 have been able to exploit in this round. Now the gap just at 2 points between these two sides, as Apeks will be able to get guns out in the next round. Dennis has a healthy amount of cash available, assuming he does survive this round. He could drop even 2 M4s if he really wanted to and still buy himself utility, and that's more than enough to make this a comfortable buy for the Apeks side. But even if they secure map point relatively soon, we could still be in overtime territory, as the Budapest 5 need just 2 rounds to tie up the scoreline, and 3 would put them on map point themselves.
It's going to be a toughie. The money is nearly gone on Apeks. Only Dennis has some extra in the bank, so this is a must-win for Budapest 5. And again, they're going to go for a very aggressive quick rush towards the B side. They're very close, actually. And they're already out. They might not expect this. Gruss gets annihilated. Akaz with the defense will not win it against Coolio, and that is going to be the A side, the B side gone. And immediately, Apeks call the save.
They have to keep these rifles alive. Their economy going to be much more dire in that next round. Dennis still has 5k, so he can still drop, but this is two back-to-back where Budapest 5 have undercommitted to that B bomb site and just been smashed to pieces by the contact plays. You can really see what the Budapest 5 are trying to work with on this T side here. This is what they were trying to use at the start of the half. Go out quickly, overwhelm the riflers before they're in defensive positions, and then just put yourself in a post-plant position where it's not even worth your opponent's time to even attempt the retake. They really struggled with that strategy at the start of the half, but it's working much better towards the end of their T side, as they need just one round victory to tie up the scoreline. They have such a big bank built that they could be safe until the end of regulation.
I think Apeks need to swap one very crucial component, and that's they need to have one player just always playing short. That way he can always hear the steps if they're rushing towards B and then call for the molly toss, for instance. But they didn't expect Apeks, they didn't expect Budapest to rush in that quickly. So they didn't have their mollies ready. And as you can see, on towards the B side, they're getting aggressive. 2 men short push, and that means A is now all of a sudden very empty. So if they hurry up with this execute, they could completely crush the A defense.
Well, the utility is pouring out in this A site. It's Truth and Dennis who have to defend and buy time for the rotations, but Truth has to retreat from the Molotov, and he gets caught out while attempting to do so. Dennis yet to ring off shots means he's yet to be peaked even before swinging around. He's going to get Corey at the very minimum and looks for a second now as well. They push into him and eventually clear him away, but it's still a 3-on-3 retake as the plant has not yet been denied. 2 M4s and an AWP to try and come back in, as this time it's Bedito who's found in the flames. He gets Marcelius before falling and leaves it now in the 2-on-2. Arquez tapping that bomb, desperate to make it work, but Torgi on the AWP does not have the lineup in the smoke. Arquez, the IGL for Apeks, perhaps saving it at the last possible second.
Actually getting the ninja defuse in, pros don't fake, and I mean the bomb ticked in a completely different position, and it's always not nasty to try and get those sticks through the smoke, but a very crucial save from Akaz to make sure that they'll get at least overtime if the next 2 rounds go wrong.
They still have a poor buy in the round. They only managed to scrape through on survival, and this time it's very heavy mid commitment from the Apeks side and then falling back into a B stack. That is totally the wrong call in what could be the last round for them of this map. Their economy is going to be smashed if they don't win this one out. As the utility pours in, they know they've misread the situation. They know it's going to have to be the A bomb site, and Marcelius is desperate, praying for a kill through the smoke to allow his team an early advantage, but it's Fleeve who's found it instead. Akez falling, the hero of rounds prior, and Apeks, they could really be arguing just to save at this point in time. Their economy would be wrecked if they failed this retake, and I think that's the call they have to make. They have to allow Budapest 5-14 and fight for victory in regulation. This one is going all the way.
Yeah, this is an absolute banger of a match. It's, I mean, I honestly have no idea who's going to win this. Apeks, they need Budapest 5 to make another mistake, like the first couple of rounds. They need to make them lose their flow. They're really aggressive right now, but in the beginning, they managed to shut down that aggression. Torzi catches Marcelius, but that made me look, oh my god, Torzi with a second. Dropping that op, and Marcelius is now with an op, without an op in the most crucial round of the game.
That's so much impact there from Torgi. That really could be the difference between overtime and an Apeks victory. They've taken 2 critical rifles away from the CT side at the most important time in this match. Apeks have to drop down onto 2 MP9s and a pistol to defend this round. It's going to be another A site attack from the Budapest 5. They dump utility into mid to feign commitment and then hold to drop smokes into the A bomb site. They decide to go quickly and attempt to force us to overtime with the contact plays. Truth close. It's Dennis though who finds the first kill with the MP9, and the kills, they go in the Nord's favor. 3 openers found by Apeks as they shut the Budapest 5 out of the A bomb site and leave Fleeve and Torji to recover against 4.
Yeah, it was the close range SMGs. They just completely tore their faces off. 2 players, one playing on top of plateau, one below, and a player from a distance just spraying at everyone that even peeked around the angle. They got the kills that they required, and now it's all on Torzi and Fleeve. Torzi with the op. Fleeve is actually crawling his way into the A site, getting right behind Truth. This could be crucial. This is the first shot, but luckily enough, Marcelius is still somewhere to be found. Is going to jump down, flank from ramp. They're going to get the bomb plant in. Will they expect the player from ramp?
In a way, I think this could have worked out for the Apeks side. They've won that gunfight now, and instead of being tempted into 2 1v1s in the A bomb site, they can focus on the 3-on-2. Torji finds Marcelius, and now with an AWP in hand, he has to find 2 players aggressing from CT, one of whom is on just 10 HP, but he's crept around the right side of the box. This is overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Unless Torji whiffs these shots onto Gruss, he's done enough to force us into overtime. Ladies and gentlemen, a quad kill from the Hungarian AWPer is taking us to extended time in the opening match of this Malta Vibes Cup.
How does he I mean, this is just perfect. Crawls his way towards the side. They still think that he's playing the ramp, even though that doesn't really make sense with the way the bomb is planted, but especially the one with the most HP going for the bomb defuse, and he just taps him in the head. Finish the last one off afterwards, and this is just, I mean, OT. We said it, we expected it, and we're gonna get it.
Well, 19. Now the magic number for either side to try and target, as it is the mirrored scoreline 8-7 apiece. And not only 8-7 apiece either, but 8-7 in a very similar fashion, where Apeks started out completely dominant, but it seems to be almost a curse of sides in Malta Vibes. As soon as they hit 14 rounds, that just seems it. They start to lose momentum. They start to get trapped in their own heads. It seems like they worry too much about what their opponents are going to do and then throw the leads away. I've seen it happen time and time again in these cups so far. Closing out matches is clearly not the strong suit of teams at this level.
Yeah, this was definitely a round that Apeks needed to finish. This was 100% a round that they needed to finish. I mean, with the positioning that they had, they went for a 2-man stack towards B in the last round, even though they could have just, you know, played together. And no one was holding connector, no one was holding any of the crucial areas. There was just one player push palace, the other one was peeking ramp, and they had no idea where the second player was of Budapest 5.
Just a really nightmarish situation to be in at the end. They're losing out on such a vital clutch in the very last possible moments is going to be hugely mentally damaging for your side, but a huge mental boost to the side of your opponents. The Budapest 5 are absolutely screaming in the server that they have an opportunity to make it through the upper bracket at the moment, and we mentioned it at the start of the map. It was going to be the battle of the AWPers between these two sides, and check out the scoreboards. Torji and Marcelius both on 26 kills. The only difference between those two players is that Torji has an extra death.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. The AWPers, the star players, so to say, of the two teams, just trying to. They both carried their team completely this game, and it's gonna be a blast because this is 16k OT, so that means they're gonna have ops every possible round. And that's going to be always great to see, because it's a little bit sad that a team keeps on forcing up and missing out on that crucial op for their main guy.
Well, now our partners over at LootBet seem to think this one has equalized substantially. They still are narrowly edging it out in the favor of Apeks, but those odds are much more balanced than they once were. This time, the Budapest 5 falling back more onto their default styles, and this is where you're really going to see the CT sides get far more creative. Now that they don't have their own economy to worry about, you can expect to see much more aggressive plays from AWPs. And indeed, Marcelius is keeping that theme alive by posting himself up at close range in the B apartments.
This Truth actually already dropped all of his utility at the start of the round. Nice snap from Marcelius taking down Coolio, gives the advantage to Apeks. And that aggressive smoke towards Apps means it's going to take a while before... Oh, they spotted each other out. Marcelius a little bit slow on that trigger. Bodito gets a double. Now the rotations are going to be completely cut off. But where are they actually going to strike? That is the question. How are they going to handle this? Corey, close range, Gruss. Gruss wins that duel, and it's going to be a 3-on-3 so far. It's going to be a B attempt. Coming through Fleeve with the bomb in Palace. But because of that molly drop towards a short... The peak can't come through from Torzi, and it's going to be interesting. Dennis actually kills off Torzi all the way from A, and they need to hold this B push. The last man standing, Fleeve, going to get anything done? No. Gruss with a huge 3K to make sure that they take the first round of OT.
Great work from the Norwegian rifle, and now topping the scoreboard on his team, him and Marcelius having a bit of friendly competition at the moment to see who can have the first kills at the end of this opening map. Apeks with the 1-round advantage. Head forward still with the single AWP as Budapest 5. They don't adjust much with this T-side default. They're still going for some mid-commitment. They're still putting some presence in the B apartments, and still it's Apeks who get the opening kills this time. Marcelius again ringing out with those impactful opening AWP kills and putting Budapest 5 on the back foot immediately.
And also a decent amount of damage dealt to Bodito. They've got... Budapest 5 are too afraid to take the mid area right now, and they're all around jungle for Apeks right now. Dennis playing close angles. This could be pretty massive. It's going to be Marcelius peeking into Torzi. Oh, he just spots him out. Is going to peek out wide.
Lands the second shot as well onto Dennis. That is absolutely massive, as now the rotations have been baited all the way into this A bomb site, and Truth might just suspect there could be a mid contingent to this attack.
That is absolutely... That he got this Dennis as well. I did not expect him. I had a feeling that he had absolutely no clue that Dennis was even close. Truth in the connector gets a one and done. They're going to go for the A site. It's going to be Apeks trying to hold them off from the push. Does have one smoke to make sure that he could possibly push in a little bit further. It's going to be a bomb plant for Bodito. One bullet.
Oh,
how does he not fall?
How unfortunate for the Apeks side. They can't deny the plant, but Arquez has at least found the kill in the late instance, and that leaves Gruz now in a one-on-one, actually. As Torji's ult rings out, he now knows the position he has to worry about and is deploying utility to try and buy himself room to maneuver. But Torji is reading this absolutely perfectly at the moment, not giving an inch until his opponent peeks out, but he misses a vital shot, lets his opponent stick the bomb right now as Gruz keeps holding on. Torji, he's lost control of the 1v1. How on earth has he done that? His opponent just sticks the bomb, and Torji shoulder peeking, just can't even see it.
Pros don't fake, is what they say. I mean, he even had a molly, which he could have possibly tossed on the bomb. Yes, it would have been pretty much his own suicide. But there were, you know, he thought that he got him off the bomb, but wow, that is a ballsy play to just hold down that defuse. And with that, Apeks get the second round of OT. That is absolutely insane, especially with how much work Torzi has been putting in so far. Akes snaps down Fleeve, And that is another advantage to start off the OT round for Apeks. The flash is Gruss completely blinded. No one peeks out the truck, and they just spray him down. All 3 OT rounds going for Apeks.
That is certainly not what we expected. The Budapest 5 slowed down substantially in those first 2 rounds, actually. And despite it coming down to a 1v1 in the second, they couldn't do anything against that Apeks defensive half. Gruz has been so good in the later stages of this map, especially on this B-bomb site, just anchoring like an absolute hero and giving his team 3 chances now to win the single round necessary to claim victory in this map. But they are up against a strategy they themselves wouldn't want to consider in overtime. It's the double AWPs brought out by the CT side, and Apeks hadn't had to deal with that on too many occasions so far.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive positioning coming out from Corey. They do have a decent B defense on Budapest 5, but they got to be careful because they can get flushed out very quickly here, especially with their close angles that they're playing. And they are expecting them to be in close angles, standing on top of each other, spraying them on top of the ladder. Both CTs chime in for a kill. Russ needs a little bit of help. CT player did not get smoked off. And with that, it's going to be a 3-on-2 retake from the CTs. Akez is completely flashed off. He's trying to fight up against Coolio, but Dorsey does spot him out. Should give away the intel. Coolio is completely blinded. Bomb's going to get planted. And Cleave through the box headshot. Beautiful. They know where Akez is. He has to peek wide into 2 ops. He's never going to win that duel.
Unfortunate for the Apeks captain. He can't hold on to the clutch, but the Budapest 5 stay alive. The double snipers, they make it work, and really it was that shot from Flea through the box, isolating the 1-on-2 engagement for his team, and perhaps doing enough work now to build momentum for the CT side. Still 2 more chances for Apeks to close this out in the first overtime, but the 2 AWPs are going to be alive throughout this CT half now that they've survived the opening round, and Apeks are going to have to use a different strategy in this one.
Yeah, they're going to go aggressive towards mid. I mean, you do need to have aggression, but they're just getting completely shredded from multiple angles. 2 down already. Luckily, money doesn't matter in OT, but it is still pretty painful to lose 2 rounds. So they better try and step this up because their utility is actually almost gone. They've got 1 molly, 1 nade, 1 flash, and 1 smoke.
It is the CT side reigning supreme at the moment, it feels, as the utility left over from Apeks. It's really not enough to work with now. They've got to make their way into the A bomb site. They don't even have enough smokes to commit to a plant here, let alone hold for the retake. But of course, in 16k overtime, you just have to go for it. There is literally no reason not to. Torji on the close angle, or at least from CT, he's going to be the point of first contact. Completely blind, he lands that shot, and this looks like another round for the Hungarians. The
CTs really are completely shutting down. Like, both these sides not really having the most creative plans of attack. Just try to rush something out, hope that the enemies are unaware of your positioning. And, well, Marshallius does have the bomb, and he does have a free B site.
He might be able to get a plant, but with these Hungarian players running in ever so quickly, he's lucky to even be alive at this point. With 10 seconds left, there are players all around him, and he knows it. He will get at least 1 kill, but Vedito can clean it up with the M4A4 and bring the Budapest 5 within 1 round, now forcing us into double overtime. Apeks now desperate to end things here in OT1. They call now a timeout on the T side to try and figure out their strategies, but there's a serious kill disparity on the T side at the moment. They've got 2 players over 30 and 2 under 20.
Yeah, this there's a real carry coming in. I mean, Truth and Corey are both really struggling behind. Coolio is like okay, she's almost evened out his score, but Marshallius, Gruss, Dorsey, and Fleeve, all four of them really trying their best to carry their team. They're popping off multiple round wins for those players alone. But who is going to reign supreme? Is this going to be another OT, or are we going to be able to see Apeks go on to the next round in the winners? Well, I want to say bracket always, but it's not a bracket. Just a winners match.
It might as well be the smallest of brackets you can possibly get. Marcelius, I think he only has a Tech 9 in this round. Why on earth? That makes no sense. He has enough money himself for a real weapon here. I'm totally confused in this. I can only assume that he forgot to buy in time, and this play is just predicated on him going quickly out into middle. He's going to run back to base now and potentially recover a gun. There's his AWP. I don't know why on earth that was left all the way in spawn. Perhaps a little bit of an early mistake, but I was seriously confused there.
I mean, I've seen multiple plays. I've seen Chris J do that recently. Last month as well, where he played with a P250 when he had like 7k extra in OT. I was like, what?
Definitely confusing from the AWPers. And, you know, high pressure situations like this, they really can lead mistakes like that to be made. And Apeks can't afford any more mistakes to be made in this round. Gruss has gone so aggressive. He's in such a good spot at the moment, but Apeks need to be able to convert this into a bomb plant here. Otherwise, if they lose 1 or 2 players before putting the bomb down, it's going to be an easy retake from the Budapest 5.
Well, Gruss does get rid of Fleeve. They plant the bomb nicely, but Corey was still hiding on the site. That sneaky little angle that he's played before. However, the bomb is down. They've got connector control. Truth is still playing in. They don't know where the last player is. They don't know where Dennis is because he hasn't made a shot just yet. Now he's gonna... Oh, yeah, he has the full bomb angle as well. Cleans up Coolio. Will this be the last round? It's getting pretty close. 2-on-2. Molly has been dropped. They have no smoke left on the CTs. It's gonna be Gruss shutting down Torzy.
He's at the same angle. He's done it, Gruss. That is a heroic play there from Apeks. They bait Dennis out to full effect, and the Budapest 5 just have no idea what to expect in the last few seconds of that last round. It takes a little bit longer than they would have hoped, but Apeks are your side, advancing into the winners matchup later on. It looks like we're just waiting for the other match to finish before we know who will be in the next series, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick ads.
Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. That was one of the best tickle fights I've been to.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Malta Vibes, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. It is time to decide which of our first teams in Group A will be advancing to the playoffs. The winner of this decider best of three will be earning the opening playoff spot, and it is, of course, going to be between Apeks and Hellraisers, who both had a long match in their opening maps, winning 19-17 against their respective opponents. The losers, Budapest 5 and Lyngby Vikings, will be playing to avoid elimination later on, but for now, we get to decide who our first quarterfinalists are going to be. My name is Protalis, and talking you through this best of three series with me is going to be DK Truman. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. That was an amazing first match. I've even watched a couple of the highlights of the Hellraisers match, and I mean, both matches just looked, again, both matches massive comebacks, taking it to overtime, and then in overtime making it even more interesting and shutting it down 19-17. It's very interesting to watch how close all these teams actually are, and with that, the bans and map picks have been secured. So the first couple of the first map that we're going to go to is Vertigo, which is one of my favorite maps to watch, mainly because I am not that well versed on the map myself, so I love to see all the different kinds of executes and strats on that map. However, mainly it comes down for the T's to just rush A, throw the utility, and then see what sticks. And the second map is going to be trained, with the third decider map being Nuke. What do you think about these map choices?
Well, it definitely is favouring Nordavind, at least on that first map of Vertigo. They have the firm statistical advantage. However, when you look back over towards their T side over on Mirage, at least at the start, they struggled a little bit to really get going and start building up momentum, and that could be a problem on Vertigo, as the T side is so predicated on entry kills. If you can't find the opening kills on a way into a bomb site, the way that the map is laid out, it's not like a Mirage, for example, where if you don't get an opening kill ramp, you can just rotate around and try and push in through connector and then push more players through. Unless you win those opening gunfights, you're really not going to make your way into the bomb sites, which could be an issue for Apeks. But overall, they definitely do have the advantage on this first map. However, the next two maps in the series are going to be Train and Nuke. And the last time that these sides faced each other in a best of three series, Hellraisers managed to beat Apeks on both of those maps in rather convincing fashion. So while we're starting off well for Apeks, it is this HR roster that is going to have the advantage later on in the series. And in terms of an individual head-to-head, Marcelius and JR, both players with the best statistics from either side, and they have an identical HLTV rating.
It's going to be very interesting. Of course, the match that you're talking about was in June, so it's been a while ago, about 2 months almost. So that's let's hope that Apeks has improved since then, so that we're going to get a very, I prefer, you know, my maps to go to the third, which would, of course, favor the side of Hellraisers, because they have a massive advantage in win percentage on Nuke. There was one moment where you were talking about Nordavind, and I got very confused, but that was yesterday.
Yeah.
Apeks, they did show up, especially Marcelius showed up last game massively on the op and in the overtime, and just the moment that they started winning rounds on Apeks was the moment that he finally picked up that op, and that's pretty much what they need. They need to not, if they're gonna lose a round or two, just keep him at least low on money, let the rest buy around him, and make sure that he gets an op, because that he opens up the site, he defends it so easily against all the against the enemy, and that is probably on these maps, not so much on the first map, Vertigo, but if you take it to Train and Nuke, those are together with Dust 2 the heaviest op maps out there.
He is really going to be a vital player for that Apeks side, as it's not just like He's important for the Apeks side for his AWPing ability. His AWPing ability makes a significant proportion of Apex's firepower. So if he goes missing in a round, the Nordic side lose more than just an AWPer. They lose a significant portion of their fragging. And that is really not something you want to have happen to you in a series where your opponents have come out on top of the veto. You are going to be at a disadvantage in both of the last two maps. And while that doesn't necessarily mean you're guaranteed a loss in the series, it does mean that you need your heavy hitters to show up, because you're going to be fighting on uncomfortable territory. And if you're not winning opening gunfights and duels, that just really affects the mental game of your team so much that if you're already on a map you don't like, that's what really can build into a team just shutting down.
Yeah, it's this is going to be a very close match. I mean, Apeks has looked a lot better recently. Their performance, their scores haven't been as great, but their performance definitely has looked pretty sweet. Hellraisers have not really played that much lately, pretty much at all. So they might be a little bit rusty, which could be advantageous for Apeks. It's kind of weird for me to see the Hellraisers lineup, because I'm like used to the old Hellraisers lineup, you know, with everyone that eventually ended up in Mouse Sports.
Mm-hmm.
That was such a beautiful. I just missed that, you know, those. Oh, who are all those players again?
Had players like Issa, Frozen, I believe, making the mix in those rosters. But either way, it does look like we have Vertigo just about ready to go for you here. The opening map and the opening knife round about to get underway to dictate which side gets the preferred side start here on Vertigo. It really does have to be a strong performance from this Apeks side. They haven't played an official match on Vertigo, though, since all the way back at the start of July, so we need to hope they're not too rusty heading into this one.
Vertigo is actually one of the only maps that is very T-sided, because it's one of those maps, again, the rotations between A and B is incredibly long, where it can get shut down right through the middle if they have a mid-flanker. And retaking A is pretty doable for the CTs. Retaking B, however, that one's most of the time pretty annoying, but in general, just getting on top of B for the Ts is... Well, you see them mainly skipping out on the B side altogether.
Well, this is really interesting from our partners over at LootBet. These are the odds just for the first map here, and they do actually favor Hellraisers rather significantly, despite the bit of a downturn they have on the opening map of Vertigo. That's a really interesting call, but when you do look at some of their losses, they have been very close in recent times, so perhaps it is not all a closed case for Hellraisers here. Perhaps they've been putting in more work, and LootBet knows something we don't.
That has all the intel in the world, and let's see if that's gonna pay off. It starts off with Gruss getting a double in the opener. Apeks, they know exactly where Hellraisers are coming from, and they're gonna get chopped in half. Falling back, Akaz on that B side all alone. Flarich needs to kill him off, then he can get the bomb plant. Actually drops the bomb behind him and wouldn't even be able to get the bomb plant in time before the rotations come through. First round for Apeks to start off this series.
And a rather clean opening round as well. Gruss with that double entry towards the A ramp, just denying Hellraisers any room whatsoever on the A side of the map, but it isn't going to deter them early on. They are going to be bringing that force buy into this second round. MAC-10s and pistols, all that they'll have in terms of firepower, though, and they just need to try and avoid the CT utility. Despite Gruss being tagged down early, he is still alive, and this gets messy in mid, but HR have at least replied with one kill, but Truth making sure they get nothing else so far. Him and Dennis shutting mid down and leaving Problem just 8 HP between him and a lost round.
That's a quick shutdown coming out from Apeks on the CT side, and I mean, I did already say it, but it is a very heavily T-sided map, so getting as many rounds on that CT side is as crucial as possible. This should be, the next round should be a pretty even, pretty easy round for Apeks. They should upgrade too much because you do need your flashes and smokes. Hellraise, I think they all bought a deagle, every single one of them.
Not necessarily a poor investment to have, although it might leave them slightly stretched for cash in the upcoming round, but at least they're dealing damage, I suppose. This FAMAS from Arquez, though, has really shut them all down in mid. 3 early kills found, and with Jalem cleaned up at the bottom of the ramp, it's left Kalinka this time as the man with it all to do. It's going to be another relatively easy round from Apeks. They could have taken more significant losses than they did. Arquez and Marcelius, if they both fell, it would have been definitely the expensive round. And as Kalinka on 23 pushes over, he is going to look for more damage, but he will be denied it. Now Hellraiser's going to look for their fall by, but they're up against 4 rifles at bare minimum with the reinvestment coming through from Gruss.
They've got a lot of money on Apeks already in the 3rd round. That's pretty quick on that banking. Nice interest as well. Marcelius with the op pickup. They are gonna have a very decent amount of rifles. Normally you see like the first real gun round, you know, SMG still being dragged over just so that you can save a little bit on the money, but they don't want to be have the possibility of dropping the op. A great flash coming out, and he knows that Cleric is still stuck behind, but does pop off the head. That was an amazing flash. He was completely blind on Problem.
That was great. A little beautiful set piece there from Apeks. Gruss just gets a bit over aggressive. Even though he knows Flowers is in that angle, he probably should have backed off there, knowing that as soon as he pops up, he's going to have a pre-fire onto him. And now, actually, over on the A side of the map, it is Hellraisers who found the next kill. Truth is dancing around the smoke, though, and that second headshot has been immense. He's even found another kill from behind the sandbags as he pushes forward to punish JR. It's Flaric left alone now, having found the kill onto Gruss. It's unlikely he'll get anything done for the remainder of the round, and Truth stepping up in a big way over on the A side.
That's why you need that extra money for all the utility in the world, because you need to molly out sandbags. You need to nade it even, possibly, if you have any inkling someone might be around that area. And yeah, it's a very, there's so many nasty angles on this map as well, and because it's a reasonably new map, you don't have that feel like you do, for instance, with Mirage, where you always have the same routine when you clear out a site. You know, they're either there, you know, the perfect angles, but sometimes there's still those surprise angles that you keep forgetting, you keep flinching over, and that's what I love about new or updated maps, is those extra angles that no one keeps paying attention to, that can just make it incredibly tough for the T's to follow through.
Well, it certainly made it tough for Hellraisers in this round at the very least, as it's 4 quickly in a row for Apeks at the start of Vertigo. It's great news as well for their CT economy, as Arquez had $11,000 at the start of this round before dropping a weapon over to his teammates. He's found 7 kills already at the start of this round, and with a double AWP setup looking to come forward in round 5, that's certainly a little bit of a gamble. Their banks can definitely support this kind of a buy going forward, but it's risky to allow the snipers to fall into Hellraiser's hands.
This is an incredibly greedy buy, because it does put your money at a pretty disadvantageous position. They lost a lot of money. They could have, yeah. And also, this map, there are some nice sniper angles. Marcelius is going to be playing the B alone, it seems. Actually, mid and B at the same time, so he has to be very careful. And that means Dennis is going to be playing towards that A site with the op. But they want to get aggressive here on Apeks to clear out, or at least get intel on the A round.
Certainly do. They've not really been deterred from aggressing towards this portion of the map just yet, but they're also not overcommitted. They are sending a couple of players out mid, at least for now, and Marcelius is no longer actively holding that angle. With the Molotov dropped in his window, he is going to be aware that there are players around the mid position, but Hellraisers, a lot of time has ticked down from this clock, and they've made very few motions. They've got the top of A ramp control, but the bomb currently isn't interested in advancing there. Instead, it looks like they do want to give things a go out mid and convert this into a bomb side attack, but Dennis has already taken down one of these attacking T side players and left Marcelius to hold true on B. He's dropped the bomb first, and with 20 seconds left, Hellraisers may have left it too long.
They still managed to switch it out and should be able to get a bomb plant. As I say that, they're taking fights on that B side. Flairage does win another one, and now it's all on Problem solo on the site. But they're giving him 2 1v1s. Luckily enough, Gruss does peek in time before Problem can reset his aim, and they will be able to defuse the bomb. That's going to be 5 rounds in a row for Apeks. The problem was for Hellraisers when they went up towards that B site, they had no utility left. Now, a single flash would have been enough to get Marcelius off the angle and force him all the way back. A smoke and you could have gotten a free plant, and that's why you always need to have extra utility in the bag if you're going to go for an execute. Dry peeking sometimes works, but not against Marcelius.
Definitely not in that last round at very minimum, and despite it being expensive for Apeks, losing 4 players but saving only one of their 2 AWPs forward, they're still going to invest into the double sniper setup, and this means that even though they're currently winning rounds, they are still burning through their cash reserves at a tremendous rate to put these snipers on the board. It's just Apeks and Truth now who have the reserves remaining to drop forward should they need it. There's still 5 rifles available from the Hellraiser side, and this time they look to go quickly towards the A ramp.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick execute, but the smokes and flashes in return should try and block them off. However, look at Gruss's aggressive peek. Gets one, sprays down a second, peek out wide, but James does manage to get 2 in return. Luckily, Truth chimes in through the smoke, gets the headshot, peek forward, Problem clears him out, and that's going to be on the side. Marcelius, he has to hold down the line, and Marcelius with a great flick to win round number 6, keeping one of the ops at least alive.
He certainly does. 2 surviving this time for Apeks, and really that double entry just does so much work. If Gruss doesn't find those kills, it's a much easier route into the A bomb site, and Marcelius faces overwhelming odds then. Instead, he only has 2 players to worry about, and he lands those 2 pixel perfect shots. Hellraisers now drop down onto Galils and Deagles to try and make things work in round 7, as Apeks have looked to give them no room to maneuver whatsoever on the T side of Vertigo. If they keep this performance up, we'll be on train rather quickly than we expected.
Problem does chop them both up. I mean, Marcelius was very low in HP, so he could just spray and hopefully walk into him. And that puts it at a very problematic situation for Apeks, because he's going to have to defend against 3. Luckily, Truth does chime in mid. Does get one, but gets taken out afterwards. JR with the Deagle close range against Apeks. Oh, this is dangerous. A headshot's all he need. JR is going to fall back, and with that, they know where the last player is. A site is completely clear, and he is going for the full sprint.
Don't think JR was close enough to get those sound cues at the moment, and because Kalinka is aggressing into mid, I think that's definitely the case. I don't think there's any awareness of Arcus' current positioning, but due to the setup that Hellraisers can get on the board, they should still be able to hold on to this one. To be honest with you, if I was on the HR side, I'd have dropped my M4 over to the full HP player, because now he has to take an engagement with just a Deagle against that full rifle. Unfortunately for the Apeks captain, he's not been able to win the isolated one-on-one engagement, but now he has claimed it in his favor and still has twice as much HP as his opponent. Kalinka has to time his peak perfectly, and he does so indeed. As Apeks tries to tap the bomb, Kalinka swings out and wins Hellraisers their first round of this map.
We're gonna get a repeat. Oh, yeah.
The opportunity to talk about our partners over at Hellcase. You won't get bored with them. If you use promo codes MaltaV and MaltaV15, you can save more and grab what you deserve. Now it looks like Apeks dropping down onto the pistols for the first time.
I was just about to say before you called out our amazing sponsors, that this is the exact same scoreline we had on our previous map when we casted Apeks, but they were the losing side at that moment. It would mean that at the moment Apeks should win this round. Ooh. And it seems they're gonna start popping off themselves with the pistols. No armor behind any of the players, not a single bullet of damage taken. JR. Oh.
Ooh. Just about does spot the head there in the corner, but can't flick for the shot speedily enough. Now, these Deagles without body armor, as you mentioned, that's the real risk factor. They have to hit these quick headshots, but already finding 2 openers is great news for Apeks. If they keep rotating Deags in, all they have to do is spam the pistols down, and they should be in an advantageous position to go for a retake. Even if they find just one more kill like that from Truth, this is a dangerous round from the Nordic side. What is happening? 3 massive headshots from the only armored player on Apeks' side, and now Flaric has to 1v5. They've tagged him down minorly, but they've eventually put him down as well. That is an amazing round from Apeks.
And that, my friend, is why you never go towards the B side. Oh, that was absolutely beautiful. I mean, all of the kills were headshots as well. Just completely annihilated. No armor behind it, no utility whatsoever. Just dry peaks all over the place. It's kind of surprising that Hellraiser didn't use any of their own utility actually in that round to try and clear out the site or, you know, flash them off the angle. But they just wanted to go for the dry peaks. Truth playing sandbags. Flaric going towards mid, where they're going to be facing up against Marcelius. Surprisingly enough, Dennis is wielding the op instead of Marcelius.
That is a really interesting call. Despite Marcelius actually having enough money to be on the weapon, they clearly think that it's more effective to put the sniper towards A, and Marcelius potentially feeling more comfortable in these B angles. Jalem does well to reply, but Gruss keeping the man advantage in Apeks' favor, that really is the crucial factor. It keeps Hellraisers at a disadvantage and keeps them desperate to make plays in the round. They're now hunting actively for mid control, and they could face some hefty CT aggression if they try and take it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mid battle coming through. Peek outward, Flaric and Problem trade kills. Yeah, this is looking pretty dangerous for Hellraisers. They are completely out of money. Again, Kalinka Akaz plays aggressively, and Problem is the last man standing. What can he even do right now? 35 seconds. He needs to clear out an entire bomb site and get the bomb down before the rotations come in. Is this going to be a round where he's just going to have to force that save? Or is he going to go in? I mean, there's a one playing on the stairs closer to his side. You know, barely anyone ever peeks that corner.
It does definitely seem to be the case that it is a bit of an overlooked spot on this map, and one that has allowed Apeks now to have their 8th round. Double Orps back out on the CT side, and we knew that this map was going to favor Apeks slightly. I'm not quite sure I was expecting this dominant of a performance, especially when you look at things and consider that the T side is far and away the easier half here for Hellraisers. They have pretty much a 10% difference in round victories compared to their T side and their CT side, and these opening kills from Apeks just make it more and more difficult for Hellraisers to get anything done. They have just the pistols to work with, and they're being locked out of the A site.
Yeah, this was excellently done by Apeks. They just mollied, smoked everything off, and made sure that there was no rush possible, and that just shuts down Hellraisers completely. But now is going to be the full buy round, everything that both teams would want to have. And Hellraisers, what kind of strat do they have left? I mean, they haven't really gone for a B execute just yet, and they've gone a couple of times for it, but no actual, you know, smokes, mollies, flashes, nades to clear out the site. We might get an aggressive peek from Marcelius.
Definitely was thinking about it, but might have been deterred there as the utility from Hellraisers came through. And this time HR are actually utilizing a strategy I do agree with, but it's one Apeks haven't have fallen for. A lot of the times when you see sides get this much of a lead, they get overconfident, they get over-aggressive and try and win the opening kills. So Hellraisers are just waiting for these peaks right now, and Apeks hadn't been traditionally tempted to give it to them. This is about as aggressive as they've gotten towards mid, and I really like this lack of overextension.
Rust gets himself killed, drops down to 19 HP, will fall back, and with Marcelius holding the op angle for the boost, will just be trying to catch them off. Oh, nice catch from Kalinka taking down Akaz, but that mid area is under control by Marcelius. B, however, only literally has Marcelius to try and defend it. Truth is trying to help out his buddy, but Marcelius is all stuck on site. Luckily, the rotations are coming in from Truth, but where are the T players heading off to? Is it going to be a B or an A take?
B
honestly, the map
like
always...
the answer.
Yeah, that's going to be B. It's always confusing. With the different floors on this map, there's going to be a nice clean headshot onto Marcelius. And it's going to be a retake situation for Apeks. They have a little bit of money in the bag. And with that nade denying the bomb plant, someone has to make the hero play here on Apeks to deny the bomb plant coming through. Luckily, Grust does defend it. Kalinka does defend it, and Flares chimes in the end. Finally, a second round for Hellraisers.
It takes a quad kill from Kalinka, but round 2 eventually does go on the board for the T side. Apeks have got a 9-6 guaranteed, regardless how the remainder of this occurs, and they aren't even going to go for the buy here in round 12. They'd rather preserve their economy, and let's be honest, considering how successful their last Deagle round was, why the hell not? They might as well go for it, because those headshots last time, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, the Apeks, they do have a decent amount of money, so they actually have a very healthy buy next round. And if they all just play with the Deagles, we've seen them before just completely crush those heads. I'd just be super scared, especially if you're not going to throw out utility on the side of Hellraisers, because Hellraisers haven't really had any heavy aggressive rounds. They had one towards the A ramp, I think. For the rest, they've pretty much been slow walking the entire game. Oh, Dennis, this is close range. This is dangerous.
Really is. Razors continue to walk. Dennis has taken down the first shot. That's the bomb dropped as well. That's eaten so much time for rotations. Flarich is tagged down to half HP. How have they still not rooted him out here? How is he still allowed control of the bomb? He's found a second headshot as well. That is incredible work, but the rest of these Deagles have yet to open up until the captain for Apeks finds those shots. Grust, that is a critical whiff at the wrong time. Instead, they aggress into JR, but find the kill. Now Marcelius has got his favorite weapon, and Kalinka has a 1 versus 2 with 25 seconds to work with.
Yeah, they can just keep him off the bomb plant, especially with the positioning of Marcelius. Kalinka, he has to brute force himself on that site. And Akaz is even playing the close range angle so that he can't get the bomb plant in. Apeks, somehow the pistols again come in clutch. I mean, I can't believe that Dennis survived that, especially as Fold. Fold is like a paper thin wall. You can just spray through it. No one even attempted to spray him through the side. He gets a double in that angle.
And he has the bomb dropped for about 15 seconds as well on a map where, as you mentioned, the rotations from the B and the A site take so long. And in a round where Apeks stacked 3 players in that B bomb site, it couldn't have come at a better time, that pistol play. It buys all the time for rotations, and now Hellraisers are trying to change up the pace. But JR, who's been struggling throughout this map, is unable to secure anything on the ramp. Again, it's Apeks who find the opening kill, and J them up close. He might get one onto Truth, but Dennis takes him down, and Marcelius has found Kalinka as well. This round might already be over for the Hellraisers.
There's still a flank from Flarich. He's a lot further than they might have expected. No one has a single clue that he's there. That doesn't even make a sound, so he might get that great flank onto Flarich. Will Marcelius expect something? Oh, this is... Nah, that eventually he does have to forfeit it away. But yeah, the bomb has been dropped towards the A ramp, so there's no real chance to really win this round. Should be able to secure an op if he's gonna go for it, but
it's not a round he'll be able to secure either way. And really, this map, Hellraisers have just not been able to get anything going. It does have to be said. Kalinka's on 10 kills, and in the round that he got a quad kill was one of the 2 that Hellraisers have won. It really felt as though it's been on the case of the individuals to try and make things work for this Hellraiser side, but unfortunately they've just really been struggling on the T side here. They've not been able to find any momentum at the moment on Vertigo, and as Apeks hunt down what looks to be a 12-3 opening half, they could even convert the 13-2 if they really wanted to. Hellraisers, they're just going to have to focus on the next 2 maps for my money.
yeah, this I mean, we kind of already expected that Apeks would take the first one with the win rate, but I did not expect Hellraisers to struggle this much on the favored side to boot. But it isn't over, it's still CSGO, and we still have an entire defensive side to go. You never know. Maybe they just aren't that good on the offense.
That could certainly be the case. That could very certainly be the case here on Vertigo. But, oh my god, Akez, he's just not shutting it down at all. Keeping that fragging machine going as AK keeps ringing out bullets, and it feels like Hellraisers can't go 15 seconds into a round without losing players at this point. The aggressive play from Apeks is working out near enough every time, and it's another round on Vertigo in which they have a 2-round advantage.
Oh, they double peek it. Okay, Flash with the op. He's gonna win that Deagle duel. And now it's Dennis and Gruss to try and stop him. However, Dennis is on a very big flank. Flares, does he expect the flank? I would assume he wouldn't expect it that much. But Gruss on the site, it's gonna be a close little duel. Yeah, he actually doesn't have the bomb. Oh, luckily Dennis didn't spot out the fact that he doesn't have the bomb. That could have been very nasty.
That could have been a real horrible situation there for Flarich. At least he does have it on his back, so he can just worry about the standard task of planting and rooting out these CT players. Dennis has whiffed some shots, but it doesn't really matter at this point because it eats up so much time that if Gruss could have found that kill, it really wouldn't have been significant. But on the 5-7, Dennis has completely whiffed it. That was individual mistakes from the Swedish veteran that cost Apeks that clutch. You do have to say, he had an AWP on his back both times. He could have just scoped in and fired 1 bullet. Instead, he spams with his 5-7 and whiffs on 2 separate occasions. Hellraisers at least going to have 3 in this half, but Apeks are going to be looking to stop them immediately in this one.
Yeah, that is a whiff and a half. That should have 100% been Apeks' round. He had no idea that the flank was coming in. Back turn towards Dennis, and he just completely whiffs it. Aggressive round coming out from Hellraisers, but how aggressive are they going to continue this? No problem. They only get close to ramp, and that's where they'll hold the line. Apeks do not want to get aggressive themselves. And we might see finally a solid A execute coming out from Hellraisers. Been a while since we've seen an A execute, honestly.
Well, I think the reason it's been such a while is because Hellraisers have been able to get nowhere near the bomb site. Apeks have just been killing them at the bottom of B stairs and A ramp before they can get anywhere near a site. Hellraisers have had no opportunity to execute for the vast majority of this half, but now up against the CT side with no utility, I thought they would have a chance, but Marcelius has even found the second kill with his Deagle. Truth is struggling to recover rivals, but Dennis has opened up at least for 1 kill. It's on to the captain now, though, who has had his moments on Vertigo. He'd need to win out this 1 versus 2 clutch to secure the 12v3 scoreline, and while Flarich is planting, it's probably his best time to secure a one-on-one engagement.
Oh, the second plant, but luckily enough, Kalinka is there to cover his planter, and that is going to be the, well, pretty dominant round half for Apeks, but we're not done just yet. Hellraisers are going to swap over to the CT side. If they win the pistol, you never know. They might actually start destroying. I'm actually going to check out what Hellraiser's win percentage is on the CT side real quickly.
It is 43% if my memory serves me correctly, and our partners over at LootBet certainly think that Hellraisers have less of a chance than that in order to claim victory in this map. They now have 8.4 odds against them, as Apeks only need 5 rounds on the easier T side to secure themselves a victory in the first map and proceed through with a map advantage in this series. It's quickly into the B-bomb site, and Problem cannot defend whatsoever. The P250 rips off his head, and Flarich now, the last line of defense, actually gets it done. Jalem arrives to help out, and that's left Truth and Arquez alone, but Truth has done so much work. He's left it in a one-on-one situation, and Kalinka with a USP, he can't get it done. It's the captain for Apeks that eventually finishes it off, and while it could have been Hellraiser's pistol, it is now potentially yet more dominance to come from the Nords.
Yeah, that was a very quick rotation from Hellraisers, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Eventually Apeks can get the last player down, and a very nice aggressive rush towards B to shut down Hellraisers, make it even tougher for them. It is a close range map, so you know, Deagles, SMGs, those are really dangerous factors. Oh,
This is an interesting buy.
That's a sneaky little smoke angle as well.
Nearly
the smoke
works out.
low so that you can peek over.
Well,
Marcellus, yeah, he's actually, yeah, we have the perfect chemistry right there. Yeah, I just want to say I really do love the PP Bison. Oof.
That's a lovely headshot from Dennis to find in the B-bomb site, and it should be the entrances from Apeks off the back of that one as well. There's nobody in this B-bomb site to try and defend against the bomb plant at all. Marcellus' PP Bison has actually found more kills than Hellraisers. I think this could just be the map over.
Yeah, there's not really a lot that they can do against it. It's, I mean, they've got weapon superiority right now, and in general, the showing of Hellraisers has been rather lackluster on this map. I mean, JR 3-2 and 17. It's not his map.
It really hasn't been, and I think to some degree you can't really blame him too much. He's the in-game leader for this Hellraiser side, which means on the T side he's almost always in an entry position trying to farm information, and also on the Apeks CT side they were doing a lot of aggression. They were getting right up in the face of Hellraisers, and when you're an IGL you're spending so much of your time looking at the minimap trying to coordinate with your teammates that you're not 100% focused on the game, and when Apeks go aggressive like they have been, they're really able to shut you down effectively. So I think that perhaps is why JR is dropping down so low on the scoreboard. But regardless of justification, throughout the whole Hellraiser side, they've really struggled to win out these gunfights. It does feel that the firepower has firmly been with Apeks the entire time, because even when they had no money, Apeks, they won both ecos they had to drop down to with Deagles.
Yeah, this, I mean, Apeks has just been playing phenomenally. It's, you can't really make anything different of it. Oh, big spray down coming through. But the PP Bison close range, that gun is literally just left mouse button and every bullet lands because it's the easiest spray control you'll ever see.
Just about survives it as well, Marcellus, with a slither of HP remaining. And when you ask the question, are Apeks going for the bonus in this round, the answer is definitely going to be yes. With a 10-round lead, they're happy to work with the rifles they have to try and close things out early. This round would surely be the map, as it would be a broken HR economy now and map point to the Apeks side. Some would argue this deficit is already too great for HR to come back from, but at least they have a chance in this round. Jalem spots out Marcellus' aggression. At least that's the opener, but it's the B-bomb site that they have to defend actively.
Yeah, I mean, the PP Bison, he falls, big whoop. But Problem defending the B-bomb site together with his buddy. Flarich tries to chime in as well, but it's going to be pretty tough for Apeks right now. Dennis, last man standing, does catch out Kalinka, but he has to push into 3 with a big flank coming through. I don't think that James is going to be making the same mistake, and no, he is going to shut him down when he turns his back to him.
Jalem finishes it off for Hellraisers and keeps them alive, at least for the moment, but now that full buy really is coming through from the T side. Apeks have an AWP in the hands of Marselius instead of a PP Bison now, and they have 4 AKs across the board to get more work done in this T round and take us to a very early map point indeed. Hellraisers, they would need an incredible streak very early on at the start of their CT half if they wanted to stay alive, and they're committing towards the A ramp this time. JR's taken utility damage, but he's not been removed by any stretch of the imagination. Dennis finding the opening kill, though, certainly does not bode well unless Jalem can reply in the way he has.
Yeah, that was a nice take. Oh, man advantage coming up for Apeks right now. Dennis chimes in with a second as well. Puts the Hellraisers defense very lightly. Marselius, he's not going to miss too many op shots anymore, and they really want to shut this down in the next 2 rounds. JR, he's got the op in hand. I want to see this man try and make some plays. He's being flanked. He knows he's being flanked. Gets rid of Truth. That's going to make it a possibility for him to hold this push. Especially with the Molly tossed down. JR, I mean, come on, give me that duel. Give me that op v op man fight.
He really does need to get probably... If he is only going to get 1 kill, it has to be on the high HP player, but the flank has arrived at the perfect time. Apeks have waited too long to pull the trigger here, and now they could be in serious trouble indeed as JR has landed his first shot, and that flank from the ramp. Oh no, Dennis has spotted the flanker and put him down. JR missing his shot as well. Apeks have done enough. Map point secured in their favor, and now the Hellraisers would need 10 consecutive CT rounds just to force overtime.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of stuff happen in this tournament, but I don't think that that's going to be in the cards this time. I would assume Apeks is going to shut it down on this one. I don't really think Hellraisers even has the motivation to try and continue this map. At this point, you'd be just like, yeah, okay. It's been nice. We'll just crush him on train and take him on nuke.
Dennis as well, just being dominant so early on. Jalen's only on 3 HP. They're trying to get aggressive Hellraisers, but it's not going to work out. They have 3 rifles left on the board, and there's 203 health between the 3 players as more damage is looking to be done. Marselius seeing if he can spot any pixels from behind the sandbags, but there are no players there waiting. Instead, it is the low HP Jalem to support Flarich on this A site, but it would have to be a heroic effort if they wanted to win now. Flarich is found through the smoke, and now 2 versus 5 are Hellraisers just to stay alive on this first map.
That's just a very, very tough round for a game so far for Hellraisers. They haven't really had any good showing, and well, at least Jared gets himself another kill. Make that 2, 3. Hello?
Surely not.
Speak too soon? Marselius misses the shot. Flash comes out. He dodged it, but Marselius does not miss a second. And Hellraisers will lose map number 1. But honestly, I can see, you know, the beginnings of a possible comeback for Hellraisers. The second 2 maps, they've got pretty even win rate on train, but the third one, Nuke, is completely their playground.
Well, a dominant 16-5 scoreline from Apeks in this first map. Train up next then to decide whether or not Hellraisers are going to attempt a comeback in this series. They would need a reverse sweep if they wanted to advance into the playoffs through this winners match. Find out whether or not Apeks can get it done in 2 after these quick ads.
shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. Woo, damn! That was one of the best tickle fights I've been to.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Malta Vibes, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. It was dominant from the Nordic side of Apeks over on Vertigo, a 16-5 scoreline against the Hellraisers in the first map of this winners series to decide who is advancing into the playoffs early on in this group. Now, Train lies as our second map and the pick of Hellraisers in this series to try and begin their comeback efforts and actuate the reverse sweep they are so desperately looking for. My name is Protalis, and talking you through the remainder of this series with me is DK Truman. How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. Well, you know, it was an amazing match, the first one, but it was beautiful to see what Apeks was doing, but Hellraisers were all over the place. They had two strats, most of them really slow, and that meant slow peeking into, for instance, Marcellius's op, or Dennis's op for half the match as well. It just didn't pay off at all, and they need to work on their Vertigo map, but we kind of did expect it with the win percentage of Hellraisers there, and this one is actually very even between the two sides, almost 50-50, well, 42 versus 40 if I'm not mistaken. So I do expect Hellraisers to show up, because on paper Hellraisers should slightly be ahead of Apeks, just a tiny bit ahead of Apeks in player skill wise. So Train is a heavy executable map. You've got massive molly smokes on both sides. And I mean, yeah, compared to Vertigo, way more advanced strats that are at the moment available for the T side. So, who do you think is going to take this one?
Well, it's really interesting, actually, because obviously this is the pick of Hellraisers coming forward into the series, but they've only won one of their last 5 outings on this map, and they were rather hefty beatings they were taking in a lot of occasions on Train as well. And Apeks haven't played here in a long time, so I'm really not sure what to expect, but we do have the knife round of Train ready and waiting to go for you, ladies and gentlemen. Map 2 between Hellraisers and Apeks to determine who will be advancing to the playoffs with that early spot. It could all be decided with an Apeks victory here on Train, and they will be desperate to start on the CT side out of this knife round.
I actually just checked, and Hellraisers have a higher win rate on the T side than the CT side, which is surprising because their opponents, Apeks, have a terrible win rate. They only have 35% of their rounds on the T side. So they definitely do not need to start on the CT side. Whereas Hellraisers, I think they're very comfortable on both sides. Especially the fact that you know how to play on the T side on Train is massive. Because you need to know all the executes to make it through. So
something that was discussed, but before we talk about it, we can mention the odds from our partners over at LootBet, favoring Hellraisers again in this second map as the favorites. Now, I definitely didn't agree with them being the favorites on Vertigo, and I think I was certainly right there. It's a much more balanced affair here on Train, but I might have brought the odds slightly closer than that.
Yeah, I think it would be, especially with the starting on the CT side, you definitely have a good solid chance. Oh, no, not again. This time it's actually reigning supreme. Double kill coming up with the dualies. And the push towards A side's coming through Dennis. However, the Pistol Meister gets one and then done, but it does look like Apeks is going to be able to hold the line.
And this is something to consider as well for the series. Hellraisers got virtually nothing done fragging-wise on Vertigo. 2 kills for 2 guns for Gruz, but more importantly, momentum for Apeks. If they can keep fragging like that and dominating the early rounds, eventually Hellraisers are going to start to tilt at the fact that they're not being able to win any gunfights at this point in time. And when they start tilting, the T side of Train, they discussed this on the strat book recently, it's so much like a chess match. You're spending so much time trying to draw those CT positions away and make them confused as to where you're going to attack, that if Hellraisers do tilt on this T side, their tactics might go so poorly awry they can't convert this map.
Well, Truth does clean up that Ivy, and the kill coming in from James is going to be pretty much in vain. Gets a dig shot, takes down Dennis, but oh, Truth does drop Problem. Could he make something more out of this round? They did sort of eco on Hellraiser's very small buy coming out, which means they could go for a very weak buy next round, or just go for double eco and pick up another deagle, unless Problem gets a bomb plant somehow.
He's definitely going to be holding for this aggression, but it looks like he might have just missed the timing. It doesn't matter. Marcelius has got the frag anyway. He survives on 10 HP, and the 3 FAMASes stay alive for Apeks, which is important from an economic perspective. But it's Truth who really farmed up that cash with the triple kill early on in that round. And Hellraisers, now they're going to bring the full rifles out, but this is a rather comfortable buy to be utilizing as the CTs. Marcelius has an AWP in hand. Yes, they're FAMASes, but they're better than SMGs, and there's very weak utility available for the T side.
Yeah, this is, I mean, with this amount of utility, you need to have a certain execute ready. JR takes down Grass. That gives them a nice man advantage. Marcelius with the op, though, peeking down Hell, and it's going to be Dennis probably flashed in. He's waiting for a flash from his teammates. There, it's going to fly through, but it's too late. Dennis already got taken care of by JR. His teammates were throwing other utility and not ready to save his buddy, and Dennis gets caught out. This is looking pretty good for Hellraisers.
Even better with that missed shot as more space is given to the T side. They can push ever forward now, but Marcelius eventually does reply with the big green gun. A smoke dropped in the sight as JR could be in trouble at the bottom of red. Truth removes him without taking a single point of damage, but Apeks has lost control of the B-bomb site. Problem runs straight in and gets an important headshot, and these smokes are enough to stop Apeks from charging in to deny the plant. It looks like they still want to attempt the retake. With an AWP and an AUG, they do tilt themselves towards longer range engagements, but they're not happy to engage in a 2-on-3. They'll flee with their rifles and try and save them into the next round.
They should have a decent enough buy on the CT side. Akaz still has 2.5k, Gruz has 2.1, and with the 2 saved weapons, especially that op, you should definitely have a solid chance of taking the next round. And Hellraisers, with the shoddy buy, they still managed to secure the round in their favor. But Kalinka, if he falls there, that might be very costly.
Could be seriously problematic for him, but he's just about gotten away onto the A-bomb site. So these 2 CT rifles are going to be preserved, but Hellraisers have managed to make an early statement on the T side, and they could really take economic control here as well. With the 2 rifles saved forward, Akaz and Grust just about have enough to justify an investment, and that's what's going to come through from the CT side. So Hellraisers, they do have a solid chance in this round, if they can win it, to take control of the early economy and start building some vital momentum.
What kind of defensive execute are we going to see? It's not that big of an aggression coming out from Hellraisers so far. We've seen them on the T side on Vertigo, and they'd rather play slow than fast. I think we saw 2 solid rush rounds coming out, so you most of the time can just, you know, toss one molly, and that should be enough to hold Hellraisers from peaking. However, JR did open up pretty nicely last round, and they are out pretty aggressively here on Hellraisers. So with the smokes coming in, Dennis and the Deagle, I mean, he is the Pistol Meister. Does he get the kill? No, he does not. Truth gets taken out though. And now Marcelli is going up in the sky.
Ooh, does land the important shot. A second as well for the big green gun as he hunts his 3rd down atop the blue train, but it's problem to get the next frag of the round. So paranoid now are Hellraisers about this AWP, but Kalinka's removed it from proceedings and left the Norwegian captain alone in a 1-on-2, one that he doesn't even want to fight against by the looks of things. Instead, he'll rotate around and take a different angle off the back of that flashbang, but Hellraisers, playing this slowly, have just spotted him out. He's dealing decent damage at the moment, and that bomb plant is being covered, so he will still have to pull off a 1 versus 2, and on 43 HP, he's at no real advantage.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he did manage to get this one out, and JR even picks himself an op for his troubles. That's going to put Apeks on a save round most certainly.
There's no justification from them to buy at all. I mean, Dennis, Gruss, and Truth, they can't even buy up because they're so close to $2,000. They just have the hard eco. This looks like an easily convertible third round for Hellraisers.
Marcellus does have enough money in the bank, though, to make it possible for him to buy it in the next round. But a USP kill coming in, Jiggle peeking from Gruss, unfortunately does not connect onto the head of Mars. What is happening? Why are these USPs winning?
They're taking long-range gunfights, and they're actually hitting heads as well. The issue now, though, for Apeks is that all these rifles are grouped up together, but they weren't looking at Akez. He could have found a cheeky little lineup there, but unfortunately just doesn't have the correct weaponry available in the round to work with. And now Marcellus, he has a Mach 10, but on just 20 HP and no body armor, very unlikely he finds this round.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane how much damage they did with just USPs. If Marcellus manages to get another kill, it would be massive. Oh, the spray coming out. Oh, don't tell me that it's actually going to happen. It's 1v1 op versus Mach 10. If he drops the op, that would be already enough. I mean, oh, he misses JR. Timing?
Be a decent round, but yeah, JR just about manages to win it out at the end, secures it for Hellraisers, but that was, I mean, far too close for comfort. Nothing invested into that round at all from Apeks, and it came down to a one-on-one that was almost winnable there by Marcellus.
Yeah, they do have enough money for a full buy on the side of Hellraisers, but they've got barely anything left behind it. And that is super dangerous for them. I mean, losing 4 players against USPs. Oh, I mean, I think there was one P250 and the rest were USPs. How? I mean, if they were Deagles, sure, but this was just straight up not paying attention half the time. Getting caught off, thinking, oh, they're only against USPs, we can man-fight them easily.
Clearly a bit of overconfidence from Hellraisers. Bringing into those one-on-one engagements, and you have to be realistic as well. You don't lose a 1v1 to a USP without making some individual mistakes with your rifle. This time Hellraisers are going to look to break into the B bomb site, and Apeks have defenders ready, but very limited utility. They've not been able to stop the drop into the site. Dennis has eventually shown up though and found himself 2 huge kills at close range. Akez is now advancing through the upper lines, and Flaric is left alone. 1v4 to deal with these CTs, and he can't convert even the first kill. Apeks, they do win a round back eventually. They do it with 4 alive as well, which is nice news for their bank. And you mentioned it at the start of that last round. Hellraisers had nothing to support their buy, and now it's them who have to drop down to the pistols.
Yeah, that was pretty well done indeed by Dennis defending on next to the oil tanker. It's well, they're gonna go for a full buy, but they've got 3 smokes and a flash. So this is pretty much gonna be a dry rush to try and get anything done, but it's gonna be very tough. Marcellus is holding that Olaf. He needs a little bit of help from the Ivy push. Is gonna drop that off. And Truth wanted to flick away from that angle.
Really expecting aggression elsewhere, but Kalinka's just been hit straight in the back with a smoke, and Akez has flanked around and cleaned them both up. Hellraisers, they took Ivy control at bare minimum, but unfortunately were not able to do much else with that round. And now we have the opportunity to talk about our partners over at Hellcase, the biggest and most well-known case opening website with almost 100 cases, updated case battle, the upgrader, dozens of monthly giveaways, and tons of more unique features. Apeks, they have a 1-round advantage on this CT half. As Hellraisers look to eco, Apeks might just be able to extend that to 2, but I think they're going to need at least a 9-6 half on the CT side based on how historically weak their T sides have been.
Yeah, this they need to win with a nice little comfy cushion so that they can even lose a couple on the other side. However, look at this sneaky play coming up. Akez standing on top of the ladder, waiting for his teammate to give the signal that, you know, he's fallen back and then he can peek himself, because they'll never expect the second player to peek in wide.
They certainly are not ready for it. Hellraisers on the eco do not manage to secure a bomb plant for themselves, and Apeks get through it without losing any players. Always good news cash-wise for their side, but now this is the important round to focus on. Hellraisers are bringing nothing but AKs and utility in towards it, and they might want to go quickly out of T-Con here. Early CT utility is going to dissuade them from that challenge, but they still haven't given up yet.
Yeah, no, the round is still young. JR gets the first frag. Cross is close range, but sprays JR through the box, and it's another man advantage round for Apeks. Claridge. Gruss is playing close range. Akers gets another kill onto that B site now. And now it's just all on Kalinka and Flarage. Peeks out wide, dry peek, hopes that the Opper's not paying attention, but Marcelius is not going to whiff that shot. And now it's all on Kalinka. He does have the bomb, and he only needs to take care of Akaz to be able to get the bomb plant on the B site. If he's going to head that direction, needs to be careful because... Oh, jumps down! Marcelius looking up into the sky, but does not spot the player perfectly, and now it is Kalinka. He's gonna molly the player in T-main out. Is getting sprayed all the way from Ivy. And is slowly crawling forward, but his back is turned. And is gonna get shot from the front. Truth secures the round victory, and Apeks 6-3. Now, Razors, we don't want a repeat of the last map. Please wake up. We know that your T side is actually better than your CT side, so please show us.
Not boding well at the moment for Hellraisers, and I wonder how much of that setup in the last round was actually deliberate there from Apeks. They send Dennis in, and he does get wrecked immediately, but he baits out the peek from both players, which allows Marcelius to find one of them, and as the second player peeks back in to hide from the AWP, he can then be aggressed into by the follow-up rifle that converts the second kill. I'm not sure how much of that was a deliberate tactical setup and how much of it was just a good recovery from the man lost early on in the round from Apeks. Either way, they've started this CT side off very well indeed, and this is what I was alluding to at the start of the map. If they can get off to a strong start, they can hurt Hellraiser's mental game quite substantially, but also Apeks really don't play this map very often. There's going to be very little evidence for Hellraisers to utilize against them, and if they have any new kind of preparation, it's certainly working out for them now.
Yeah, this I can't believe that nade actually barely did anything towards Ivy. Oh, this is easy shutdown. The last man standing problem. No bomb anywhere in sight. So let's see if he can drop Akaz and get himself an M4 upgrade. Oh no, AK. Oh.
Well, problem. He looks around for some shots on the B-bomb site, but Akaz is firmly able to put him away. 7-3 lead now for Apeks as that gap is starting to widen indeed. And the chess match that is the T side of Train currently being lost out by Hellraisers. They seem to be going very quickly, very contact heavy, and that's something that rarely works out. You see a lot of teams take so long in their gun rounds because they are trying to really mess with the heads of their opponents on the CT side. They're trying to use their utility that fakes in a way they can attack the more weakly defended bomb sites. But Hellraisers have not been doing much of that. It's been fairly default commitment towards T-Con and Ivy that's been shut down by aggressive CT fragging that we knew Apeks were going to bring into Train because it was a staple of their CT side of Vertigo.
Again, I say it every time. I love the camera panning. It's one of my favorite things to always watch. Just the smooth panning around. It is going to be a heavy Ivy committal coming through. Actually runs through that molly. Close range Kalinka. And a 3-man Ivy push. This is... Let's see how the defense is going to go. Blind spray through the smoke. Always entertaining. If he's going to connect anything, and Marcelius needs to fall back towards site, otherwise he is going to get completely flanked, but Kalinka shuts him down. Opper dropped, top fragger dropped. Luckily, Gruss is there to chime in. JR still with that op, the IGL. He's finally letting himself shine. And it's going to be a decent defense. Dennis does not catch him out on top of the train and falls to problem. Now it's all on Akaz, 1 versus 3. Finally, Hellraisers make some magic happen.
A series of misplays from Apeks in that particular round. They allow the one-on-one engagements to go Hellraiser's way and allow the T-side control of the A-bomb site. But the streak from Apeks has been so great that they can continue to bring buys forward. Marcelius with an AWP in tow as well. It's still looking good for Apeks in this round in terms of the weaponry, and I'm going to stick to my guns. I really think the 9-6 scoreline is what Apeks want to target at a bare minimum, because even at that scoreline, if Hellraisers win the pistol and convert the following 2 rounds on their own map pick, you'd expect them to have the firm advantage at that point.
Oh, Apeks getting aggressive, losing against Problem. That means B site's completely empty and they have to rotate quickly. Yeah, Problem is gonna fake it towards B, and that's gonna force 2 CTs to run that direction, and they're playing the mind games because, oh no, Gruss does change it back. Is now stuck in pop without any support coming through. Does need to be careful, down to 19 HP. That is nade territory.
There are some in the hands of the players above. That Molotov's going to come down, and Gruss is completely blind. He doesn't know when or where to drop the smoke. And that is great utility play there from Hellraisers to punish the player in pop. But now they still have to turn this into an A execution. And the Molotov is going to burn out time and damage. Marcelius has found the first kill onto Kalinka as well. Now Jalem is slowly aggressing towards this A side. Truth peeks around at the right time, but whips that spray down. It's Marcelius who has to recover. And now Dennis is on the B bomb site. He's guessed that this could be a fake from the Hellraisers. He swings out left, looks for an important kill and gets it. JR now with it all to do on his shoulders, and Marcelius, the star AWPer from Apeks, finds a triple and shuts down the round.
That was very crucial. Marcelius 16, 1 and 5. I can't, that they managed to convert this in a win for Apeks was pretty marvelous. They were a man down. They were completely spread out between the 2 sites, but because Hellraisers did not commit onto a site together, they were put at a, they were put at, again, the 1 versus 1 duels, and this time Apeks did win the duels.
Well, the round lead at very minimum secured for Apeks, but Marcelius is in serious trouble. He's being aggressed into. His teammate is bailing him out massively, though. Akez gets 2 huge kills, and Gruss swings out Connector to clean up the rest of Hellraisers. Kalinka again now in a 1-on-3 scenario. Hellraisers go for the contact B play, but it all goes Apex's way now, as a 1v3 would be necessary to deny 9 rounds.
Gruss gets the last one, and well, it's actually surprising that Marcelius managed to get away. He couldn't get the molly out in time. He tried to decide between either re-peeking with Yop or dropping the molly and made a couple of fumbles there. Eventually did get caught on the retreat because of it, but luckily enough, on the high ground, Akez was standing there and sprayed everyone down to make sure that Gruss had an angle to keep them distracted and shut down that push. Very well done by Hellraisers. They got very close in taking him down, but unfortunately no one took down Akez in time.
Rifle is still on the board for Hellraisers, but it's 2 Galils and a Tech 9 supporting the better weapons. And they want to try and crack into this B bomb site once again. 3 players lined up in the back of B, but Apeks are reading this like a book. They've got 3 stacked into the site, with Gruss ready to aggress up Top Dog whenever he is ready. The 3rd player rotates back in, and Akez at close range is going to have the work to do. Can't get anything at close range as Kalinka overwhelms him with a Galil, and Marcelius is now worried about where to peek from. He drops down to protect himself as Dennis is overwhelmed at close range as well. Marcelius needs to be aware that they could rush through this smoke straight into him. Truth has to be the man there to defend as Kalinka peeks through. Marcelius spots him out. He actually sees another player on the train, but it's his teammates who are finding the important kills. He misses a shot, but now lands the second as Problem is taken down. Gruss will find Flarich, and unfortunately for Hellraisers, they get so close, but they are denied yet again a T-side round.
There was not even a real, Brown Hole's defender, so that you at least had the possibility of playing the bomb timer. They just all tried to get aggressive, and the T's they ran into each other while they're trying to get aggressive. So they you know, at one point there's a T on literally every possible hiding corner. So then it's just peek there, peek there, peek there, and they just get shut down instead of playing spread out more, playing the bomb, playing the time. Hellraisers need to keep a level head in some of these situations, and they just get, it seems, very stressed out. They're like, oh, we got the bomb site. What are we gonna do now?
Oh, Apeks tries for that B aggression. This time Problem is ready for it, though. Now, it's not totally a nightmare, but Marcelius has actually got an auto sniper in his hand. That wasn't necessarily something I was aware of earlier on, and he's going aggressive with it towards Ivy as well. Dennis has just saved his teammate Gruss on the A bomb site there by taking down Jalem and has brought it straight back into a 4-on-4. Truth has total control of Ivy as well, which means Hellraisers, they should not be ready to go into the A bomb site. Apeks think it's all committed towards B, and they might just be right. But as Truth arrives, it is going to be the A bomb site attacked by HR.
But that flank is going to be absolutely massive. Dennis with the op. I mean, that's why he's the secondary opper. And from behind comes Truth. Do they expect any part of this flank? No, they do not. He gets behind them and shuts him down. Flash is on the bomb site, and one man alone. Truth takes him down while he jumps past Dennis, and that is going to be the very clear round half victory for Apeks, 11-4. Wasn't that the same score as the last map?
I think you might just be right. If it wasn't, it was a 12-3. Very similar either way, and Hellraisers looking a bit shell-shocked at the moment. While I certainly wasn't expecting them to be able to perform so well on Vertigo on their own map pick, I certainly expected them to put up a decent fight. But on the T side, they are falling apart, and now our partners over at LootBet definitely giving Apeks the edge in this map. It's now 4-1 odds against Hellraisers, but it was an incredibly different story at the beginning. 5 rounds needed for Apeks to close this one out, and if they get the pistol, it'll be all the easier task for them.
And a very quick push towards A, but look at that Ivy rush from Hellraisers. That is an interesting choice. They're gonna go for it. It is gonna be a B push, it seems, with one flanker towards A. Truth takes down JR. That might distract Problem, but no, they're gonna head out. 3 players up long. Oh, what a shot from Gruss with the P250 bot out. Takes a second. Luckily, Flares does chime in with 2 taps. And
this is nasty. Oh, Flarage is getting it done. Apeks, he's brought it back into the one-on-one scenario now, but Kalinka has his back, and I don't know whether he just spotted him there. Apeks has got no body armor to work with either, but Kalinka's gotten it done. The 1 taps on the B bomb site, and Flarich, what a hero he is for Hellraisers.
Completely shutting them down with almost 3 bullets. That was the hero play they needed, because it looked disastrous right there. And with that pistol, they have a chance to come back into this game.
Flarich really bailed his side out there. They needed that one, and you have to wonder from Apeks, is that overextension, getting aggressive, walking into those crosshairs, and ultimately falling to them? They still have a rather decent opportunity to convert the second round, though, because they have 3 rifles on the board, supported by Marcelius on a scout. This is not a weak buy whatsoever, as long as they call through the right strategy.
Well, that nade did a little bit of damage, but it is going to be another B execute. The only one on the B side is Problem. And if they hurry up, they could completely shut him down, but they don't want to waste their molly on the smoke and rush through. Luckily, JR rotates in, and that should definitely help out with the B defense.
He's only got a scout in hand, though, so at long range, he really does have to hit those headshots. If Apeks can find the entries here, this is going to be a nice attack for them, but there are flanks on the way that they need to be worried about. Hellraisers have total control over the A side of the map, but now the attack is coming through. JR finds a weakened Gruss, but Marcelius' scout comes out better in that engagement. The flank is already here, however, and I don't know if Apeks are going to be ready for this one at all. Famas in the hands of Jalen, but Akez has turned around. Marcelius gets Kalinka, and Hellraisers had a chance stolen away from them. Apeks in the second round, take control of the economy and seriously upset the HRCT side?
I mean, the scout shot from Marcelius was amazing, but that entire round did not make sense. Who was that? Was that Problem who turned his back? He was climbing up the ladder, turned his back to long, did not even expect a single player to be there, just got shot from behind. Same thing happened in the end right there. The bomb was being planted. I don't remember who it was, but Jalem, I think, with the flag, he walks down the ramp and has absolutely no idea that anyone could be watching him. He has his knife in his hand. Why would you have your knife in your hand at that point?
Clearly just not expecting the timing on that execution. Hellraisers, unfortunately, they play it wrong, and look at the buy they have to bring forward now to deny Apeks the economic advantage. Bear in mind, Hellraisers would be dropping onto an eco after this buy. If they lost, this could be a 14-5 early scoreline unless the Scouts and M4 can show up big.
I mean, it is one of the nicest maps to jiggle peek with a scout out there, so especially these long haul areas are pretty nice. Double peek coming through, 1-for-1 trade so far. Dennis and Flarage both drop. There's going to be another one. Jalen chimes in, but look at that. It's going to be a 3-on-3. One player on the A site completely stuck, and towards B.
What?
Problem drops them both. Bomb is down on the B site. The team rotates, and now it's all on to Akaz, and they know he was just on the A site as well. They even hear the step from him dropping.
Problem has just saved the entire round for his side. These Scouts only have to land one shot now, and Akaz knows it. There's flames in his front. My word, close-range Deagles can be just as dangerous as they are with those one-shot headshots. It is not the time yet for Apeks to take control of this first map, and they're actually trying to hunt him down. Eventually, Akaz does fall. Hellraisers stay alive, and it's all thanks to Problem on B.
Oof, that's an oof right there. I mean, are we going to trade rounds? Apeks, are they going to save? It seems they're going to be saving and going for the full buy next round instead. I think that's the better choice. You have a decent, 6-round advantage. You don't want to blow it all on just going, we need to win the next round. We need to, no, you just get the weaponry you need, get the execute possibility. And Jalem, close range. Oh, will Marcelius peek out wide?
Jalem might have just missed him here, and he's missed the kill onto Grust now as well, who's found another Marcelius. They deal damage with these pistols, Apeks. They look so dangerous. Marcelius, is he able to recover a rifle? He might just be able to, and if he can, that makes it so terrifying for Hellraisers in this round. Surely they didn't just do all that work to fall foul to an eco, as now Marcelius has been cleaned up. It's not quite the disaster that it could have been from the Hellraisers' point of view, but even from a full eco, that's great damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of economic, especially against the CT side. The side that normally is, well, it always is just way more expensive. Molly costing 600 and everything. It's, you got to buy kits, and the weapons are just more expensive, so it is problematic for the CT side to try and keep up. JR is actually keeping money in the bag, not going for nades at all, not even upgrading his weapon. So with the 5 AKs, Apeks are in the advantage at the moment on this second map. Well, they have been the entire time, but with the weaponry as well up in the sky though, it is going to be Flarage chiming in with the first kill. Always a nice little spot in that heaven area.
And it works out for Hellraisers in this round as well. Now Apeks, a man down and absent utility. That is a real nightmare for their buy. CT side don't have much to work with either, but it still leads in their favor as they just have to wait for you to walk into them. JR gets it right and Gruz gets it wrong. Dennis and Akaz get kills back for their side, but Hellraisers can shut it down on the A bomb site. It feels now that they're starting to wake up after that huge Deagle play from Problem. They're now inspired and firing on all cylinders. The gap shrinks to 4 rounds and potentially 3 as Apeks just can only bring the pistols into round 21, and the gap will be reduced ever further.
I mean, the most crucial part is the fact I don't think that that Marcellus has had an op on the T side yet. As long as they can keep that out of his hands, they have a solid chance at evening out the score. And Marcellus should not have enough money to buy it in the next round unless they get a bomb plant in. Which normally should be highly unlikely, but you never know with these Apeks Deagle Masters. Russ drops one towards Ivy. Luckily, Jalem is there to even it out and give his team the advantage. A little bit of damage dealt to him, but it's now all on Akaz and Dennis, and I don't really think that they have a solid chance with their HP.
Not in a 2-on-4 scenario. I think you might just be right. Flarich cleans up Dennis last, and now just 3 rounds lie between these sides. If they wanted an AWP, Marcellus would have to go glass cannon, and the utility is just too important on the T side of Train. Apeks know it. We all know it. They have to keep the grenades on the board instead of going for additional firepower in that scenario. And Hellraisers, now with 2 ops on the board, they can really just take over the CT side and force us onto nuke. If Apeks don't start winning rounds soon, if they don't break this HR momentum, then I think it's a very real possibility that the CTs can stand tall and close out this map. Apeks need to be creative here, and Akaz being removed early by utility is not the way you want to start.
Yeah, no, Apeks want to get that aggressive movement going on, but they're not cleaning out any corners. Tries to run into the smoke and stay hidden. Gruss luckily shuts him down, but on the side, Flary, I think he just spotted Flarich out. And the flank from JR already in Pop Dog is going to get smoked off. But they have so many angles that they need to keep an eye on for this. I mean, look at the flank all the way from behind. It is problem right behind Truth. And the bomb is actually on Truth. So if he gets caught right there, that might be disastrous. And the long range angles are being held by these ops. They're kind of sitting ducks here on Apeks.
They really are just at the mercy of Hellraisers, waiting for the eventual advancement to come through. Kalinka can take down Truth before he can even get onto the site, and now that's going to make Apeks so isolated when they commit to this plan. Only one player can stand out, and JR has found the kill he's looking for. He's left Gruss completely alone, and despite doing damage onto the secondary AWP, he's still in serious trouble. Problem will take him down, and now 2 rounds lie between Hellraisers and their opponents. The comeback is certainly real at this point, and Apeks, they look to drop the pistols yet again.
It so looked like Kalinka accidentally shot JR there with the moment that the camera angle changed. Like you saw him right in the crosshair, and then immediately the camera angle changed. It was like, did he just shoot him? But yeah, that was a nice another round for Hellraisers. They've only lost 1 round on the CT side, 6-1 in their favor currently, and Apeks, they need to make some magic happen, because again, JR starts off, takes down Gruss, and Gruss is a really big kill to take. He's been opening up a lot of these sites. Problem, falls back, is just gonna play it slow, tosses the smoke, no need to rush, no need to waste the molly, most importantly.
You're absolutely right. Apeks, it's a very similar story almost to the problems Hellraisers were having on their T side. They've really never gotten an economy going so far, and crucially, they failed that one key opportunity they had to close out this map, and you really have no idea how much of a mental significance that has to these players. They want to drop the flashes out on B and push forward, but JR's not even blind. He still misses a shot and the follow-up flick as well. So the bomb will go down, but these rifles are going to be able to so easily clean up the bomb site that it is no problem for Hellraisers. Truth gets 1 with his Tech 9, but surely he doesn't get much more than 1 here. As he tries to defend, he still doesn't have a rifle available. He swings out to fight the AWP, but takes that fight at too long a range.
Yeah, actually, Kalinka misses the shot, but he got stuck on the ramp, so couldn't actually get back in time and loses his life. They did get a bomb plant, so that puts them at a buttload of money, and Marcellus will finally be able to pick up that op and start playing the game. I mean, he is up against a duo op setup, so you need to win those op fights. He does have, well, almost the same amount of kills as JR and Kalinka combined. So Marselius should be able to win those duels and shut down the Oppers. Luckily enough, Hellraisers do have a lot of money in the bank behind him. Jalem, of course, still has to buy, but look at Kalinka, 8,800, JR, 7,500. They have enough for 2-3 buys if they would lose this one drastically.
And that's the factor that Hellraisers just have in the back of their mind. We're the side with the safety net at the moment. Not in terms of maps they aren't, but in terms of economy in this map they are. And perhaps they're going to be the hungrier side as well, as they know they face loss in the series with a loss here on Train. Still in the lead at Apeks with their AWP now in hand. And after that timeout, called through by Hellraisers, by the way, which is a rather interesting call considering Apeks have not really been able to build any momentum in this first half. But either way, it is this primarily Norwegian side that really has to do the work. Jalem looking to punish Dennis as well, but he does get away with his life and drops an A to deter any further aggression. There's an AWP actively watching Ivy, and the secondary AWP's waiting in the wings to shut this down. Marselius has to be perfect.
Oh, they're gonna lose Dennis. This is sketchy. Jumps up. He's gonna peek out wide with the Deagle. Gets himself a kill. Versus Marselius is gonna lose that duel right afterwards. It is gonna be a 3-on-3 situation with the bomb still under control of Apeks. I mean, they have a solid chance here. They've got way more utility than Hellraisers have left. So they can definitely smoke out, for instance, that B. I mean, if they actually go B, that could be massive. Only problem then, he has one flash, even playing the connector area all the way back. So toss a couple of smokes, a molly in towards connector, and you should have that B site completely cleaned out. But the rotation comes out from Flares. They've been waiting too long. It's taken too much time, and they know it's most likely going to be a B push.
The utility raining in as well, so they're not going to be deterred from their advanced positions at least. But problem has been found early. It doesn't matter when Flarich can sit at the back of the site and find the headshots like he has been. Marselius, he's going to find the plant at bare minimum, but now he has two players to worry about. Drops the smoke to his right and pops a flash in the air. He has an AWP to defend this bomb with his life, but he's got to be completely perfect. Advances close to the smoke and allows Flarich to spot his head. It is a tied scoreline for Hellraisers as they continue their dominant tear of the CT side.
Flarich shutting down all three of the B pushers on, well, just turning it around, even managing to save that op for JR, and that is going to be, well, a world of hurt for Apeks. What kind of strat do you have left? It just took them too long to rotate to get the B plant in, and they missed a smoke for the cross. Unfortunately, they didn't have all the utility they desired, but I think that B is still the better site to go for towards, especially with the problem every single round being the only one there. You just need to make sure that you smoke out the molly that he tosses.
That's a nice opening shot from Marselius, and the issue with Apeks going towards the B site is they've had more success over there, sure, but that success has only come from bomb sites. This retake style that Hellraisers are playing is absolutely brilliant, and Flarich is just shutting Apeks down at every opportunity on the B site. Finally, Marselius has found Apeks the first kill of a round, and it feels like a long time since the T's have had the opening entry as well. But now, re-aggression is about to come through from HR, and Gruss might just be able to put a stop to it. 3 entries now found by Apeks as they look to push into the A bomb site. JR will be overwhelmed, and eventually HR's streak will be put to a stop. Apeks get 13 just at the last opportunity to keep the lead in their favor.
Yeah, this was a little bit uncharacteristic from Hellraisers on their defense. They've been very passive on their defense, and this round they tried to get towards the pop dog, peek it twice, and they just got shut down. I mean, it probably was because of the fact, again, they were a man down, so you want to make a play to get the advantage, but Marcelli is holding the long angle, and that opener of him did a lot more than he initially, than we would have expected, because this, look at Gruss. Easy 2-tap, and JR misses another shot. He's completely a sitting duck, annihilated. And Apeks, I mean, how many rounds has it been since they got one?
At least 6, I feel. At least 6 at a very minimum. And finally,
7 rounds.
7 consecutive, exactly. That's just absolutely phenomenal work from HRCT's side. And you're right, that Marcelius opening AWP kill, if he doesn't get it, it doesn't prompt that HR aggression, which means Gruss doesn't get those 2 follow-up kills, and it's still a 5 versus 5 scenario that Apeks have to deal with. This time, Gruss is arguably the luckiest man in the server to escape from that opening scenario. With an AWP still in hand, Dennis recovers after Flowich finds Akez, but Pop-Tog control now on the side of Apeks. As Jalen re-aggresses, he wrestles it straight back, and that's more what they were going for in the round prior.
Okay, what was that? Okay, well, yeah, Gruss now. The one tag down to 4 HP is the last man standing and will fall, but that was a weird pop dog round, pretty much. The double drop down, losing one, then the second guy gets a kill, loses the trade afterwards, and on top of it, like standing on top of Pop in that angle, you very rarely see anyone win that duel.
A bit confusing towards the end. I do have to agree with you that Marcelius is choosing the fight on that engagement, but Hellraisers winning a round immediately means that they could be back in the driving seat of this map, and with double ops back out, they could really be in a position to close things out with this round. The Apeks economy would be in dire straits having lost. Hellraisers would then be on 14, hunting 15. It's definitely come down to the latest possible stages of train, but I think HR may just have done enough to take control of this one. With T-Con control in the round, they just have so much map presence that it puts pressure on Apeks immensely.
It's gonna be, I mean, this is do or die for both teams, actually. Luckily, there is Kalinka with the first. Misses the second, though. That is gonna give an opening for Ivy. But again, it's gonna be a very aggressive pop dog hold coming out from Hellraisers. They really do favor this pop dog. Oh, Dennis peeks right into Jalem's sight, and that is a man advantage coming in for Hellraisers. The pop dog aggression finally does pay off again. With a problem on the B site, Solo on his lonesome. They know that there's probably still one in pop dog, so Gruss is going to hold that angle, and they're going to go for most likely the B execute.
Well, if they'd have dropped that Molotov about 40 seconds earlier, Dennis wouldn't be dead at this point in time, but unfortunately, they have to deter Jalem away late, and now they look to go into the B bomb site. But there's 2 players waiting to come in and flank them, and there's 2 players close in the site. What on earth do they hope they're going to get done? Flowich has found Akez, who drops down the ladder, and Marcelius creeping out onto B has actually worked out in this scenario. He's going to get problem, but does he expect JR up close and personal? He's taken down his teammate now as well, and Marcelius is using sound to try and bait, but he has no time to work with. Doesn't get taken out after time, but it doesn't matter. His team's money is at almost breaking point.
Yeah, they were so close to getting that bomb plant in, but JR just got the planter when he tried to cross towards site. It was so neck on neck that round. If he managed to find JR, if JR missed that shot, it would have definitely been an Apeks round. But that is an if situation, and it's not happening. This is going to be Apeks. They're going to have to force behind the op, because you're not going to get another chance with an op if you don't force up. They still have a couple of Galils. Well, actually, no, a bunch of AKs. Utility is going to be slightly lackluster, but they have enough for a decent execute with the 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and but 3 smokes, actually. And a couple of flashes. But the question is Truth gonna sacrifice his weaponry for utility, or is he actually gonna go for the AK pickup?
Looks like they go for the firepower, and I can't say I agree with that decision from Apeks. It's felt like it's not been the gunfights, it's the tactics that have been losing them this T side. They've just been rushing. Well, not necessarily rushing all the time, but whenever they're pushing, it's just isolated angles where Hellraisers are aggressive and expecting it. They're getting opening kills, and look at all the map control the CTs get. Kalinka's already all the way out of Ivy. taking control of that portion of the map and popping down a deep smoke. It's isolated this attack, and look at this. JR's found the first kill. Marcelius gets one back, but he can't find his opponent's AWPer. And Hellraisers, I think I've definitely done enough to take us to nuke now. They're at a man disadvantage, Apeks. They're trying to push Akez in through Ivy, but he can't even win his engagement against Kalinka. They've just looked like a completely different team on the T side.
Oh, that spray down the flash almost came in perfectly, but JR still clips Gruss somehow. He's on 3 frags with that op, and now it's all on Akez. Can he turn this round around? He did not expect flares to be that close, and it is 2 map points for Apeks before we hit nuke.
Hellraisers now with an excellent opportunity to force us on to nuke as the decider, and that's a map that definitely favors them as well. They'll be very happy that they've been able to come back from the 12-6 deficit. Think about where they mounted this comeback from. It was all based on that one round where they had no money remaining. Problem bailed them out, and now they've only lost 1 of the remaining rounds since that point in time. It is fundamentally phenomenal for Hellraisers, and can they put a stop to Apeks now? They dump utility in Ivy. They have double AWPs available, and if history has anything to say about it, things are already boding well for Hellraisers.
They haven't really gone for an aggressive Ivy push, actually, on the side of Apeks. And let's see if that might turn things around. But it is, well, they're a man down, and that it is Akez, so they are in a world of hurt. JR, they do have 2 flashes left on Gruz. Can they use those flashes to open up the site? He is in Ivy, so he needs to keep JR occupied. At least jumps past, still gets a blind shot onto Dennis. Once the repeat flares, they just have all the angles covered.
Well, Marcelius can get one back, but Jalem's continuing to open up frags. It's still a 4-on-2, and now it's a 4-on-1. Gruss is alone, and Kalinka has taken him out. Apeks completely collapse on their T side, like very few things I've ever seen. They only pick up 1 of the last few rounds there, 2 in total on their T side, as Hellraisers virtually clean sweep the defense and send us on to nuke. Don't go anywhere, folks, as that map is just around the corner.
Shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. That was one of the best tickle fights I've been to.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Malta Vibes, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. HR managed the immense comeback there on Train, the 11-4 scoreline, I believe, after that CT side. They came all the way back, and now we look at Nuke as our decider. My name is Protalis, and talking you through this series with me is, of course, DK Truman. What are your thoughts and expectations heading into our final map?
After that performance of Hellraiser's coming back, I mean, yes, Nuke is again an AWP-heavy map, and AWPer versus AWPer, I definitely think that Apeks have the advantage there, but my god, did they play that one nicely. The comeback was insane. I have to say that Apeks was a little bit lackluster in their executes. They got caught off by a couple too many flanking positions, for instance, but I'm expecting Hellraisers to have a pretty comfy win on Nuke. Statistics-wise, they should. However, statistics don't speak anything about the game, and I hope that I'm going to be wrong so that we might have a close. Yeah, look at that, Marcelius. 1.59 KD. Absolutely insane so far in this series.
43 kills in 2 maps. It's not too bad considering there were only, 21 rounds in that first map, and he was fragging in pretty much all of them. So incredible work from the Norwegian AWPer, and he really is going to be a vital component of this Apeks side heading into Nuke. He just has to turn up on an absolutely insane level, and to be honest with you, it might not even be enough. We saw it on that T side of Train. They really did struggle over their Apeks on the T side of things. They couldn't get an AWP in Marcelius' hands very often at all, which meant he's less effective going forward in the half. And when you look at the history, I know you don't like to put too much of a weight onto statistics, but not only have Apeks not played an official match on Nuke since the start of July, but in their last 8 matches, they've only been able to win 1 of them on this map. So really, everything looks like it could be going in Hellraiser's favor heading into Nuke, especially when you consider what was that disastrous T side from Apeks on Train. And it looks as though we are just about ready to head into the knife round of our 3rd and final map in the series. Apeks going up against Hellraisers to determine who is advancing into the playoffs, and the knife round is just about ready to go.
This knife round, I mean, both teams clearly want to start on the CT side.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much your main goal. CT side has such... This is, I would say, the most CT-sided map in the game. There's so many close angles that you have to push through. And Dennis on the run. No! He's going to try and play the bait and switch. Does juke one knife, but does not juke the other. And that is going to be the most likely Hellraiser side starting on CT. Wait, what? Okay, they are...
Yeah. 100%
yeah,
Hellraisers on that CT side. Of course, that was what we were expecting them to bring forward. And we mentioned the win-loss record for Apeks on this map. Well, in the last 4 outings here on Nuke, and they were all in June, bear in mind. Hellraisers have been a long time since they've been able to play an official match here on Nuke, but of those last 4 matches, they only lost 1 of them, and that was a 16-14 to Simon in the We Play Clutch Island event. And our odds from our betting partners over at LootBet seem to favor Hellraisers here on Nuke as well. It's not all said and done for the side, but these are the odds I agree with most so far today.
Yeah, this is definitely a Hellraiser's favorite side. Both teams are massively better on the CT side than on the T side, so that does not bode well for Apeks. Let's see if they'll be able to get anything going, because they need at least 5 rounds, I would say, just so that you don't have that fear of the losing the pistol round on the CT side.
At the very minimum, they're going to need 5 rounds. We saw that 11 wasn't enough for them to close out the map over on Train, but this pistol is going much better for Apeks as they start charging into the B site. Problem can only tap down 1, and Flarich doesn't have body armor to contest this 1v3. Kit and a smoke in hand, he's still going to go for it, and we saw just how nasty those headshots were over on Train as well, but Truth is going to put him down in this round, removes him completely, and starts things off well for Apeks.
That's a nice opener right there. Of course, they're going to go for the double force up on Hellraisers. 2 scouts picked up immediately. I mean, this is a long-range map. Deagle, scouts, 5-7. No idea what James has got, but I assume it's probably going to be a Deagle as well. And that is, yeah, I mean, with the double scout, going outside is really dangerous. Going ramp is really dangerous, so your best bet's probably go inner, but again, you know, you're up against Deagles possibly, and that close range is just pretty much a shotgun in your gut with the Deagle. And 1 drops down, which means they do have a B flanker, which is going to make ramp a lot less, a lot more scary to defend for Hellraisers, because they have no idea where Apeks is.
Oh.
And Problem just gets annihilated by Dennis.
Just gets trampled there. Gruss is Mac 10 doing heavy work as well, and Jalem slowly wandering in on the flank, but he's going to have nothing to say about the bomb plant at very minimum, and he might not have anything to say about anything else either, as Truth is ready and waiting for that CT aggression. Bomb now down in the B site. It could be an argument just to save head armor here from Hellraisers. The likelihood they get anywhere near this B bomb site is so low, as their side has yet to do a single point of damage to the T's.
Yeah, now it's just save those weapons into the next round. I mean, you're gonna have to fully eco anyway, so armor, pistols. That's okay. Did not even know that you could stand there. That's kind of sneaky. But yeah, it's pretty much just wait and see. However, Kalinka not landing a single shot onto his opponent there, and that is going to be a nice win for Apeks, not losing a single soul, giving them some extra cash in the bank. And Hellraisers, they only save 1 5-7, even not even a Deagle, with head armor and a smoke.
The pistol round on the T side of Nuke is so important as well if you can manage to get it in your favor, because of how difficult the full gun rounds are on this map. Taking a 3-round advantage at the start of the half is really great news, especially if you're hunting down that 5 or 6 round elusive scoreline. Without it, you have to win all of those rounds basically in full gun rounds, or you at least have to win full gun rounds to start those streaks off. At least with the pistol, you can start off with a nice buffer of early rounds, which can be hugely beneficial to that more difficult T side. And it helps you keep that CT economy under a bit of check early on as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, nearly Marcelius. Ever so nearly gets it done against the echoing players. Eventually, Truth will finish him off, though. And that is the 3rd round converted by Apeks.
Yeah, it's also going to be the op buy coming up for JR, as Marcelius going to pick 1 up as well. Nice spray, unfortunately, ran out of bullets. Otherwise, you would have had a nice ace to boot. But Marcelius getting those eco frags to at least boost his HLTV score.
Of course, going to be loving those individual statistics, and he now does have his famed AWP available in this round, and he's found a very fast kill with it as well. Jalem devastated in the early instance now, as already Hellraisers have to drop down at a man disadvantage. That means that this Mac 10 in the hands of Gruz is slightly less significant, as his team already have the lead, so they don't really need to worry about firepower disadvantages in any regard. And as long as they can keep playing the man advantage here, strafing around angles twice at the same time and getting the refrags, they should be able to hold on to this round.
Yeah, it's well, playing a couple of off angles, they should be able to defend it if they play it nicely. JR is down below actually with that op, expecting them to push secret, but it seems it's going to be an inside play towards the A site. Claridge misses the spray down. Gruss actually turns around, still gets the kill. Kalinka tries to spray him down. JR chimes in. It's going to be a 1-on-2 situation. He doesn't expect them that close, and Apeks is just going to shut him down. Dennis came from behind anyway, and that's another one for Apeks. Uh-oh. Are we going to be... Did we cast this curse ourselves by accident?
Well, we'll have to see. HR, I would certainly expect them to put up a slightly more impressive performance there. The issue, I think, in the A-bomb site, at least for Flaric, was that he tried to throw a smoke, I believe, to put out the Molotov that was landing on top hut to make Apeks believe there's a player still in that position, but it actually just didn't extinguish. I'm not sure whether the timing was unfortunately wrong on it, but unfortunately for him, it means they are then swinging around and peeking exactly into his angle. They don't suspect the bait at all, and ultimately they are just able to find him out with a MAC-10, I believe, was the weapon that got the kill on the way in. So it is a great 4-0 start for the Apeks side, and we now have Deagles in the hands of Hellraisers, which we know can be dangerous, but traditionally it's been Apeks looking more lethal with the pistols.
Jalen, close range, does he spot them out? I would absolutely have no idea. Don't think so. But yeah, those are some of those angles which I would never be able to spot anyone out, because I am blind when it comes to smokes in CSGO. But yeah, this is starting off nicely again for Apeks. However, they might have their back turned to Kalinka.
Oh, that could be a bit of a dangerous prospect, because maybe it isn't actually, as he just whips an entire magazine, and now Apeks are cleaning up the rest of his team. Flaric going for some lobby aggression with his 5-7, but JR is the man spotting the players out in heaven, dealing damage at least, but Dennis has now removed him, and Flaric, I don't know if he will have been heard there. He definitely will now, but at least he's won his engagement and can save an AK for his team.
Are they going to go for the hunt, though? They do have enough money, but they might just rather up their own bank than try and knock down Hellraisers. Because there is, I assume eventually Hellraisers will win around when PR can get aggressive with the op. Of course, Marcelius is just, I mean, so far amazing. Every single game, like, big fan with that op.
Certainly been showing up today.
Yeah, Nuke is such a op-heavy map, so I am expecting him to peek those long angles, maybe get the aggressive peek towards Squeaky, which is one of my favorite things to do. You nade the door with while you're running, and then you quickly peek towards outside with that op, and anyone who crosses it will be an easy pick-off.
Well, let's see what option Marcelius goes with in round 6, as this T-side streak has already earned the 5 rounds you declared it minimum for Apeks to need if they wanted a chance of survival on the CT side. And now they're hunting to turn this into a dominant first half. It's aggressive outside commitment from Hellraisers in the early instances, but it's worked out in favor of Apeks early, as Grus finds the first kill, but Kalinka's able to get it back. And now Marcelius can really become a reign of terror as he creeps around left as well. Kalinka in danger is to fall next, and now 2 are left to defend against the Apeks attack. Flaric deep in the sight and problem in heaven. Flaric finds that opening kill onto Marcelius.
Yeah, but it is Dennis flanking from below. Problem is going to try and walk outside. Dennis, they might actually walk past. Oh, he just jumped down, and that's going to give some nice intel. Spray from Dennis. Almost misses the mark there, but Flaric is the last man standing. Actually walks through the smoke while the bomb is heading on towards the A site. So this is this should be a free bomb plant with heaven under control for Dennis. And Akez is going to be planting it. However, does he expect Flaric to come in from the flank from outside? He is going to peek it.
Always drop that smoke.
Yeah, it's a perfectly timed smoke.
It's really working out in Dennis's favor there. Flaric, I think, already had the information on Dennis's position, just about clipped some sound cues of him going up the ladder, but now that smoke makes this engagement far more difficult. He's predicted the angle correctly, but it's Dennis who comes out on top of the frags and converts 6 consecutively on the T side of Nuke. This is an absolutely amazing performance from Apeks at the moment. Momentum well and truly in their favor, and Marcelius, if he can continue performing at this level, it is going to be a wonderful T-side for the Nords.
Yeah, they just so aggressive with the op outside. No one even back behind him, backing him up. His teammate already died, and he just keeps on pushing forward. They are trying to get The door peek, this is an aggressive route coming out from Hellraisers. They're pushing all the angles at the same time, and they will get themselves a man advantage coming through with a lot of territory covered. Dennis, however, is going to go for the flank outside, is already at heaven. Will they expect him to be that far out? Seems Flerich does have an idea.
Certainly on the flank and prepared for it, as Jalem's found Marcelius now. Flarich really appears ready for this engagement, and Problem on the flank could take Dennis down anytime he wants to anyway. Instead, it is Dennis who finds the opening kill, but Problem's just destroyed his teammate and left him now in a 1v3 clutch where the CTs knows his position, and JR is also scoping in on Heaven. It's Flarich who finds the kill and the first round for Hellraisers.
Finally, they managed to shut down Apeks, and it was off the back of a very aggressive CT push to try and get the map advantage. And they immediately rushed down lobby. No, they got pushed from every angle, and at that point, you're pretty much a sitting duck if you're not holding anything. I mean, that's one of the most easy strats. But if they would actually have a full man committal in. Pushed in, you would actually be in a very big problem if you were Hellraisers, if you go for that aggressive push. And right now, Apeks, yeah, they're a little bit more afraid, holding the angles, ready for a possible push coming through, but they're rushing towards B, and there's no one rotated yet towards the B side on Hellraisers.
That could be a huge problem indeed for the CT side, but as Problem actually sticks around to defend, JR now from the ramp is aware that there could be aggression and holds with the sniper rifle. He finds the first kill, 2-1 to Dennis now, and Grust gets him back at bare minimum, but the Molotov reveals Problem's position and allows Grust to convert it into a kill as well. On just 7 HP, he survives, but Marcelius does not expect Jalem to be as aggressive as he is and goes down completely for free, leaving it in a 3-on-3 retake that Jalem has brought into the man advantage.
Will they be able to defend? Their teammate is playing towards ramp, so Gruz can hide behind the side because he knows what angles they're at least not coming from. Ooh. And he's going to use that perfectly. Does lose his life afterward. It is going to be Truth trying to defend the bomb. Jalem has to make a play happen. He's going to pick right side, but he wins that duel, and the bomb defuse should be in time. And another one in favor of Hellraisers.
2 back-to-back. Could this be the stabilization that Hellraisers are looking for on the CT half? The gap only stands at 4 rounds at this point in time, but Apeks can still bring the guns out to try and widen it again. They've already done the minimum amount of work they have to on this T side at this point. It's just about turning up the heat for Hellraisers.
They need some hero plays like that last round. Jalem had 4 kills to his name. And yeah, they need the players to step it up. Ooh, Grust gets legged, but wants to go for the re-peek against the op. Marcelius, he's waiting for anyone to peek into his sights, but they're not giving him that possibility. Akaz actually gets shot. I think he got shot by Marcelius.
Yeah, I think so as well. Just in the back, but actually kills are being found now. If JR wasn't here to stabilize, it could have gotten dangerous for Hellraisers, but Marcelius can't fire shots off when he has no vision, and while they try and deal the damage in the vents, he is going to be able to run away into the B-bomb site and at least get a plant, you'd have to expect. However, a round victory might be too much to ask for.
Well, don't forget, it is Marcelius. Everything is possible. Misses the no-scope flick. And if he got that one, it was actually pretty doable. But unfortunately misses the no-scope, and that is going to be round number 3 for Hellraisers. Okay. I mean, Apeks already got as much as they needed from their their T side. So they're definitely happy, even if this ends... Well, they'll probably not be happy if this ends 9-6 in favor of Hellraisers. But...
Certainly not.
Before, you know, the game started, they'd be happy with 6 rounds.
definitely would have to agree with you there. They are going to bring the pistols out in round number 10 to try and keep wrestling things in their favor, but Hellraisers look to be stabilizing somewhat now. They have double AWPs available as well, and they're going to be trying to extend the rounds on their CT side as much as they possibly can. JR's found the opening kill, but Dennis has overwhelmed the secondary AWP on the B ramp. That's a recoverable sniper rifle now for Marcelius, you'd have to imagine, although I don't think he has any body armor, and JR takes down Dennis on the way in, continues to draw blood for Hellraisers, but won't be able to deny the bomb plant.
It's most likely going to be a nice retake situation. Utility, still a decent amount on the side of Hellraisers, and the AWP even gets dropped. Flarage takes down Gruss, and the last man standing is Truth, who gets rid of JR still, but it is going to be a bomb defuse for Hellraisers. Make that 4. This is getting a really... Though this is just a big recovery. Every single game so far, Hellraisers loses the beginning of the game and then slowly try to crawl themselves. But, well, actually, the first game, it was completely not the case. They got just demolished. But game 2, it definitely was so. And just really suck at the early game.
Perhaps that is the case. They just struggle to start firing off early in these maps, but the recoveries are well and truly on the way now. 2 rounds only lie between Apeks and Hellraisers, and this could be another falling apart of the T side for the Norwegian roster. JR aggressive on his AWP, the utility really just forcing him away from that aggressive angle, and he's going to miss a shot onto Apeks as well. That allows a nade to follow up the kill, and with the opening frag in this round, Hellraisers, they might not be able to reply. Jalen gets one back, but Apeks keeps the man advantage in their favor as Gruss fires out for a second kill.
Yep, a good flank from Kalinka, but at the moment, Apeks have all fallen back towards lobby. I mean, with only 3 defenders available, you probably have 1 A, 1 ramp, and 1 outside anyway. So they are going to gamble, push towards that ramp area. Problem is just moving away from the angle. Will he be able to re-peek in time? Does spot 1, but does not expect the others to be there. Gruss actually gets the shot in with the op, and they've got pretty much well, Kalinka could be a pretty big factor. Tries to spray through the smoke, but Akez does guard his buddy. And now it is Flarage, who is, well, the op was dropped outside, so he's probably going to try and save the op.
Probably will be successful there as well. Apeks not really close enough to hunt him down and remove him, so he should be able to save that sniper. Throwing his AK away is a little bit pointless when you're up against a fully bought T side. That much does have to be admitted, but either way, AWP now in hand. He's going to back off towards T spawn and save it forward, but Hellraisers now are in serious trouble because they're on the much easier CT side of Nuke at this point in time, and while you know, the map has become more and more T-sided with every consecutive update, I'd say it does land at that 9-6 line. If you were to just throw bots into this server, complete blank canvases, and have them play out statistically, the majority of the time, I think it would be 9-6 in favor of that CT side, which means Hellraisers are running out of runway to perform on the easier side of things. And when you see that the vast majority of their round wins here on Nuke do stem from the CT side, they could be sweating a little bit now.
And especially with the amount of money they have left in the bank. I mean, that op save was actually really necessary because they are down on their last dime. Oh, this Chico peek. They have absolutely no idea that JR could have been there. That is a little bit unfortunate. Dennis is playing close angle though, and JR is going to peek into him. Oh, actually hiding behind the boxes.
Oh, not able to creep round far enough. Does not expect JR's positioning, and that double entry from Hellraisers usually is enough to convert rounds on the CT sides. Apeks with 110 left to work with. There's still time for the T side, but they have so little map control. They're just trying to fight their way out onto A, and JR has not been able to be removed yet. Eventually, Gruss takes him down, but Jalen's here for some counter-aggression, and he's dropped the bomb on the A-bomb side, found himself a second kill, and left Marcelius in a position where he has to clutch things out.
Well, Marcellus, come on, show us some beauty. Very unfortunate that he's completely stuck. Ooh, does get himself Jalem, swaps away to his molly and will get caught on the retreat. And all of a sudden, well, they do have a little bit of money still left on Apex's side. But that recovery coming out from Jalem was pretty damn nice.
It really was, and Hellraisers avoiding any more momentum being afforded to Apeks at the beginning of this T side. They continue to buy up, although they don't drain their bank completely at the moment. They are still taking the force through, but Hellraisers going to have to defend from the contact play.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty tough defense, actually, it seems. Kalinka does not get the spray down. They have a smoke left. JR close range opping, wins the duel, gets another one, and that is the bomb not even planted. Complete shutdown coming in from Hellraisers, and they're looking to even out this game towards a 8-7. They really do not want to give away a map loss. Half lost.
Certainly not. They really want to try for that recovery, come back into the CT half and try and wrestle things back into their favor. At least that one-round advantage would be something to work with heading into the more difficult side of the map, and some kind of protection from a pistol round loss.
That is some heavy nade stack coming through. But will they expect Jaden to be this close on top of red boxes right now? He spots out one AK, shuts him down, will fall back, and that is the man advantage that they need. Gets a kill and disengages exactly what they need to happen. They are so close. Walks past Dennis in the smoke, who then loses the fight against Jalem, and that is going to be a 2 versus 4 situation. Very tough. Again, Marcellus is the last man standing. I mean, I know that he's amazing, but oof. His team is making it a little bit too hard for him.
Apeks, unlikely now that they come out of this half the victors. They were 6-0 up at the start of this T side, remember, but that seems to be a theme almost throughout this series so far. Strong starts and weak finishes from Apeks, and the opposite perhaps true for Hellraisers as they look to win 8 of the last 9 rounds in this first half. All AKs and just 3 flashes for Apeks to work with here. They're going to try and force outside control.
A pretty aggressive move outside, but they have 2 flashes left in their utility. They are incredibly lucky that they managed to cross outside. No one was holding the push at all, and well, heaven has been gifted to Marcellus. We do have Flamage on site, just guarding it, of course. But Marcellus is not even looking down because he doesn't expect anyone to hide on site. JR catches Akaz from the side, and this is looking really problematic. All of a sudden, Hellraisers, they were 6-0 ahead on Apeks, and they lose the half 8-7.
Another collapse towards the latter stages of the T half for Apeks. How significant is that going to be throughout the rest of this map? They now head on to the easier CT side of Nuke, but the momentum is with their opponents, who on the more difficult side of the map have the round advantage and have the motivation to continue performing here. The odds from our partners over at LootBet seem to indicate it's just about as balanced as it could possibly be, with Apeks narrowing out the advantage.
I would say that I would rate Apeks a little bit higher, as in better 1.5, something along those lines, because it is really heavily CT-sided, and you have Marcellus on that op. However, it might have been because Truth bought himself the dualies again that they have been put at the, well, not the most favorable odds.
Russ spotting out this ramp progression right now and actually following through with the shots as well. This could be an early denial. Look at that kill feed all the kills from Apeks come through in about 3 seconds. They decimate Hellraisers on the pistol round. They can get nowhere near a bomb site. And that is the perfect start to this Apeks CT side.
And he actually gets the headshot as well as pretty nice. Look at the buy round as well. Double AUG coming, a triple AUG even for Apeks. They're playing that long range game. Oh, it feels like this is CSGO from a couple months ago.
Certainly trying to make it work with the AUGs. Finding kills with it as well, to be honest with you. Hellraisers in such dire straits in this round. Truth's trying to spam through the smoke to take down JR, but he is at least safely in the vent. Jalem trying to protect his bomb with this Deagle and just peeking his head out, finding very nice shots, making it very, very expensive for this Apeks side. They throw perhaps 2 weapons away that they didn't need to there, trying to hunt down the 4 HP player of Jalem. But now on the flank, they could be able to cleanly take him out, as Truth is looking around at the back of this silo for the low HP player. He can hear the reloads and has now spotted him, eventually drops that bomb and leaves JR in an impossible scenario.
Yeah, it still is a very painful round because they dropped 2 AUGs and they did not actually send their SMG players to retrieve him. So that is a lot of net worth and just thrown in the dumps. And nice taps from Jalem, and a very worthwhile round for the Hellraiser side. I mean, yeah, no, double AUG is pretty worthwhile. Look at the weaponry they have to replace their AUGs with a 1 M4 and an SMG. This should be a pretty clear-cut run. JR actually bought out the scout, though.
Perhaps trying to be that minor cleanup for the Hellraiser side. Use the Deagles to make those body tags and then try and swing that scout in to finish it off with the 1-shot conversion. Jalem's going to be playing this silo angle again because it worked out for him brilliantly in the last round, but he's having less effectiveness this time. Truth shuts him down immediately as JR's the next to fall, and the MP9s farming up all the cash they could hope for. A 10th round all but guaranteed now for Apeks as problem gets cleaned up towards the death of things. Hellraisers are going to be desperate to start scoring soon and deny too much economic build-up towards Apeks on the CT side.
Yeah, that scout buy makes it so that JR can't buy any piece of utility at all, so he's going to be very dependent on his teammates to try and make a play, which is kind of weird when an IGL does not have any utility. Usually he's the one that wants to set everything up for his teammates, you know, throw the pop flash in and everything because, well, he is the IGL. Got the aggression coming out. It's not going to pay off. Marcelius falls. Dennis wants to go in for a second.
Might be tempted away from it at the moment, though. Can't really risk overextending and giving Apeks another 3 kills, so they go and push 2 players through Trophy Room instead. They walk forward together and send Akez out even further, but Problem is really expecting that play. Are they expecting the advancement up the ladder as well? That's the real question. It looks like they don't need to be, as Apeks have decided not to commit any further aggressively in this round, as they're already at the 2-man disadvantage. This is going to be hard enough.
Yeah, a tough round, but then again, they are playing with their bonus round. Next round will be with an op from Marcelius, so he doesn't actually have to get aggressive inside lobby. Cross on the ramp. They are going to push from the opposing angle towards the ramp, and Truth gets taken out, but they still have Grust down below. Will they expect the CT player to hold the angle?
Back down a bit further, but the rest of his team have all been cleaned up. They don't have to commit down this ramp if they don't want to. They're just guessing at this point where the last remaining player is, and now they found him. He's taken down by Flaric at the late stages of the round, and Hellraisers are now 1 away from tying up the scoreline. Apeks buying through to try and deny that tie, as they'd have to drop down onto an eco following a round loss here, but it looks like the momentum is going to be broken up regardless for technical reasons, and Hellraisers this time have much more utility to work with in the upcoming gun round.
Yeah, especially Marcelius on the op. I mean, The man is twice as strong with the op as without. What kind of defense are we going to see here from Apeks? They just tried to go aggressive. It did not really pan out as they wanted, but that mainly had to do with the fact that they had weaker weaponry in general, thanks to the SMGs. Yeah, Apeks, they need to win this round. Otherwise, you're going to give Hellraisers an opening to build up some more cash.
That's the real thing they're trying. Well, both sides are trying to avoid. You have to admit it. If Apeks lose out on this, they have to go down onto an eco. Their opponents have tied. You're expecting then 11-10 with a healthy bank built up on the T side. It bodes well for Hellraisers, but they're still on the more difficult half of the map. Whereas if Hellraisers start losing out and Apeks build up an economy on the CT side, that could really be them shut out of the series and losing the opportunity to qualify to the playoffs early on indeed. Marcelius does have his famed AWP in hand and therefore should effectively be a lethal force in the server in this upcoming round. He's the highest fragging player on his side and really his impact is felt. He's going to have to go big with this AWP, you feel, as really it's on Truth and Gruss otherwise doing the majority of the lifting in terms of kills.
Let's see what kind of angle he's going to be playing. It is always a blast to see oppers on this map. Together with Train, probably the most my favorite op-intensive maps because of the angles. Akaz is trying to bait them out into thinking he dropped down, and Marcelius gets himself the first pick onto Jalem outside. Okay, he was all the way still in spawn, it seems. So, barely decided to leave his base. He's still holding that angle. I think he just missed a shot, though, onto... Was that's Kalinka. Was down towards Secret. Should have intel though that he's down towards Secret. We're gonna see a nice execute coming out of smoke up in heaven. Was the A site bomb gets thrown down, but it is gonna look like it's a ramp push coming in. Dennis catches JR. But where is the ramp player coming through? There we have Gruss. He actually rotated away from ramp because of the execute coming out from Hellraisers, and they will head in towards that B site.
Kalinka's found another kill for Hellraisers in the round. That was the double opener for Apeks, brought back into a 3-on-3. That is a nightmarish scenario for the CTs to have allowed to happen. And they've dropped Marcelius straight into Kalinka's crosshairs. And Kalinka hasn't stopped advancing. He's just forced these Apeks defenders away. And despite starting the round perfectly with the 2 opening kills, they completely lose control of the map. They get wrecked by Kalinka, who finds heavy impact indeed. And now he's tied up the scoreline for Hellraisers.
And they won't be able to recover an op at all on their side either. So that is going to be problematic because you want Marcelius on that op. The flank coming in, but Kalinka is not going to push any further. Truth note that he was very close to him though. But yeah, this I would say that this still has to be an eco on the side of Apeks. You could go for the Armored Eagle next to the rifles, but I just say play like this and let the rifles try to do their magic.
That does have to be the call. You believe Apeks, their money is just not in the best scenario here, and really on the CT side, they are at risk of losing control completely. Arguably, if Hellraisers could just trample through and keep storming rounds, they definitely have momentum on their side during this map of Nuke. And Apeks much more passive this time. They've done work in the past with these USPs, don't get me wrong, and definitely found damage, but we've yet to see it happen on Nuke. And Truth and Dennis with the 2 rifles on the board, they've got to get at least 3 kills between them.
Yeah, this is a tied score again. Ramp. Oh, Tings coming out. They get 2 frags, 3 in favor of Apeks, running forward, trying to grab a gun as soon as possible. That might have been a little bit, you know, that's one of those moves that's almost always a little bit too aggressive coming out.
Yeah.
But JR does not expect Dennis to be on top of blue. And now it's all on Flarage against the 2 players that actually started the round with rifles and armor.
Both with a crossfire in the A site, but Flarich has deleted one of them. Truth punished very early on just for showing his head. And now the bomb plant can occur in the B site. Dennis, the Swedish veteran, in the one-on-one clutch against Flarich, who's trying to back away, but Dennis has spotted out his position. The noise, of course, going to give Dennis away as well as he dumps both of his flashes in and looks to slow peek the angle. Flarich, it's going to be a matter of timing as he still has flashes to work with himself, but Dennis has no idea whether Flarich has backed away. It looks like he didn't spot the early pillar positioning, and that's allowed Flarich to punish him. 1 round lead now secured by Hellraisers as Apeks are going to get a buyout in this round, but it's going to drain their bank, and if Hellraisers can claim victory, they can take control of their T side.
And that is an amazing round coming out from Flarich to secure his team the lead once again. It is a pretty tough game. I mean, both these teams are so neck on neck between each other, and Hellraisers, they just get the edge in that last fight. Dennis, with all of his experience, did not manage to clutch that one through. And out, it's coming down to an outside play. Jalen trying to rush towards Secret, taking a heavy rain of damage, but Dennis is going to get shut down. Kalinka drops in return, and we have a 4-on-4 situation. Akaz is even going to go down towards B. They're putting 2 players down towards B currently, which means A is pretty susceptible to being completely annihilated.
Apeks rotating around, trying to hold these off angles. They want to keep 2 players committed into the ramp room by the looks of things, but Marcelius is eventually going to back away as the rear outside control is with Hellraisers, and Apeks have to position accordingly. Jalen has made his way up into heaven, and I don't think that's going to be anticipated because Marcelius has control of the bottom of the ladder. I wonder if he's communicated to his team. He definitely hasn't, and Jalem's found 2 big ones up above the A bomb site, really thinning those defenses. As Marcelius falls, it would be on Gruss's shoulders to 1v4 here. Just has to save the rifle. Hellraisers steaming ahead now on their T side.
Yeah, they're just getting completely annihilated. No possible idea that there might be a flanker coming through towards heaven. They had no outside control whatsoever because they dropped 2 down to B. One was staying at ramp and the other one was in the A site. So with playing a blind eye, you should have an inkling that they might flank because they love playing the flank on Hellraisers, especially Flamage and Jalem love going all over the place. And yeah, this is a 12-10. It's going to be another eco for Apeks, maybe a deagle here or there, but it is most certain. I mean, how are they going to be able to overcome this? Akaz, for instance, on that train defense was amazing, and all of a sudden he only has 5 frags in 22 rounds.
The IGL for Apeks, he was a great fragging force over on train. You're absolutely right, especially on that CT side. He was doing so much of the work individually that his presence is definitely being missed at the moment on Nuke. That much is for sure, but with Apeks having deagles in hand, I never want to doubt them in rounds like this. We see what they can do with the USPs, and deagles are just a better version of that pistol when all thing is said and done. It's just stronger damage-wise, and they can still deal the damage with it.
Yeah, especially on these close angles. I mean, they are hiding inside secret with 2 players. Gruss is going to get mollied off, but they do have Akaz still hiding inside secret. They might not expect the second player. He peeks out wide, but does not win that fight. Outside smoke's coming through. Marcellus is trying to spot through the smoke. And one smoke already dissipates, but there is Gruss still down secret, the only M4 that they have.
Ooh.
Runs back in while they push the smoke and falls. That means they only have 2 deagles left and a little bit of armor on the 2 players to try and hold this off. Luckily, Marcelius has been saving up some money so that he can buy an op next round because they really need that op.
You have to say so. Marcelius, when he kills, the highest fragger, just about alongside Gruz on his side, just leading the way. And he really is a pivotal player for this Apeks side. The AWP in his hand, how much impact is he going to be able to have? Because Apeks, look at their cash left over. They lose this, they'd be 14-10 down with an eco to deny map point. Hellraisers now with a firm opportunity to take control of the T side unless Apeks manage to recover this incredibly stormy ship that their journey on Nuke has been so far.
And that is definitely a nice opener to make. Don't forget that this is a CT-sided map, so it is very impressive that Hellraisers have done such a massive amount of work on the T side. And with problem all the way down vents already, they have a good rotator taken out. Dennis gets rid of Kalinka, but will they be able to deal with Dennis, who is still outside in garage? There's going to be a push in towards the A site, but he doesn't expect Akaz to be playing that close angle on the right side, and that is going to be a problem for problem. Because now it is a 5-on-2 situation, and Hellraisers, they've got pretty much nothing left. Marcelius does miss the shot because he didn't expect problem to come up secret, but now they know where the last man is standing.
Problem surely can't get anything done here. Maybe a couple of exit kills. His team have cash to work with, but instead Marcelius is the man to put him down, and it looks as though this game might just be going the distance. 13-11 as Apeks start to narrow that gap once again now. As they hunt down the Tide scoreline, they have full guns available and surviving with 5 alive as well. Obviously great news for that CT bank. Obviously vitally important for Apeks to have a bit of cash to work with at such a late stage in the game when things could swing either way. They're certainly going to be thanking their lucky stars, but Dennis is doing the opposite at the start of this round as he gets caught out with a nade in hand.
Yeah, that's the quick peek from JR, not using the nade as I suggested, but I love that door peek in general. Giving them a man advantage. Apeks, that is going to put them into a pretty problematic situation. Luckily, they do have Marcelius still outside with the op, playing in the, well, pretty much full, all the way in the back of CT. Should be able to keep a guard of heaven, so his teammates know that that is cleared.
Scoped in with the AWP, but smoked off now. And his position neutered. He knows he has to reposition. It's all just a case of timing when he does it. And Truth is in a bit of danger. He might not be aware of it, but Jalem is ready to pounce at any opportunity. I'm just not quite sure he's positioned correctly in that smoke. Marcelius in the rear actually takes him down and brings it back into a 4 versus 4 scenario. Picks up an AK for close range defense, but Hellraisers are thinking about attacking the ramp. Cruz is ready to deal with this aggression and finds problem as the first, backing away to flash himself for some room as Truth takes down Kalinka. This round has all gone wrong for Hellraisers.
That's a complete shutdown from Apeks. A man down, but Marcelius catches out the player outside, and that is the linchpin. That's the most crucial player right there, because he's the one that has to peek the site and check all the angles to give his teammates the info. Okay, it's going to be JR up top. 1 versus 2. Will get caught out by Marcelius. Wait, where did he even shoot him from? But Marcelius does manage to get the shot in. That was a very weird moment right there at the stairs. With how, like, it looked like Marcelius was about to get shot in from behind, but then his teammate got ravaged by JR.
Either way, it leads to another 1 round from the Apeks side, and now they are a single victory away from tying up the scoreline at 13-13 and coming out in the lead of the CT side here on Nuke. The final map as the decider. The loser will still have to play some more Counter-Strike later today. They'll be dropping down into the decider matchup later on, but the winner will advance early into the playoffs and have a nice, comfortable night off for themselves. Hellraisers playing it passively this time, but burning out their utility quite significantly as their smokes being deployed at this point. They only have 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and a Molotov against the virtually full complement from Apeks.
Yeah, this is what is going to be their plan of attack. They just attempted to go for the A push. It's going to be the ramp, it seems. Gruss, he has to hold big. JR misses the op shot, and Gruss is actually going to fall back. Big nade damage coming in. Peeks out white, but they both get crushed on the ramp. That is going to be an opener. Jalen tries to win the duel against Dennis, but loses it in the end. Truth already jumped down towards B, and will be a 1-for-1 trade, making it 2 versus 3 situation for Apeks. They know where the last 2 players are coming from. Jump through, jump wide, gets rid of JR, dodges Flairage's bullets. Dennis gets a double, and Kalinka is the last man standing. Dennis is down to 20 HP, so he has to be the bait so that he can switch with his homeboy Akaz, and he's going to do exactly that. That gives away the info. Who's going to win that duel? It is going to be Akaz, and the bomb defuse should come through.
Enough time left for the Norwegian captain. Quiet so far on Nuke, but able to win that 1 versus 1. It's all tied up then at 13-13 now as Apeks only keep a single player alive, stretching out their economy. But Hellraisers in turn also are having some economic woes of their own. It's a timeout called through from the CIS side to discuss their strategies here, as their buy would not be perfect by any stretch of the imagination here in round 27.
You know what I might expect to happen next? I am expecting that wonderful OT to come back.
Certainly likely, certainly likely.
Okay, well, it will be a very, I mean, the overtime is the most fun of all, because of course you get to see the full buy versus full buy every single possible round. Marcelius again back on carrying his team, 24 frags to his name, and yeah, he's alone at the top currently.
Hellraisers making sure they use all of the time they have to work with here. Double timeout in a row at a very high pressure moment in the game indeed. They are going to decide to bring forward a force buy into round 27. Apeks up against a double eco. I think you have to be expecting that at this point in time. I don't see much real reason why they take 2 consecutive timeouts if they could just eco in the next round and use that one as an opportunity to talk about strategy. So Apeks potentially predicting this buy. If they can win the round, it would be wondrous for them, but they wouldn't have done enough to deter the Hellraisers full buy in the next. This certainly has potential to go the distance.
Let's see what the plan is here for Hellraisers. It's just going to be a straight up A rush, trying and catch them off guard. They're going to jump down vents. Maybe just go for the bomb plant. Kalinka gets a kill, tries to jump down, but Marcelius is there quick enough on the catch. Bomb is going to get planted though, and Hellraisers, they have a man advantage. Bomb is down, and they still have a decent amount of weapons. They are trying to catch anyone pushing through vents, but Flairage gets a double with the Deagle outside. Flairage just shuts them down, and that is the last man standing. Marcelius does not expect Flairage to have been pushing that far. Triple kill for him, and all of a sudden, Hellraisers take one back from Apeks, and look at the money for Apeks. It's completely in tatters.
And now it is they who call the timeout in round 28. They want the opportunity for discussion here. Neither team facing elimination with a loss on this map, but they are avoiding an opportunity to qualify directly to the playoffs, and they are then still in danger of dropping out of this group in the next best of 3 series they would play later on today. That money for the CT side as broken at the worst possible time on Nuke. At the moment, Apeks are yet to invest, and it looks as though they aren't going to be committing to this round. They are going to eco into it and give Hellraisers the free 15 and hope they can convert 2 consecutive rounds to take us into overtime.
Well, I mean, that's what we're thinking, but don't forget, USPs are deadly on the side of Apeks on this defense. And the Hellraisers do have the tendency to, every once in a while, completely lose touch of their positioning and the possibilities of a flank. They're going for the double stack towards ramp again with that USP. But this time it seems Hellraisers are playing a little bit more cautious than they were the last round.
Definitely. Against the pistols, that's the thing. Even those USPs can just do so much damage. Hellraisers know it. They know they're never safe at any point against the Apeks side as the USPs deal early dinks. And look at it, Truth and Dennis are coming through for kills. It's brought into a 3 versus 3 scenario, but now the bomb site is under the control of Hellraisers. They look to put the plant down as well, and as Gruz is removed, Dennis has found an AWP, but Marcelius has found a Deagle headshot, and with this AUG, Dennis has brought it down into a one-on-one.
Doesn't have armor or any utility, but that shot from Marcelius was insane. Getting that Deagle shot while pushing through the smoke headshot, beautiful play coming up from him.
Oh.
Kalinka does win the fight, and it is going to be a 2 map and series points coming in for Hellraisers.
That was such a crazy play from Marcelius. Brought it into the one-on-one just prior to Dennis's kill there, which actually secured the scenario. But that really could have gone the other way. That could have been the tied scoreline 100%. But now Apeks need 2 consecutive to force overtime, and Hellraisers have 2 clear-cut opportunities to close out our 3rd and final map of this series.
Yeah, they are up against Marcelius' op, who is going to jump down. It seems he's going to go for the secret peak. I don't think he's actually gone for the op secret peak just yet. And it is going to be a heavy outside execute from Hellraisers. So I assume they'll at least molly out secret, because Marcelius can get a quick pick and fall back. That's a 5-man push. They have no smoke coverage coming out outside on Hellraisers. They will lose. Problem, they get Dennis though, and Marcelius falls back. The nade is gonna land on Kalinka, and Kalinka dies as well. Marcelius gets himself a nice double for his troubles, but it is gonna be Hellraisers 2 men, well, 2 versus 3. They have the B site under decent control. There is 1 player close enough that can deal with the bomb plant. But JR does smoke and molly the direction. Flair is just trying to get outside so they can get the bomb plant in, and the rotations will come through from behind.
2 flashes, but the man advantage for Apeks to work with. JR finds Akez, who's actually on the flank, but he's left Flarich alone in the B bomb site, and he's trying to go aggressive and look over the top of this smoke. That's not the call you want to make when you're the only one defending the site, but they don't expect it, and he's found the kill onto Grunt. 2-on-1 scenario. Truth is low, and he can't get it done. Hellraisers eventually on the T side of Nuke convert the work that they need to, and at the very end of the half, secure that 16th round, and they become your first team of Group A advancing to the playoffs.
Yeah, that was an amazing showing. It was, I mean, that they managed to win the T side, these ridiculous Apeks pistol rounds that nearly managed to get rid of the 28th round, I think. It was both sides very competitive, but eventually Hellraisers did beat them. It's unfortunate, especially for Marcelius, who has had an outstanding series, that they had to forfeit this one, but they still have a chance later in the evening where they'll be facing up against the winner of Budapest 5 or Lyngby Vikings for that 2nd sweet spot in the playoffs.
Well, you are going to be sticking around for that second series. Unfortunately, everybody, you're going to have to say goodbye to me from this one. The only last thing to say about this broadcast is a huge thank you to our partners over at Gaming Malta, Grid, Hellcase, and Lootbet. A huge thank you to you, the viewer, for watching this series. Don't go anywhere. There is more CS action on your way tonight, coming at you just after this quick break.
Nice shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no.
a home of gaming excellence. I'm Scriv. Joining me is going to be DK Truman. First time for he and I casting together here, so kind of excited for that one. And of course, we've got to continue the action here. A full day for you, my friend. So I suppose you can come in and give us all the nice information, nice insight into those earlier games. But of course, we're getting into the elimination match here between Budapest 5 and Lyngby Vikings. I feel could be a fairly evenly matched, fairly interesting one to watch. A bit of a clash of styles, perhaps. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on this, but I think we're in for a good best of 3.
Yeah, these I've seen the tail end of Lyngby Vikings game, but I have casted them before. It is a little bit of a mixture team. They have pretty good fraggers out there, but I personally think that Budapest 5 is slightly better in just their raw aim. But they did both take the matches. I think in the beginning of the day, 19-17. They took the 17, of course, because they both got dropped to the losers match. It is, but the map choices that we're going to be seeing are going to be Vertigo, Train, and Nuke. What do you think about these map choices for these two teams?
Teams kind of have. And funny that you mentioned the previous time they played a few days ago, which I imagine would have been in the last Malta Vibes Cup, right? They actually played the same maps. So I think there's a bit of a rivalry here. There's a bit of, particularly for the Lyngby Vikings wanting to come back. They lose the first map 16-14, right? And then able to only take the one in the form of Vertigo to begin with. So they really could have pulled it back. They really could have taken it over the line. However, robbed ever so slightly. But I feel like these maps are definitely comfortable for both teams. May well be seeing a 3-mapper here. But like I say, a repeat. So we'll see whether they've learned from their previous mistakes. Kind of on both sides. Some really close results last time they played.
Yeah, it is kind of a weird map pool again. Because Vertigo, Budapest 5 have not won a match on Vertigo yet. Lyngby Vikings 62%. Then on the other side, Train, Lyngby Vikings 8 maps played, 0% win rate, so lost all their maps on Train, which, I mean, Budapest 5 don't have a positive win rate, but at least they won something. And then it's going to be Nuke, which is, well, Budapest's best map by far. This is another one of those situations where I just see certain maps getting banned out, and I'm curious why, for instance, Budapest 5 would let Vertigo in, because, you know, they have 0% win rate on it. And the same thing for Lyngby Vikings. I know that people have their veto maps, but sometimes you just gotta get out of your comfort zone, because 0% win rate is definitely not something that you want to try continuing.
It is kind of interesting. But at the same time, yeah, I think these sorts of tournaments, particularly, you know, they were in last week, they're in this week, these are going on all the way through until September. So if they're going to be dipping in and out, whether they make it through to playoffs or they get eliminated on the first day, right? It all remains to be seen. But it's a great environment to train those maps, to work on those maps, I think, particularly if you are playing similar opponents time after time. So I kind of respect that from them, rather than just going straight towards a permaban and banning it away every single time. They're using this as an opportunity to really work on their map pool, work on the entirety, right? And particularly at the top levels, if looking to get there, which I would imagine they are, you need to have at least 6 going. You can have that permaban, but sometimes it may come into question. You come up against a team who are not very good on your permaban. Let's say you've done some work on it in tournaments like these. You can suddenly pull it out as a bit of a gotcha kind of card. Something that Keith and I usually go towards, it's more his idea than mine, but I kind of like it, and I suppose we've got a bit the time here before the game gets underway. We generally choose a player from either side and compare, contrast, you know, and see or present ideas as to why we feel they are one to watch, so to speak. So I suppose I'll go first in this case. I believe for me, on the Budapest 5 side of things, I feel, and I may be stealing yours away, I feel that Torzi is definitely the one to watch with that AWP. He's pretty solid, pretty damn good. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, I suppose I'll stick with the AWPers. I'll go with Twinks, right? I think he is well, been playing very, very well. Not quite as impactful for the Lyngby Viking side as Torzi is for Budapest 5, but still a solid one to watch. And now I suppose I pass the mantle across to you as we get into the knife round, so giving us a bit more to talk about. Who do you think are the players to watch here, DK Truman?
Well, yeah, Budapest 5 won the pistol, and they're going to swap over towards the T side, which of course is favored on Vertigo, but I actually want to say towards this, I've been a pretty big fan of him. I also think that Coolio is a very sneaky player on Budapest 5. He doesn't have the highest stats, but he has a lot of very impactful kills, holding down a certain site on his own, getting a nice little flank. And on Lyngby Vikings, I would go for Cabby. I think Cabby can, same thing, he can really hold down a site completely on his own. And yeah, I from the riflers, I would say that I want to watch them the most. So, Fleeve is also very good on Budapest 5, but I just like Coolio, probably because Gangsta's Paradise is one of my favorite songs.
Well, there you go. Look, on that note, we're straight in here. No messing about. No messing about. Of course, shout out to Lootbet there. You see the odds fairly close between. Banner down below. Give it a click. You can get yourself 10 free spins, 100 bonus euros on your first deposit. We don't miss any of the action, so we're very smooth and seamless here this afternoon. Smooth and seamless, though. The CT's definitely going to be living up to that. Coolio coming in with 2. Your man of the hour. Certainly the man of this round. It's still a 2 versus 2, though. Bird from Sky has picked up 2 quick ones, looking for more as well. Look at all the damage coming in. He and Twinks are able to pull it back from a 2-on-4 and just secure the round in an instant. Lyngby Vikings going to be kicking themselves.
They gave away the entire A site because they were banking on the retake. Was a very nice execute from Budapest 5, smoking off everything. Nothing Lyngby Vikings could do without putting them in a very dangerous position. But Budapest 5 managed to somehow hold on. It looked really like Lyngby Vikings were going to push them off the site completely. But with that, it is still a very decent buy coming out from Lyngby Vikings on this close range map. The only angle that really is long range is where Corey is about to lose his head.
Quick rotations across here from the CT side, of course. Kind of waiting patiently. There's not a lot going down right now. That opening frag, right? I think this is the perfect way to play your anti-eco, anti-force buy situations. You find the opener, slow things down a bit, play for things like this, right? They're trying to go for the boost. They make a lot of noise. That's a good information tell for the Budapest 5 to work with. And yeah, just waiting for the aggression to come to them. There's going to be an awful lot of it, but they seem to be handling it very well indeed. Not a single player falling really clean from Budapest 5.
It's actually pretty impressive that they didn't lose a single player, because it looked like they were going to get swarmed completely on that A ramp. But they just held their ground pretty dominantly and managed to push back that push. And now Budapest 5, they're getting a decent amount of cash in the bank. Got to get those rounds up before you accidentally... there's always a possible round that you can lose by accidents, and Lyngby Vikings, they need as many rounds as possible, because they, of course, are not... They don't... If they lose this map pick, they are in a very big problem. They need to shut this one out and make it tough for Budapest 5 to win. Big spray down coming out onto A ramp, though, and this is all Mac 10 money. Finally, the Galil chimes in, but yeah, 4 kills with the Mac 10. That's a lot of gold bucks going in favor of Lyngby Vikings. Look at that economy on their side. That's at least 3 full buy rounds. But more crucially, Torzi is going to be able to pick up an op. He is on 0 frags so far, but the, he's an opper, so he's got his big green gun finally to try and hold the enemy off.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how this goes down. A very quick play from ramp from both sides, actually. This is going to be a mess. First frag comes in for the T's. Oh, and they've walked past him. Will they continue to walk past him? I think they definitely have an idea that he's there. Yeah, Riles is able to take him down. So much noise made by Corey getting in there that it's blatantly obvious that he's around and inside the smoke. Where else could he be? So really easy openers coming in for Lyngby Vikings. Torzi going to miss his first opportunity, although a difficult one, to be fair to him. They are trying their best to pull back the pieces here. It's just not working out. They're so ready, so clean on the Lyngby Vikings side. Once again, another flawless round coming in. It's not really too flashy. Just simple utility usage, good timing, and looking comfortable on the map. Whereas Budapest 5 getting caught off guard quite readily here. The early aggression doesn't work out at all. And I feel if they continue with that, it's not going to look too good for them. They really need to play it a bit more passive early on, I think, and let Lyngby Vikings have a bit more control rather than trying to contest the control. Just give it to them.
This is a struggle coming in for Budapest 5. I mean, they have a 0% win rate on this map, and it is kind of showing right now with the amount of... They're just getting caught out completely, and Lyngby Vikings have the strats over them 100% right now. But with the Deagles, they could still make something work, close angles, walk into them. However, they do, yeah, okay, Bird from Sky is going to be picking up that Mech 10 because he wants to get close and personal. With that Molly tossed out, Corey is forced back. Ooh, nice catch from Fleeve. These shots are dangerous, but in the meantime, towards B, there is a push coming out from Coolio, gets shut down, and that means the B site is completely cleared for Lyngby Vikings to get that bomb plant in. The rotation from Budapest 5 is going to be a little bit on the later side, and they will get a free plant with Molly smokes and everything they need to zone out this Budapest 5 retake. And Twinks chimes in, will fall back towards the stairs, and they should be having a pretty easy round again on the side of Lyngby Vikings.
Yeah, it certainly has to be expected, but these are the kinds of rounds where teams can let flip the dogs of war, as it were, right? I think Budapest 5 are a great team in situations like this where they are in the force buy, play it a bit faster, a bit looser, a bit more in your face. However, Lyngby Vikings, and look, this is maybe how it came so close the previous that they played Vertigo. I believe a 16-13 victory for Lyngby Vikings is indeed, in part, I would imagine, down to some of these force buy situations that they were losing, and they've really tied it up, tightened it up. Been working now for a good amount of time with the likes of Fetish, who is their coach. Very famous name, of course, if you've been around for a while. The Astralis core were brought into the game, brought up into Counter-Strike Global Offensive by him. Sure, I mean, they had experience already, but into the place that they're at the moment, he began that journey, let's say. Roll's going to open up, looking clean. The danger man of this team. 0-0-6 for Benito, so really not the best start for Budapest 5 at all. It's not just the fact that they've got 5 in a row on the T side here, it's the way in which they've done it, how dominant it has been.
Look at the money. Every single Lyngby Vikings player over 10 grand in the bank. That is an amazing amount. Barely losing a single player in most of these rounds, and already having the man advantage with that heavy aggression coming through. But this time there's no aggressive push coming out from Budapest 5, and with the execute coming in, it's going to be 2 players trying to defend against big... Oh, Cabby just perfectly angled, knowing that his back is covered thanks to the smokes and flashes coming through. Nice nade to get rid of Bird from Sky, but they already have the bomb plant in, and the post plants picked up. Twinks even gets rid of Coolio through the smoke. Okay, Twinks is popping off a little bit too much. And Budapest 5 are going to try and save their double op setup.
So, a lot of things in that situation. Obviously, losing control of A can be quite easy. Maybe easy is not the right word, but you know, I suppose a better way of wording it is like it's difficult to contest the utility that comes in from the T side, particularly when you don't have utility yourself. And I feel that's part of the issue there for Budapest 5, is they try and force the issue when they needed to find the early frags rather than go for the retake. They just didn't have enough available, no kit. You know, a double up setup usually is not ideal. It could definitely work on Vertigo. You can split them up, and obviously the sight lines are fairly open. But in terms of getting those rifles in there, just not really doable with that lack of utility. And they don't survive. None of them survive. They don't keep either of those AWPs in play. So really not looking good here for Budapest 5. To reiterate, these 6 rounds in a row for Lyngby Vikings have been incredibly dominant. No real competition as yet. Budapest 5 are not living up to kind of the expectation that we had for them coming into this map. Sure, it's Lyngby Vikings' pick, and I would imagine looking at it now and looking at how frequently they have indeed been picking it up, particularly in the Malta Vibes Cups, I feel like this is probably their home map, or at least they're trying to make it their home map, right? And yeah. Budapest 5 are just kind of... Yeah, it was competitive last time, but this is wild. We have a kill coming in from Corey. Most of the frags are solid for Lyngby Vikings here, though, so should be a 7th quite easily.
Budapest 5 actually have 1 kill per round so far. If Dorsey does not manage to get a kill now, they're actually behind 1 kill per round. That is a very sad statistic, and I think they only have 6 kills in 7 rounds. Oh, that just really hurts to see. Look at that, 16k, 16k, 16k.
I mean, this very rarely happens. This very rarely happens, particularly at the moment when, like, you have so many rounds coming close. And we're already here. We're already here, DK Treatment. We're already into the Hellcase sponsor role, of course. Shout out to them. Our primary case partner, Malta V15. Couple codes for you guys to get some extra cash. 15% refill bonus. There's a banner down below. Links in chat. You know how it goes by now. We've been here for a while, and Hellcase have been representing and helping us out for all that time. Shout out to them, of course. None of this would be possible without the sponsors. Either way, into round number 8. Is this where Budapest 5 make a difference? It kind of has to be. We're getting to that point where the half really falling apart. Of course, if they win this, it'd be the mathematical advantage, but they could go even further. They could hit double digits. They might even go flawless. Of course, now that I've said that, they won't, but all the same, Budapest 5 need the proverbial foot in the door. I love this little smoke here. It doesn't work out, though. Twinks is ready for it, finds the head of Corey easily, and that'll be the opening advantage for Lyngby Vikings once again.
Yeah, but they're not fully executing towards A, and with the aggression coming out from Bodito, if he does manage to spot out that there's no one actually there, that could be enough info to relay to his team to give a warning to Fleeve that they're heading into his direction. As they should be about certain right now that it's not going to be an A execute with 30 seconds left. It's going to be mid completely controlled there. A little bit slow on the rotate. Now they're finally going to try charging in, but Fleeve, he already gets completely pincered. The pincer isn't even necessary, and they're going to save their weaponry on Budapest 5. Another round where they get 0 kills.
Yeah, madness. Absolute madness. It definitely seems like most of the time they either get 1, maybe 2. They really aren't bringing these rounds close. And again, that's the worrying thing. We do see some games, as we saw earlier on, as you were commentating, right? We do see some games that can be very one-sided, but if it's being kept close, you can kind of see, like in the rounds themselves, that maybe someone's clutching out or their retakes are really sick. But you can normally give a bit of a benefit of the doubt of, damn, if only they'd have looked at the right time, if only that flash had landed, if only the crazy no-scope someone pulled off had missed. This one does come close in the end because they go hunting very, very hard. But of course, they've got plenty of cash. And the thing is as well, you might as well go hunting because it's nice to spend the money. You're not that extra, well, I say the 3,000 that you win for getting around. Just over, right, depending on how you win it, is useless. If you're on max money, it's useless. So I kind of dig the idea of going for the hunt and taking as many weapons as possible. They don't drop Torzi, but there could have been 3 people with weaponry right now on the Budapest 5 side, and there's only 1. So kind of nullifying the point I was making about things being super, super clean in the end there. But within the context, within the action of the round, Lyngby Vikings are looking impeccable.
Yeah, exactly. You need to keep it clean until you hit that 16k mark, and then it is just a boost up that HLTV score. See who you can hunt down, drop some weapons, and try to keep their the CT economy, which is pretty much in tatters the entire game. To even break it further, it's going to be a heavy B execute coming out. They're rushing towards the site. Fleeve is flashed off, smoked off, very low in HP. It's Coolio trying to hold the line. He needs help from his teammates. He's even looking back like, where are you guys? Come on. Trying to peek wide to get the bomb diffuser. They're rushing through the smoke. This is very risky, but it is not going to pay off. Rals is flanking through, and the Opper, there's Dorsey falling, and the last man is down. Look at that, 0 loss. And even Rals making that sneaky little jump. Yes, of course, the time would have never been there in time, but you know, I've seen a couple of pro matches where the top tier pros, you know, Stralis and such, make that jump and accidentally clip it.
True, very true. Kind of do or die in this first half for Budapest 5, though. The last round they needed to get, this one they really need to get. Double digits going to be hit super early here from Lyngby Vikings. We see some very fast smokes coming in. To me, perhaps pertains to a quick rush. We are stuck on the smoke, unfortunately. Happens from time to time. Counter-Strike is a pain. You know, the observer following it, which is beautiful. Ah, there we go. Beautiful. But sometimes it does get stuck. It's just Counter-Strike things, really. Coolio, in the meantime, has found a kill. For the first time in a long time here at DK Truma, we've got Budapest 5 with an early advantage.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Torzy did not hit that shot. He's also only on 2 frags with multiple rounds on the op. They do have a man advantage now, finally, on Budapest 5. It doesn't matter that much. Torres that low. Bodito gets another kill. Oh, might this be a round that they could possibly convert?
The $1 million question. They need to. They really need to. Cannot let this one slip. Imagine what that would do to their mental. Ral's in a great position here. It's somewhat being watched. So he's not going for it. He's not rushing straight in, but he has control. This is, you know, an inch of control that they can work with. He'll continue to push forwards, trying to capitalize on players not being ready for him, but it's just not the case. Torzi is dead set on that angle, and brilliant that he was. Doesn't move away, not second-guessing himself, as that could have been disaster if he looked away at the very last second, right? The bomb will go down here for Lyngby Vikings, and any damage that they do in this situation is pretty good, and there's certainly potential to do said damage. The round itself not looking too likely, but we'll see. Anything seems to be possible right now for the Lyngby Vikings, as they found 3 just like that, and it's back to being even. There's a flank coming in. The CTs are split across. They group up there on the T side. Beautiful stuff, but Coolio is able to just about isolate that 1 versus 1. All going to be onto Twinks, and he can't get it done. It does end up being a bit costly, but Budapest 5, they don't care. They've got their first round on the board. It takes them 10, but they're not going to go down without a fight.
Finally, they find a little bit of hope, and that was not a second too soon. This was a very hard-fought round. It even got super close with the 2-on-5 where they almost managed to clutch it. Luckily, the flank came in from Coolio to shut down the ramp players. And, yeah. They actually kind of got lucky as well, because if they waited a little bit longer, they didn't have a defuse kit on the diffuser. So that might have gotten a little bit dicey. Of course, it's going to be a very aggressive A push to start off with. Jump up from Bodito, but again, he tried it last time. He's going to get caught out. Peek out wide from Rals is not going to pay off. Well, he does do a lot of damage to Corey, though. But it is going to be a fallback coming through. Leave going for the flank play. No one is paying attention to their back just yet. So this might be pretty big. Oh, Twinks, now he's holding the angle. They kill the flanker, and that signals the push towards a different site.
In essence, right, the B-bomb site going to be vulnerable here. This is a smart move, I would say, but there is still that player available. Back 90. Cabby left on A. They still drop Corey. This is really well played, using their advantage to their advantage, and really, really whittling Budapest 5 down. And now just waiting nice and patiently. 40 seconds left. No need to take any risks.
Yeah, Coolio has to go big on that B side. They're still planning on taking it. They're just using, at the moment, who is that exactly? That is Cabby as a flanker to try and keep them away from the site. He's just going to try and clean it up. Actually, they're running back towards the A site, and they get baited towards B. Cabby's getting very close. Here's the steps of the Opper. Right above him. He's going to peek out wide, and Torzy is gone. That is so unfortunate that they managed to bait them out. The steps that Coolio heard towards B completely lured his teammate away by calling that it was going to be a B take most likely, and it was all just a massive bait coming in from the Lyngby Vikings to turn their 1 round for Budapest 5 into 10 for Lyngby Vikings.
Seems it was unfortunately a fluke in the previous. Budapest 5 not finding the massive shift in momentum they were looking for off the back of that first round.
Typos with the nice 360 jump down.
Little funny.
I mean, at this point, you might as well just go for the nice plays. Though they do still have to play on the CT side, which is, of course, the weaker side. Where I have seen teams completely 13-2 stomp on the T side.
True. Particularly with where the economy's at, right? Like, it can be very, very hard to get your foot in on that CT side of things.
Yeah, you need a lot of utility to defend ramp most of the time. Like molly smokes, and then like you use already 2-3 mollies and smokes at the start of the round. So, and with the extra expenses on the CT side, it is very hard to muster up that amount of cash. As you can see, 1 smoke, and that is pretty much all they have to try and defend that ramp. Getting aggressive through mid. Finally actually seeing some real aggression coming out from Budapest 5. Not gonna pay off just yet. But it also doesn't bite them. The info that they gain from it is always crucial.
Much slower round from the Lyngby Vikings here. Which I kind of respect. Even with 9 in a row, an incredibly dominant start to this series, ultimately. Taking their time against the half-buy. After the ports as well. Ooh, and rightly so. Corey coming in, able to find one. A bit awkward onto the second. Maybe should have found that. It's unfortunate the nade that Typos had in hand when the peak came in actually finds a frag, and then he's also able to trade back. Corey had an M4, maybe. I see him finding both of those. It was great timing, just not able to capitalize completely.
Oh, this is always such a sneaky angle. I barely ever see a team check the angle around the box. Yeah, look, no one is looking in that general direction, ever. I don't get it why. He's even... Oh, there's going to be Deagle defense from Fleeve. Oh my god, he's going big. 1 bullet needs to connect to Twinks. Ooh. Or a headshot after the first bullet, and they will be able to turn this one around. Magic happening on Budapest 5. But yeah, what I was saying is, you know, up those stairs, you can even duck behind those boxes and still no one ever checks that corner. They always keep their back towards that side. It's one of the most sneaky one-and-done angles in the game.
It is weird we don't see more of it, I suppose. Maybe difficult and noisy to get down there, so if they do place people early towards B, it can be a risk. But either way, the AWP's looking good here. Lyngby Vikings have decided to speed things up. Very slow in the previous, very fast into this one. It's not worked. Straight into the double AWP setup. Both of them finding early frags. It will be a 5 versus 3 just like that for the Budapest 5. Meanwhile, trying to get out on B. Julio's got to stand strong here, or not finding the frags. He will go down. I think the bomb plan at the very least going to come in, but will that be enough? 2 versus 4 with limited utility. Really not looking too good here. Cabby, though, smart. He runs out of ammo, however, and Corey's still able to drop him. Torzy sees the shoulder, and he will drop Twinks. There is the third for Budapest 5.
And finally, they're starting to wake up, and all at the same time as well. Been a long time coming, but hopefully for them, they can secure the last 2 rounds to make it possible on the T side. I mean, 13 to 12, it is still possible, but of course, you lose the pistol and it's all over. Heavy push coming out towards B. They're gonna rush quickly on Lingby. Vikings flashes, but he's just completely blind. Does still manage to get the catch onto Bird from Sky, who was also flashed. Everyone is blind all of a sudden. And Twinks, he's gonna molly off the angle so that his teammates can peek against that op. Torzy has to fall back towards site. And they do have a man advantage again very quickly. They're gonna go peek in wide. Twinks is in trouble. Bodito has a catch onto Cabby. Twinks does turn around and eventually kill off Bodito, but there is still one very close. Does he expect him to be that close? Corey up on top. Yeah, Twinks definitely expects another peek to come in from the Budapest 5 squad. 3 versus 4. 3 Lingby Vikings defenders on ramp, and there's the peak. Corey falls. They're trying to molly in from behind them so that they don't have a flanker coming through, because that is the biggest fear. Yeah, Fleeve, he is trying to get a little bit more intel and a possible kill as well. That is an aggressive angle coming up from the opera. Does blindly still catch Twinks, but it is now a 2-on-2, and Torzy just got spotted, so they know where the opera is, and the last one is Coolio flanking in from the B side.
I'm coming in. Whoa, Torzy, that's nuts. The lineup absolutely perfect. And Typos with 15 seconds left doesn't have many options here. Going to try and go for a plant in a slightly different spot. The last one wasn't that safe. However, Torzy on high will deny him as well. No bomb plants today, thank you very much, he says. Budapest 5 will get the 4th round on the board with an incredibly clean 2K from Torzy at the end, I might add. Really well done from them. Double upset, paying dividends, and really picking up this momentum towards the tail end of the first half, which I think Lingby Vikings, with hitting double digits so early on the T side, although good, they'll be a little disappointed if they can't take this even further. 10-5, a much safer scoreline than 11-4. Even just like mentally, it feels a lot better. So I feel like picking up this final round. Hello?
Okay, that was a weird ass glitch.
Yeah. Huh. That's a little unfair, one might say. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, but Bird from Sky getting tagged up, and he's probably like, how did he know I was here? What the hell? You know, bit weird.
He'll be calling back towards his teammates right now. But yeah, that's, I mean, you clearly see the gun barrel sticking through the wall randomly. Fleeve does go in for the repeat and takes down Bird from Sky, who he already tagged down pretty low. They are going to go for the B take, and Gabby does seem to have been pushed up on top of the box. This is actually a very dangerous angle. It gives you a good advantage, but a lot of the time you get sprayed out right through by any CT defense. Coolio peeks out wide, is going to get clean shaven. And now Torzy with the op. Misses the shot, falls back, and the smoke wall is going to be pretty problematic. They're going to go for the boost area again, which is a very risky, as you can see, because Cabby was waiting for someone to peek that angle. Corey peeks out wide, and the last man standing, last round anyway. Torzy, he has to go big, but will not be able to win themselves their 5th round. Lingby Vikings have a comfortable lead in the first half.
Really solid stuff. Really solid stuff. Particularly those opening 7-8 rounds were very dominant. Then Budapest 5 were able to bring it a little closer in places. Eventually, the effort that they're putting in pays off. They string a few together, but whether 4 will be enough remains to be seen. As is known, as you've been saying, this T side is a hell of a lot stronger here on Vertigo, but I don't know whether it's this strong. They're going to need a really good performance. And that's a lot to ask. It is a lot to ask. Starts with the pistol. First rifle round needs to go their way, right? They need to convert everything, pick up a good 4 in a row, just to have a bit of breathing room to work with. But Lyngby Vikings, of course, will be looking to get, well, get picked up where they left off.
Yeah, it's if they really need the pistol on Budapest 5, and Lyngby Vikings, this is the best chance they have at winning a map. Like, this is by far the highest win percentage map that they're going to be playing. Of course, Train is pretty close because, you know, 38% is not that great, but Lyngby really need this one. If this one goes to in favor of Budapest 5, it's going to be incredibly tough to try and come back. And if they manage to shut down Budapest 5 on that CT side as well, they might actually break their spirits, which gives them an advantage on towards Train.
Well, here we go. Of course, Loot Bet in with the odds. Shifted quite a bit there since the first half. Quite a lot, actually. They were very even coming into things, but Lyngby Vikings performing incredibly well. And we'll see, as we have noted, whether it will continue. Speed to begin with from Budapest 5, looking to contest the ramp. Flash coming over the... Smoke coming over the top, mind you. First frag for Torzi, pretty damn clean. They will get here ahead of the smokes as well. Really good stuff. Typos caught in no man's land. Fleeve will drop him, and they've left sightlines open ever so slightly. Working initially, they will lose one, but the bomb's gone down and a solid advantage to work with here. Quick flank from Bird from Sky. I think this has been heard. There's so many players. He was dead to rights anyway. Had to really pop off. Not going to happen. Cabby, the best bet that he's got is maybe he finds a head or two here. He'll get one, but not the second. And Budapest 5 in with an explosive pistol to open us up.
Yeah, and before we see the comeback, which will eventually turn into OT.
I mean, as is the way. As is the way with online Counter-Strike.
Yes, exactly. But this does open the door for Budapest 5 to start taking a couple of rounds in a row. It's going to be a Lyngby Vikings force by. Very dangerous, of course, those deagles at pretty much any angle, any distance. For instance, that one is really dangerous to jiggle peek it, but Fleeve does win that fight. Gets stacked down to 47 HP though, so has to be rather careful. But they do need to win this one rather cleanly on the side of Budapest 5, because you need a little bit of bank for in case that you accidentally lose a round by you know, a ninja defuse or something along those lines. Aggressive move coming from Lyngby Vikings, trying to get some map control. Seems they expected the mid push. Bodito is there on the other side though. For the rest, this is the only angle that Budapest 5 are really pushing in. Oh, gets a tag, falls back, drops the smoke. Will be disengaging for now.
They're so scared here on the Budapest 5 side, right? The pressure is just massive in this round. Fair amount of utility left to use on the bomb side, I would imagine, but not out of the woods yet, right? They find their first frag, they've slowed things down. This is a good way, as I said in the last half, to play your anti-eco, anti-force buy situation, particularly on that T side where it can be easy to get overwhelmed. However, with only 15 seconds left, I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan. Rawls has crept in inside the smoke. He will get taken down, shot in the back. So much damage coming in. The bomb's being dropped with 6 seconds left. This is it. This could be it. Anyway, Typos not going to go on high. They'll just get the plant in. They might have missed their window of opportunity. The frag's coming back in, and it'll all be on to Cabby. If he can find one or two, certainly could be happy. Get that extra kill bonus, but the round itself, I think, is out of the question. That's a quick one onto Fleeve, but he's dealt with quickly. Goodness me, if maybe in all the chaos, Typods had just gotten aggressive like his teammate, they could have denied the round away. I don't think they recognized that they dropped the bomb, however, and how chaotic it actually was. But we can't be doing that again, Budapest 5. That's cutting it a bit too close.
Yeah, especially with you saw that those two players from Lingby Vikings, they had the nade set up for any bomb. If the bomb plant would have gone on the default spot, which it did, they tossed the nades the moment they heard the bomb being planted to crush it down. It's going to be Budita trying to hold off this push, but there's a lot of USPs. He's completely blinded as well. Guesses incorrectly where the opponents are coming from, but so far they only managed to secure one kill, which is an 8k dropped. Actually, Cabby gets another one. That's going to be Twinks securing himself an 8k. Fleeve close around the corner, but Twinks never expects it. Plus, no armor, no head armor means one bullet is going to be a kill. Bird from Sky getting rid of Fleeve. There's a lot of damage being dealt here by Lingby Vikings with nothing. With one flash and USPs. I think they didn't even have a single P250.
No, I think you're right. Minimal spend for sure. And the thing is, it's like, okay, you win the round. You do have cash available, but like when you're on this comeback train, especially early, you ain't even left the station yet, really. You don't want to be taking this much damage. It's somewhat... I wouldn't say unacceptable, but somewhat detrimental for sure. And you can see coming into this, right, the likes of Fleeve and Coolio, sub $1,000. So yeah, they may well be thrown into disarray if Lingby Vikings are able to pick this one up and take them all down and deny a bomb plant. Which it's the first rifle round of the half. We don't quite know yet how Budapest 5 are going to perform against the Lingby Vikings setup. It's definitely possible. So, yeah, it may seem like a little thing, but every little thing, it can stack up.
Especially also Bird from Sky and Cabby having an extra 3k in their bank account from picking up those AKs. So at least have, well, they don't actually have to force up behind it except for a little bit of armor and some utility. At the moment, it does seem to be a very aggressive B push coming out. And that is going to be Cabby trying to defend it. Pops the smoke, but is blinded upon blinded upon blinded. Are they going to go for the retake, though? Decent nade coming through, but I think they're just going to go for the save on Lingby Vikings. It is the correct call because you completely lost control of that site, and going for a retake is probably going to cost you more than you're going to gain.
Certainly is a worthwhile decision here.
But
in that long term, you know, short term, obviously going to take a bit of a hit and whatnot, and Budapest 5 definitely bringing it close and looking a lot more competitive already in this second half. Completely in control of things, and a very simple, beautiful flash takeover on the B-bomb site. The more bodies they drop here as well, the better. They take down the AWP. Really important frag to be finding. Another coming in at the end. Bird from Sky, just seconds away from living. So it goes from 4 players to 1. That's really big.
Yeah, that's an amazing shutdown. They do have enough to buy. Actually going to go for the double up setup with Twinks going full glass cannon. They do have a decent amount of utility behind it. It's honestly not a bad buy, though. Twinks, you know, you don't want to see your top fragger. I think he's actually he's 16 frags in, and you don't want to see him without any body armor.
Okay, well, somewhat of a risk taken. That's a great little angle. Coolio gets a bullet in the toe. Nasty, nasty stuff, and an early tag coming in for the Lingby Vikings. Twinks on the top of this smoke. They have to be so careful, particularly as it starts to dissipate and get somewhat smaller. It really is going to help him out here. Oh, has he spotted that head? I think he does spot it. However, the hit is coming in. He takes a peek. Torsi's ready for him. Gets the better of him completely. Fleeve was the one that caused that peek with his frag, so a 5v3 coming in. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if they look to save here, unless someone is able to turn things around. But with Typos going down, Bird from Sky is close, however smoked out, and they've not yet planted the bomb. They've not yet committed, so is it going to be B, maybe? Are they rotating back? That's what the remaining 2 CTs are thinking, with no vision of the A site. I think with that plant coming in, they're just going to look to save. They'll figure it's not B. I don't even think yet that they are fully aware of the fact that it's A. Perhaps as they move closer in towards middle and everything, you would definitely be able to hear the beeping. But yeah, another save situation. So Budapest 5 pulling things back here on the T side. Lyngby Vikings kind of hitting a brick wall. It's not as crazy, it's not as dominant as their start to the T side, but it's still pretty good here.
I mean, they did manage to secure 5 rounds. Wait, right now? Yeah, that's going to be 5 rounds in a row for Budapest 5 with 0 for Lyngby Vikings on the CT side. They do manage to keep an op alive. I would say small investment, you know, a couple of deagles, a little bit of utility, and then just save. I mean, Lyngby Vikings, they need to be careful because if Budapest 5 tie this up, it's going to be really tough because that money on Budapest 5, it's not as dominant as you said as Lyngby Vikings had in the first half, but still 10k on Corey, 4.4 on Torzi. Coolio's pretty rich. Real gangster right there, and Bodito on 7.5k. Only Fleeve is still running a little bit low on funds, but they can definitely drop him multiple rounds. Yeah, this what is going to be their plan on the side of Lyngby Vikings to try and defend this? Maybe get aggressive with that op from Bird from Sky. I do think that last round Twinks just held that angle too long. After he got the shot on the player's left pinky toe, he should have... Well, I mean, he literally stood there for like a solid 30 seconds in the same angle. They rushed through the smoke, get taken out. 1 falls to Rals. Luckily, Bodito chimes in with a kill in return. Bird from Sky gets the op shot to finish off another one. I don't even know where he got the kill. But... walks down of the ladder, is going to get cleaned up by Coolio, and now it's all on Twinks, who should be able to pick up a nice little rifle, but they're going to head towards the B side, where Twinks could be able to throw the defense. Is still going to be very tough though, but the first one should be an easy kill unless they go for the good perfect flags. It's going to be a little bit off the mark, and they are pretty low. 2 headshots, but Torzi does win that duel. The Opera reigns supreme, and Budapest 5 join the double digits.
Very quickly here. Very quickly. From the 11-4, they don't seem too bothered. It's now pulled back to a much more doable situation. Take a quick look here, because I'm curious as to... the last time that they played. Obviously we see a technical pause coming in, so kind of perfect timing for that. It was a lot closer. The last time that they played, it was like 8-7 to begin with, so not like it's a repeat of the last time they played this map, which was only 3 days ago, but the result, the outcome might end up similar, and the way it's going, it might end up this time with Budapest 5 snatching it away. And as we've said, Train, a really solid map for them, which is the next bit coming up. Meanwhile, Lyngby Vikings not finding success on it at all, and they've played it a decent, I would say 8 maps. Looking at the rest of their stats and whatnot, 8 times is a fair amount for them, and yeah, they've not won a single one. So Vertigo is a must. Vertigo is a must. No beating around the bush in that sense. I feel like is going to be somewhat of a blowout. And Lyngby Vikings were looking to win this on Nuke, which might not happen unless they can put a stop to Budapest 5. And they really need to in the next couple of rounds. Their economy not handling these losses well. The mental, the confidence that Budapest 5 are gaining, Lyngby Vikings are losing with every round. So, do or die time pretty quickly here into this second half. Credit to Budapest 5 for bringing it back to within 1 so quickly here.
But that was a very long pause, and something that I do notice after very long technical pauses especially, some teams sort of slump up. So let's see if that pause actually does help out Lyngby Vikings in that case. Or is Budapest 5 going to continue their aggression? That's a big nade onto Corey and Bodito, though. Drops them pretty low. They're going to go for the boost. Not attempted so far, and finally they will get themselves a nice opener. Peek out wide from Bodito, and on site. Oh no, they started off so nicely with that boost, and all of a sudden they got pushed all the way back. There's going to be a bomb plant in from Bodito. And honestly, without... They could go for it, but it is still going to be very tough. 4 versus 3, trying to retake the ramp from A site.
Going to be difficult. Going to be very difficult indeed. But they're somewhat desperate. Great flash coming in. Budapest is caught completely with his pants down there. Tap coming in onto the bomb. Trying to bait some peeks here. Good smoke at the alleyway. Great smokes on the site itself as well to make this so difficult. Torzi's just going in with the knife though. Absolute madman. He gets away with it. He survives a little while longer. Is there enough time with the kit? I think there is, just about to take this over the line. That was a little crazy. But Lyngby Vikings able to get the 12. Able to finally put a stop to the madness and hold on to their lead by a thread. Will hit their economy a little hard because they only survive with 2, but all the same, control seems to have been regained, at least for now.
The fact that he has to go for the hero play, puts the op on his back and just jumps in with the knife. Very close to succeeding, but unfortunately the bomb was not extended long enough. I did not expect them to win the retake, and they completely crushed it because Budapest 5 got a little bit too scared while they, you know, that one tap on the bomb, the smoke in front of it, and they had absolutely no idea if someone was actually sticking it or not. So they started spraying, and they were just sitting ducks at that point for the Lyngby Viking players to shut them down. Cabby, though, on B site does need a little bit of help. Throws a molly. It is going to be late, though. Smoke up. Needs the rotations to come in quick. He is smoke flashed off. So is his opponent. It is going to be Corey cleaning up that side. But look at that. Rouse and Bird from Sky chime in from the side. Coolio gets shot from below the grates. And the last man standing is Fleeve, who has to go down below and face up against Bird from Sky. It is going to be Bird from Sky winning it, and 13-10, Lyngby Vikings finally waking up, but there's still a full buy round for Budapest 5 to come through. And we have ourselves another pause.
Yeah, tactical pause. History somewhat repeating itself here. Budapest 5 robbed previously. And we're looking solid. The Lyngby Vikings have really found their groove. It's returned back to their winning ways that they had so early on into this game. And now Budapest 5 have got to change something up and change it up quickly. This is kind of the last round that they'll have a comfortable buy-in, particularly without bomb plants, which is not always a sure factor coming into these rounds. So I appreciate the timing, the urgency of that pause. And now we will see them put it into action.
Again, a round where everything comes very close, but just not enough to shut them down. Quick peek from Twinks does not connect the shot. That's unfortunate. Could have given them a massive advantage here. They do need to be careful of a possible boost. It worked before. Could work again. It is going to be Coolio versus Twinks. But Coolio walks right into the angle of Twinks, and Twinks shuts him down with the op. And it is looking like it's going to be a quick A execute coming through. Twinks with the op still on site is going to be a nice trade-off coming through. Couple of kills in for Budapest 5, but it is a 2-on-3 situation, and they still need to get the bomb planted because it is stuck on site. Disciples playing around fold.
Playing with fire, he is.
Yeah, oh. Disciples just walks through. Bird from Sky trying to go for Fleeve, out of bullets, will lose his life. Torzi, Cabby does get rid of Fleeve, but it is Torzi. He knows where the last player is standing, and Torzi actually turns around. I didn't hear if that was an op shot sounded or if he just got spooked by the flash, but that is Lyngby Vikings taking round number 24, 14-10. That massive pause that they have had definitely helped them wake up.
Much closer. Much closer. But certainly a shock to the system with that previous round.
Now Budapest 5, they're going to go for the mid-rush. They have very little weaponry in general, so they're going to try and go for the Hail Mary play. Close range, Gabby and Rouse both chime in with a kill. Deagle from Torzy. Oh, he should have had Twinks right there. They got
I feel like no harm, no foul, though. Like, the round seemed to be over anyway. Cabby on the B-bomb site finds himself a triple. So it would have been damage at best. Don't really think it would have given them the round overall. Another poor buy coming into this one here, DK Truman. So really not looking too good. 5 in a row required. It starts with this lack of utility, right? Couple Galils. I think Coolio is on a pistol, judging by the fact that, you know, the hood showing his knife and not a rifle there. Yeah, he is indeed. The Deagle, of course. So, not looking great. However, Torzy to open up. First time in a little while they've had an advantage here, and see if they can make something of it. 1:35 left on the clock. Slowly starting to creep up as they've gained ramp control with nothing but a frag. Not having to expend any utility. Key kill coming in for Flea. This is going to make a difference. Bird from Sky has got to go. Massive, great flash coming in for him. He's able to find the frag, but he's now somewhat trapped. Another great flash as Bird from Sky is being set up fantastically for these frags and still alive. They can't get the bomb down while he's still alive. They have to deal with him, and he is just so slippery in through the smoke, in behind them, buying time for his teammates to come in. They're not quite as successful as him in terms of finding the frags, and he does eventually go down. As fate may have it, Rawls has to stand and find the 1 versus 3, gets the first. Remaining 2 players are pretty low here, but definitely doable for him. But he too is on 14 HP, and they've got plenty of time to just keep faking the bomb plant, making him peek. Oh, shoulder peek pays off eventually. It's only his head showing, really, but that's what Corey finds. 11th round for Budapest 5. 4 more to go for the overtime.
Even going for the little BM shot to the face with the spray. Dominance right there. But yeah, this was unfortunate that they lost Swings at the start, but Bird from Sky, he really was juking around in that smoke. Had to unfortunately reload his M4, otherwise he would have been able to reposition himself better there. But massive play coming out from him, unfortunately not enough to keep his team, well, to get his team that victory on the map just yet. We do have some aggression coming out from Twinks. He's gonna peek, it seems, towards Fold, but it does look like a heavy aggressive move towards either mid or B is going to be their plan again, where they're going to face up against Cabby. They do have a quick flanker from rotator from in Bird from Sky from mid. However, he has a Deagle. Cabby a little bit late again on the molly, a little bit too late. The flash comes out. I think they know where he is. Yep, they definitely do know. They give a call, and Corey cleans up Cabby. Now Bird from Sky with the Deagle close range. Is he going to be able to get a tag or a kill? No, he's not. And Twinks drops the op as well. Rowell's the last man standing, and that means he just needs... I think he's going to try and save the op. Oh, no, he's not? Oh, okay. The op is very close to him, though, and it is very crucial to get Twinks on that op. But just
I think he thinks it's like a flanker or something. Right, so he's not quite confident enough to go for it, I guess. But look, man, they're pulling it back here. This is looking good for Budapest 5. That is for sure. They're really, really picking up the pace and taking down all the players. No one's saving at all. Just 3 more to go. Fleeve putting in a shift there in that round. See whether they can continue it. It's looking good. Should be able to pick up this one. So bring it within 2. I would imagine we're going to see a pause coming out. A full eco coming out, sorry, from Lyngby Vikings. We do see a pause coming out from the Budapest 5, so I also respect that. They're on the comeback, but of course not yet in the lead, and just taking a moment to work out the next few rounds, particularly the next rifle round.
Yeah, this is looking very much like OT, OT, OT. Oh, the first map, that's gonna be a long series. Well, actually, to be fair, I do expect that the other 2 maps are going to be pretty strong for Budapest 5, especially Train, where Lyngby Vikings have had a pretty poor performance. However, the question is Budapest 5 going to be able to take this to OT? I mean, I've seen so many games where this is the moment where the only USP lineup actually manages to win. They're going to push quick, and Budapest 5 have no flanking defense currently. Ooh.
Yeah, easy cleanup as to be expected, really. Solid stuff.
They went quick towards A.
Yeah, 14
steps,
points of damage.
them.
Yeah, I think so, right? Like, it was just kind of a rush on rush with that one player at the back end. They tried to find what they could on the Lyngby Vikings side, but nothing really coming. Look, when you're at this point in the game, it's very late on. Those types of rounds, you don't really want to take any risky economic decisions. And then just rushing in. And kind of throwing it away, hoping you do some damage, of course, but the round itself, you know, is probably not going to happen. Very slim chance that it does. And it all comes down to this, really. I feel like if Lyngby Vikings lose this one, the buy-in to the next will be dire. Should have 2,400 coming in, but all the same. Actually, no, I think it'd be 2,900 coming in for them. Hard to keep up with the loss bonus, of course, when we can't access that scoreboard all the time, but you got to try. You got to do the mental maths every now and then. It's very risky. It is very risky, but I'm pretty sure it's 2,900. That's my final answer. Lock it in. Rolls, his position now known thanks to that smoke. Able to stay behind the sandbags, though, and stay safe. Gonna need some help here in the form of a flash, in the form of a boost, apparently. Oh, beautiful. Maybe waiting for a little more, but he just takes what he can get there. Fantastic stuff for Twinks as Corey goes down easily. However, second time around, there's no smoke for Rolls now. He will fall. So it's even back up into a 4-on-4 very quickly.
They tried to go for another boost. Sneaky. But yeah, they're going to get aggressive towards fold. And Bodito walks through the smoke, gets spotted out, cleaned up. Oh, this might actually go wrong for Budapest 5 right there. Spray down, Fleeve almost gets taken out. Coolio gets rid of Typos, but they know that there's one more in fold. Look at the HP. How does he duck under those bullets? Stays alive, Twinks peeks in. It's going to be a 2-on-2. Last man standing, Fleeve. He's down to 16 HP. An AK and a Dream, just 2 headshots is all he needs. And they have... Do they know where he's going really far around?
Sneaky. Very sneaky.
They don't have a kit on them.
They're kind of ready for it. Oh, but Cabby doesn't find him. What's happened there? What has happened there? That flick is insane from Fleeve. And now it suddenly looks doable. The tap comes in. His head spotted. Fleeve trying to hide away. Is there going to be enough time? There isn't. There isn't. Twinx, he can't get it in. He finds a kit, but it's too little too late. And he keeps them alive somehow. Fleeve with that insane flick keeps them alive. 4 Ks from Twinks, and they can't get it done. This is crazy.
But how does he not spot him at ramp? He was looking right at him, and it took him like a solid 2 seconds to realize, hey, that's a T-head. Oh, that was, I mean, it was an insane flick, but it was a little bit on the late side right there with both of them, actually. Realizing too late that the opponent was standing in plain sight. And now it's all on the last round for Lyngby Vikings. Can they make this a victory before it hits the OT? There's going to be a quick push coming through. Spray down coming in, but Twinks is only going to get 1. They do have a decent A defense, but there's still a flanker going towards mid. In the meantime, Bird from Sky with the Deagle. He needs some heavy shots, needs some help from his teammates. Bird from Sky is dropping dead, and Typos and Cabby chime in. That's going to be a 2-on-2 situation. A flanker. No, he's actually going to drop the flank and run towards a ramp. And now it's Fleeve and Georgi on the last to take the bomb. Do they have the bomb control? No, it's actually stuck on site. So they are forced to go towards the A site, and that means Lyngby Vikings can just defend it. Toss the smoke, spots out Cabby, but Fleeve wins that duel. Typos with the SMG in hand. Gonna stay inside the smoke where the bomb is at the moment, and hope that someone is gonna try and pick it up, but they're just playing the safe game. Typos, yeah, he's gonna hide in the cubby. Going to be pretty tough against the AK and Op to win that fight. If they get close enough, he might actually have a solid advantage. He does spot them both out, gets one kill. Torzy with the Op in hand. He's going to swap to the pistol. Torzy is going to lose, and Lingby Vikings take map number 1. Finally, they did go the full run, but they managed to take down Budapest 5 with a very exhilarating finish. This was a toughie.
Wild ride, like the whole way through. We have an incredibly strong start from Lingby Vikings. Super dominant stuff. Super dominant, right? It's not only the fact that they picked up like 7-8 rounds in a row, but the way in which they were doing it. And, you know, back of my mind, I'm sure back of your mind, you're like, wow, okay, Budapest 5 just really not come to play today. This is going to be over quickly, I guess. And then towards the end, able to pull it back, but still only an 11-4 first half. And then that T side from Budapest 5 was so strong, so strong. But Lingby Vikings, multiple times when their lead was under threat, when it looked like this is the round, right, that they need to be winning, their money's not looking good, they were able to do it. The pressure actually allowed them to perform a bit better, I suppose. And then in the end, able to take it over the line with an incredible 1 versus 2 clutch. So, like you say, I feel like Budapest 5, although not their map pick, although maybe not expected to win it here, will be disappointed that they can't take it away from their opponents.
Yeah, and this does give a nice little bit of hope for Lingby Vikings in the next 2 maps to come. Possibly. They could also just shut it down in Train, of course. We'll see if they have some nice strats after the break. We'll see you guys after these messages.
Shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. I've been to.
Welcome back, everybody, to Malta Vibes, of course, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. We are getting ready for the second map here. The players raring to go by the looks of things, so hopefully we should be in there quickly. Budapest 5 hopefully have had enough time to mull over the loss of the first map, 16-14, robbed in the end. A really great comeback from them on their T side, but they weren't able to get it done in the end. Moving into train, we'd handed this one to Budapest 5, but it all does depend on the day. You never know. Lyngby Vikings may have done some work on this one in the time in between that they've had here since the last Malta Vibes Cup and everything. And as well, Budapest 5, if they haven't bounced back, it could be a very, very difficult time on train mentally for them to get themselves in this map.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough first map, indeed. Both teams, I mean, we are getting to the later stages of the day, so they are getting a little bit more tired. But as we've just been told, the knife round has started, so let's get right into it, because the CT side is a must-have on this map as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It just eases some of that pressure, I think. I would imagine, to be honest, I didn't get to watch it, but part of the issue for Lyngby Vikings the last time they played, I would have thought would come down to the fact that they don't have that T-side prepared, and it's very easy to get rolled over. It was 16-7 to Budapest 5 last time they played, so maybe they've learned some lessons. Time will tell, but as you say, the knife round definitely, well, good to get. It's not going to happen for them, though, so starting on this T side, they will have to have worked on the game plan. They are going to have to be prepared here. It's going to be very difficult to get through, but it can very quickly spiral out of control on this T side, I think, if you just hit the brick wall and nothing seems to be working for you. So I'm hedging my bets here. I feel like Budapest 5 might be able to come in all guns blazing and just shut them down quickly like they did last time.
It is as so, and our wonderful sponsor partner at LootBet thinks the exact same thing will happen. Budapest 5 1.31 odds. They believe in that statistic. We'll see if that statistic is going to be correct. Of course, Budapest 5 starting on the favored side, the CT. It does have a tendency to be very CT-sided. Some teams like the T-side a little bit more. One of the teams that always came to mind back in the day would have been Virtus Pro and G2. Very good on the even old school Navi with Zeus. Very good and strong on those late game executes to flush out the entire site. But here we have Corey getting himself the first frag over the second map. Coolio running through the lines and gets caught in the end. Lyngby Vikings, they start off nicely with only 2 players standing, Torzy and Flav. The smoke is actually going to make sure that they have to check too many angles by typos, and they're being cornered all the way back. They can't even go for the bomb defuse anymore. They're going to save their body armor and disengage to fight another day.
Well, there you have it. A nice opener coming in. However, not able to convert it into anything substantial, just getting overwhelmed by the Glocks. I do kind of feel from time to time, particularly towards that B bomb site and having a lack of utility on the CT side of things, I do feel that it can be a bit T-sided. Like if they get there in good time and they're able to overwhelm you, it's like if you miss 1 or 2 shots or you've just picked the wrong spot, as we saw in that round, you get overwhelmed, and then there's nothing you can do once the Glocks close the gap and there's a massive train of them. You need to heavily defy the odds and have an incredible 2-3 quick headshots, right? Which is very hard to do. A bit of money at the end earned there with a couple kills coming in. We'll see Fleeve move to a FAMAS here, as well as 3 scouts. These weapons are absolutely deadly on this map, particularly the outside bomb site, and that's where they're headed to. Look at this already. 3 tags landing, frag coming in. They will trade it back, but 32 HP and 29 HP for Typos and Cabby respectively is not fantastic. And the FAMAS still in play. Coolio through the smoke will take down Ralls. That drops the bomb. Buys a lot of time for the CTs to work with. It's an absolute mess from the Lyngby Vikings. They have been overwhelmed. They have been written off. As the only one remaining will be Typos on that 30 HP, thanks to, once again, the 3 scouts getting the early tags. Not looking too good for him, and he will indeed drop to Corey, who gets himself a 3k on the scout. Perfect round from Budapest 5.
Yeah, on these long-range corridors, you really need to smoke off every and flash off every possible angle so that they don't play that long-range game. I mean, there are not a lot of maps where the triple scout can work. This is one of them. This is actually probably only Dust 2, I would say, would be the other map that 3 scouts would be advantageous against a T side push. And yeah, they definitely do hit those shots. Body shot is needed, and then one pistol hit to finish it off, and a force buy coming out from Lyngby Vikings because they don't want to lose that possible advantage. If they shut down Budapest 5 here, they have well, they'll be forcing Budapest 5 into a force buy as well. Pretty much just waiting for the flash to fly over so that he can start peeking wide. Oh my god, they just no each other.
Oh, how?
The save from Typos coming in as well. How did he just get that close? Oh no, Corey, why are you walking over here? They just swarm the site all of a sudden. They're all out of position. The trays get turned around, and they know where the last player is. The bomb gets dropped. Luckily, Coolio keeps his head exactly that cool, calm, and collected, and shuts him down to secure his team the second round. What a chaotic round, Scriv.
Yeah, that's a crazy one, to be honest. So many missed opportunities and questionable players coming in from Budapest 5, and yet able to get it over the line. They do so with only one player, though. And it's lovely to see. Coolio, like you say, fantastic stuff, not panicking like the rest of his teammates, and able to get it done nice and simple. But it does cost them in a big way. They're able to comfortably buy back into this one. A half buy coming in from the Lyngby Vikings at an attempt to get the bomb plant. But it's moving into the future where this cost might come back to bite them. However, denying any frags, any semblance of control here for the T side. He says Bird from Sky does manage to get one, but ultimately a perfect round for Budapest 5 once again, denying the plant away and not losing too many players. This is where, however, yeah, you see the cost of things. Torzi's on the AWP, but it could have been much cheaper and much cleaner. It costs him all his cash. They do have a good buy, don't get me wrong, and I am being a little negative about it, but honestly, like, it affects the game so much at the moment, the way that the economy is. Like, you have to be getting these early rounds cleanly, and just not quite able to do so. Budapest 5, though, going to be happy with the fact that they've bounced back and they have got themselves a nice little lead to work with.
Gonna see Twinks versus Torzi, the op battle, and Torzi actually reigns supreme in the Ivy position. Very deep smoke they jump through, and that's gonna be already 2 kills for Budapest 5, 30 seconds into the round. Problematic. They are gonna double up on Ivy to try and catch out Torzi. You want to shut down the opera as soon as possible, but you could also just completely choose to dodge him. I guess they're gonna jump aside, past, force him off the angle. We'll just smoke it off and make sure that they'll not go for the push themselves. Typos secures that op. They're gonna go for a little boost, but it does not seem that he wants to re-peek into it. Falls back towards Red Train, and is just gonna play the long-range angles. In the meantime, in the B site, the fake is coming out from Bird from Sky, pulling 3 CTs all the way over, and that gives a solid chance for Lyngby Vikings if they respawn quick enough to go towards that A site. Okay. Actually, Bird from Sky is falling in the fact that B site is clear. And there is one on upper which might go unnoticed here. Oh, Bird from Sky is crawling further and further. Coolio on top of the train, jumping around, making noise. Bird from Sky will spot him out, but Coolio wins that duel, and the last man with the big green gun on site does get one. Jumps to the other side, but right behind him is Bodito Papito, and he shuts down Typos to boot.
Very well done indeed on the retake. It did look a little dicey there, didn't it? I feel Lyngby Vikings, just performance-wise, should have won some of those fights. Will be kicking themselves in a sense.
They did get the bomb plant though, so they could buy themselves a couple of AKs and 3 Gildils, 2 AKs, a decent amount of utility. If they go for an aggressive play, they might swarm Budapest 5.
Interesting to see. Yeah, I don't know whether I'm a massive fan of this. I feel like maybe a half buy and then a secure full buy in the next would have been a better choice, but we'll see. It is a bit risky to come in with 3 Galils and stringy utility, you know, the bare minimum utility in this round. If they've got an idea, if they've got something in the back pocket, credit to them. We'll see how it goes. An early chunk onto Typos not going to be the best result, and Torzi not missing his shots. They're not fast enough on the swing, not respecting him at all as he gets a second. The flash and moving ahead of it, ill-advised. Bomber's now being dropped. I'm not sure whether he recognizes it, but he's got a bit of a free pass to hold on to that bomb. Does actually drop down from Cloud. However, 2 frags already, decent enough result. Rotations coming in, the rain of fire over the top from the CT side is enough to keep them at bay. And just as you see, force Twinks and the rest of the boys in some awkward spots. Yeah, through the smoke damage coming in, they kind of know where he's at, right? Doesn't manage to win the fight against one, but all in vain, to be honest. Rolls has got the bomb. He's going to try and find the gotcha play on the A-bomb site. Might be able to get a plant in. The round itself surely over, though, unless he pulls off something incredible, and it would have to be insane. It would have to be not before seen. And, well, there you are. Fleeve going to shut it down before it even begins. I try and big him up as best I can, but not much coming. Budapest 5 in with their 5th. This is a bit more what we expected. The start with the pistol, good for the Lyngby Vikings, but since then, they have looked a little lost.
Yeah, this, well, we did talk about the fact that they definitely needed to win the previous round and the previous map, and this is the reason why they are 5-1 behind, and not really a lot of redeeming factors here. It's almost like it's the first map, but then in favor of Lyngby Vikings, how much they're being crushed. It's a tough game in general, especially starting off on the T side and being a lot weaker on the T side. They're going to try and swarm Fleeve. Does he get a kill? No, he does not. That's going to be the op dropped. Rushing further forward. Torzi, however, is not going to miss that shot. Luckily enough, there's Corey close by to chime in as well and make it a 2 versus 4 situation, favoring, of course, Budapest 5. And Cabby, does he get that deep shot? Needs the headshot, but will not be able to gain it just yet. Jiggle peak spamming. Twinks is down to 5 HP. Not a lot they can do. Torzi even gets that kill secured, and Bodito will rain hell from above to secure round number 6. What is gonna be the plan here, Scriv, for Lyngby Vikings to recover?
Well, I feel like a pause may be required. It's early doors, and they probably have a bit more belief in their CT side, I would have thought. Kind of simpler for them to approach. But all the same, you need to have some kind of a T side built up, some kind of a buffer built up before you move into that second half, right? We'll see here, though. They're looking better on this buy. Kind of confident in themselves with some of the previous buys they've had out, right? I just think the theory, the methodology is not terrible. Okay, what has happened there? And that really sums up the point I was going to make. Don't even get the words out. I was going to say the execution is not that good. And Cabby just, yeah, proving my point for me, to be honest. 5 on 4. The wildest. He panics so hard. And just a free push coming in for Bodito. Like, he's able to walk in. There's no utility used to get that. And he shoots a player in the back. And he's not traded. And he gets full control of, like, full comfortable control of T-Con. This is absolutely mad. Lyngby Vikings, maybe their methodology is a little messed up. Maybe I was a bit too nice to them. This is really messy.
I'm actually wondering one thing. Was he meant to jump there, or did he accidentally misjump or something? Because he jumped down, mate, with a molly in his hand.
Yeah, I feel like it was a mistake for sure. Like, he just saw the guy when he was checking and then panicked and was like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, what's going on? And he just fell down, you know, wild. Absolutely wild. He's getting his head on his shoulders straight, you know what I mean? Like our guy Coolio, who's just the best Bianca on the map. I suppose he's the only one, but, you know, he's the best Bianca he's been for a while. And the AWP's solid, right? Everything's going well, really well for Budapest 5. Meanwhile, Lyngby Vikings, even making stupid mistakes. Those opening 2 frags just come off the back of, like, internal mistakes of their own. It's not like they've been misread. It's not like they've been outplayed. It's like, look, you gotta expect a guy walking in. Why are you walking away with your back turned? Just walk backwards. You know, look at the angle and walk backwards. It just seems wild to me. This is Yeah, I think this might end up being a lot more one-sided than the first map, and I don't know whether Lyngby Vikings will be able to get that proverbial foot back in the door.
Oh, Coolio, the B anchor. Let's see, he's up against P250s and Glocks mainly. Does see them all run past him, and is going to rain hell down from above again. No. That simple. No. I want to plant. No. And they all get super aggressive because they can't be in B-hole, so they have to be somewhere along the lines. The bomb now finally does go down. Will they be able to at least get a kill? Yes, they do. Rouse secures one for his team, but that is going to be all that. They did get the bomb plant in, but with the amount of money that they managed to save on Lyngby Vikings, they didn't. I mean, the extra bomb plant's always nice, but they already had a full buy and then some on Lyngby Vikings, so they should at least have 2 buys coming in back to back if they lose this one.
Yeah, finances aren't really the issue right now, to be honest. I think they just need to make something happen with the rifles. Of course, Hellcase. Fancy seeing you here, guys. We've got them 2 codes for you guys if maybe you're feeling like you don't got no financial issues either. Malta V 15. The action's real fast in this one, so I can't give the end of it. We've got Bodito and Torzi coming in with 2 quick kills. Lyngby Vikings angry, wanting to move into the A site as quickly as possible, and they are denied heavily, quickly, easily by Budapest 5. And it looks like a 9th will come off the back of it. I don't know, man. The same, well, maybe not the same, but they are changing things up slightly with a bit more pace, and it just doesn't work. They look so uncomfortable on this T side, like wildly uncomfortable.
Well, maybe they'll be able to turn it around on their CT side. This flash in play does not seem to work out. Unfortunately, Corey flashes his own teammate, who turned his back to him, so Corey at least got an assist. But yeah, this does give an opening for Lyngby Vikings to make something happen. 2 coming up from Ivy. So their angle is being checked. Peek in, comes through, and Fleeve still wins that duel against Twinks. Bomb gets dropped on the site. Rals versus Corey. Rals does not hit a single bullet onto Corey. And even when Corey is not paying attention, he still managed to win that duel. Cabby chimes in and will take down Corey finally. But the long-range fight is going to be victorious for Fleeve, and that is going to be 9-1. Luckily, Lyngby Vikings have enough for another buy coming through. But, I mean, that is not really lucky anymore. Like, yay, they've got money. Will they be able to make it work?
Yeah, we've asked the same kind of question before. Kind of need to at this point. It's getting into the realms of impossibility, regardless of how good their CT side is, unless it's that 1 in a million, right?
I mean,
Again,
we did
mentioned it before, right? You know, that they need to build up a buffer here.
We did just see a very good first game as well, where it got incredibly close after a massive stomp in the beginning. So look at this connector. Oh, when's the smoke gonna dissipate? Who's gonna win that duel? Cabby is distracting Corey. Loses the fight against Bird from Sky, and the Bird will fly away. They do know that it's not going to be a B push on the side of Lyngby Vikings, because the position that Fleeve is standing, he has the op towards B, and he takes down Bird from the Sky, with Bodito taking down Rals, but Bodito gets traded by Twinks, and it's going to be a 3-on-3. Coolio with his back turned towards Twinks does fall back, is actually going to push in aggressively towards T-Main. And Coolio versus Cabby. This is going to be a pretty interesting duel between the two sides. I am wondering why Torzy was actually rotating towards the B side, turns his back towards Old Bomb, loses his life, and this might finally be another round for Lyngby Vikings, unless Fleeve, of course, goes big, but it's not going to be possible with Twinks aiming right at him. So finally, Lyngby Vikings get themselves a second round. However, like you saw on the B tunnels, that Fleeve was pushing forward with the op inside brown halls. And still, Torzy decided that he needed to rotate towards B to check out if there was anyone pushing, while his teammate was already past any point that they could be pushing.
A little strong, a little strange. Lyngby Vikings, though, able to get it over the line in the end, and I think that's what they're happy about ultimately. See whether they're able to continue the trend. I'm sure they'd love to, right? A deja vu moment, right? They are the Budapest 5 in this situation, where it was, of course, Vertigo that Budapest 5 were able to pull things back incredibly close. They would like to take it over the line in the end, but that is easier said than done at this point. Meanwhile, Budapest 5, ball in their court. Can they shut things down before they even begin here? Slower start, bit of presence at Ivy. Okay, Fleeve with a nice one onto Bird from Sky, 5 on 4. Just like that. There you go. Budapest 5 finding the opener.
And, well, they do have a little bit of money on Lyngby Vikings. Enough money on Budapest 5 for the next round anyway. And with the positioning coming out, Molly towards Olaf. Torzy does spot a player out on top of blue. Typos is very low in HP though. Does need to be careful. Potito is trying to dodge the flashes coming through. Dodges him perfectly towards white box. Gets one, sprays it towards the other, but loses that one. It's going to be a 3-on-3. But Fleeve does not lose against Twinks. Tries to peek out wide through the molly. Is going to lose his life. Torzy and Coolio both coming from the Ivy area. Will they expect this? Double spray down from Gabby. Holds the line. Defends the bomb. And Lyngby Vikings, they've had enough. They're going to take round number 3.
Wow. That's much better from them. I'm pretty impressed with it. See whether it continues. As we move into round number 13. Budapest 5. Money starting to dwindle now. Double up setup in play. Lyngby Vikings, I love this approach of going fast somewhere early on. Perhaps to bait out utility. Perhaps to just make Budapest 5 worry. Make them shake a little that that's where the hit might come in. Maybe they over-rotate. Maybe they get too aggressive. However, this time, working out massively. Double up setup, man. It seems to be the real issue for the Lyngby Vikings. It comes out in full force into this round. One apiece. Solid openers. Oh, Bird from Sky almost getting taken down as well. Corey is pushed away, but it cost a fair chunk of HP to the T-side player trying to make Hot Dog work. He will, however, get the catch onto Corey, who was not expecting him so quickly. That's the first frag back for Lyngby Vikings. Is it going to be enough? Can they get some more? These are all the questions that we're asking. Budapest 5 hoping to shut them down.
It's a possibility, but they still have to walk into Torzy's op. I mean, both ops are actually on the same site, with Coolio playing up in heaven, which is most of the time. Oh, sorry, it was Bodito. Coolio is still chilling at that B bomb side. Bomb gets dropped. Peek out wide is going to whip Torzy. Falls. Nice spray down from Typos to claim 2 lives. And the rotation coming in from Coolio. Flank. Fleeve is holding that site. What a flick coming out from Fleeve to shut down Typos, and now it's all on Twinks. Can he clutch this one out? No, he cannot. Fleeve gets himself 3 kills in that round, and the 2 oppers get all 5 frags to boot. Budapest 5 break double digits and are in a nice little run, especially with Lyngby Vikings down to pretty weak buys, especially utility-wise. They're going to jump over to 3 Galils. Decent utility, but the fact that they have to jump over to Galils is pretty painful, because from all the rifles out there, I definitely, like, that spray becomes completely unnatural at one point.
Yeah, really not playing well against this double up setup, are they? I mean, it's not completely out of control yet. 5 rounds would certainly be a good marker to hit. Bonito, though, perfect peak for the double. Absolutely wonderful timing. Corey will find another. And the 5 versus 2. Trying to pick them up for the 5 that they could possibly get. It now looks like 4 is the best they can hope for on the Lyngby Vikings side. We may well see that repeat. We may well see Budapest 5 go one better than their opponents on their CT side. Twinks does chime in with 1, but the bomb dropped there, and they know exactly where Twinks is at. He's getting flanked out. Maybe a bit of a miscommunication there. Not quite sure.
Must have been a miscommunication. How could you not? He was right behind him.
Yeah, maybe he just... I mean, there's 4 players to find, right? Like, it's fair. If it was a 1v2 and they threw that away, we go mad. But I guess he's just unsure of if he's going to get peeked from behind or in front or whatever. It's kind of a situation where what can you do, right?
Yeah, he was pretty much stuck, surrounded anyway. But Budito getting a big 4K. And yeah, let's look at the scores. Who is really falling behind? Ral's 3-1 and 14. I mean, you can't really blame anyone on it. Like, they're all failing at the moment on Lyngby Vikings and Budapest 5. Every one of them is fragging like a god. The only one that is, you know, below the double digits is Coolio, but that's because he's the B defense, and as you see, he's only on 4 deaths. So that means they've just not hit the B side as much. But Torzy is again popping off, so is Flav. Both oppers. I mean, this long range map, it is perfect op territory for the 2 squads. 5 Mac 10s and a dream, because this is going to come down to a pretty close in your face Ivy rush, it seems. Fleeve already starts off by killing off Typos, drops the molly, and they're going to run through the molly, but Fleeve, he's not going to lose that duel just yet. Next one, oh, triple kill coming out. They're going to go for the bomb plan towards B. Torzy misses the shot. Onto site. Bird from Sky goes. Bird from Sky is actually already towards Oil, and he's going to completely rush down Torzy, but Torzy swaps towards the Deagle. And now Scabby all on his lows. Deck 9 Meister does kill off Bodito, but it doesn't matter at all. 12-3, and I mean, we can probably already head over towards Nuke.
Yeah, kind of looking that way, right? Unless we see an insane comeback. I mean, we did kind of say that at the turn of the first half on Vertigo. We nearly did, right? 16-14 after an 11-4 half. You don't believe it. Of course, Lootbet, the odds, summing it up. Heavily in support of Budapest 5 going into their T side. And from what we've seen, the thing is as well, it's like there was a bit of a comeback from Budapest 5. They actually start to gain some energy towards that at the end of the first half. And Lyngby Vikings get a bit, but they looked so lost. Like, there was a lot of not just, wow, this is Budapest 5 playing really, really well. Great clutch, great retake, great comeback from a 4v2 or something like that. There was just some rounds where Lyngby Vikings forgot what they were doing and where they were going. Cabby, though, going to open up here. Spots out a good number of them. Oh, Bird from Sky with a really quick flank up the ladder. Bodito at the very last second. His spidey senses tingling, but he's not able to get the frag. That secures the fact that they're moving towards B as well, because he spots the bomb out. Back into a 4 versus 4. Anyone's game at this point. Low HP bars all around the shot. Bird from Sky running in, getting that first bullet accuracy perfectly. However, still being kept even, and they have just rushed towards the A site and will get a free bomb plant.
That is actually pretty remarkable that they managed to go through B towards connector and then plant on the A site, because they flanked them. So the flank on the flankers, and now it's all on Cabby and Bird from Sky, both very low in HP. Nearly impossible to succeed, especially without a kit available, and the post plant positions on the side of Budapest 5. At least they get themselves one, but Cabby is 1 bullet away from dying, and that one is gonna be a headshot to boot for Bodito Papito, and this is 13-3. 10 rounds difference between the 2 sides. Lyngby Vikings, are they gonna go for the triple scout setup themselves? No, they're just gonna pick up the 1 for Twinks. Bit disappointed there.
Yeah, definitely seems like a weird decision to me when we saw the prominence from Budapest 5 of all the scouts. 1-for-1 trade early on generally works out for the T side, particularly in a round like this where they're employing a lot of speed, not a lot of time to recover things in terms of positional advantage. I think a team kill coming in there, that's a bit awkward, and it's actually being pulled back into a 3-on-1. They stack up a bit too heavily, it seems. Oh, Coolio, though, he spots all the heads, none of them looking the right way at all. Finds the first frag. They know where he's at. This Mac 10 going to be hard to lock down. Molly coming in. They're both coming towards him. Finds the head of the burst. Able to play around E-Box, but he can't get it done. So damn close. Billingby Vikings will pick up their fourth, and they are able to turn the fourth buy into a 1 round. A long road ahead. But they've begun it slightly prematurely than the point we would expect.
They're on an adventure indeed. Lyngby Vikings, they've got... I mean, they can't lose a round. Like, at this point, it's literally you gotta keep stomping Budapest 5. It is not over till, of course, that final round is secured, but it is going to be a tough one to defend the entire time, because Budapest 5, yes, they did get they got a little bit lucky there that Budapest 5 accidentally killed a teammate. Bird from Sky in Pop, nice smoke. That means that the rotations from Pop are going to be a little bit slower. That's perfect for the teammates. However, Corey's going to win that fight against Rowls. Quinks and Typos do chime in, and a lot of damage has been dealt, but Bodito, okay, gets rid of Bird from Sky. It's going to be a 3-on-3 situation. Corey is down to 3 HP, has the bomb on his back, and is going to fall all the way back. Quinks is getting super aggressive. Might get spotted out. Chunks down Bodito, and a massive kill coming in. I mean, that was... It paid off, but that was really risky, especially with the current situation of how the game was going. If anyone was holding the Pop Dog, that could have cost you the entire round.
Looking good here to clean things up. Low HP bars are easily workable. Enough presence outside. I suppose the Deagle in play. Coolio actually going to find the head of 1, but no avail. I suppose it's decent damage done here to the economy, I guess, like you say, but Coolio shouldn't be able to find anything else. Did get a little worried as I was talking about the round as though it was over, right? I definitely saw in my mind's eye Budapest 5 snatching that one away, but not going to be the case here. We will see a few rounds strung together by the Lyngby Vikings.
And yeah, they're 13-5 favoring Budapest 5, but they are on an eco almost. Are they full eco? Probably a P250 or a Deagle here or there. Does mean that they won't have an op in their buy round with the amount of money that they have left. Corey's just going to rush through. At this point, it's just try and discuss what your plan of attack is going to be in the next round. I would assume run boost past. It's not really going to do too much. Again, it's Glocks. Cleve is the only one with an upgraded pistol. Just playing. Oh, a lot of damage being dealt to Typos, but luckily there is Rals joining in the fun. Cleve takes down Typos, but Ral swaps over to the USB to win that fight. And Bird from Sky, he wants a little bit of extra cash in the bank, hunting for Torzy, and Torzy, one man, a Glock, and a dream. Oh, gets spotted out. Yes, the rest are gonna just climb up the ladder. Not gonna risk it to drop that M4.
Yeah, kind of slow rounds here, consolation rounds and all that kind of stuff. A little crazy in the previous, but this one nice and easy for Lyngby Vikings. Not starting to believe just yet. Budapest 5 has still got enough rounds to work with that they should be able to take this over the line. 7 to be exact. So we'll see how things go down in this next rifle round. A bit more time to work with for Budapest 5 than Lyngby Vikings. Less pressure, you could say, at the moment. That might affect the way that they approach some of these rounds, but I don't don't know. I feel like they need to shut down the Lingby Vikings pretty quickly. This rivalry between these two teams, they've only played a handful of times now, a handful of maps, I should say. But they've all been very hard to predict, very back and forth. Oh, great flash onto Twinks coming through. Corey gets the drop. Fleeve will drop Bird from Sky, and they might just be able to shut things down before they really even begin on the Lingby Vikings. Come back. Typos on the edge of the smoke. Almost two. Not quite. And still an advantage for Budapest 5 to work with.
Yeah, 3-on-2 situation towards Ivy, but Cabby, he's playing close and could get caught out by Coolio in a second. Old Bomb, there's going to be a pretty good fight. Important fight. Dorsey does win that fight. Cabby's going to rush towards Old Bomb, and Coolio should know that something's up. Yeah, inside connect. He's going to peek out wide, but Cabby executes Coolio. And now it's all on Dorsey with the whiffs of the long-range fight, and Cabby clutches it out, gets 3 kills in the round. Lingby Vikings, they ain't going down without a fight.
Well, that could be a clutch that we look back to as highly, highly important.
And quickly, Budapest 5 call a tactical timeout because, well, it's slipping, and you need to find a way to make it stop.
Time will tell, man. Time will tell. That could be a key one, right? It's very quick. I would imagine comms all over the place in terms of morale, in terms of, wow, we're actually doing this. We should be able to, yeah, 2 easy openers. But this is, yeah, we've done it. We've done it. 14th round, shut them down. The victory will come easily, right? They don't have enough economy built up to work with and whatnot, so should be good to, at the very least, hit the map point, guys. Come on. And I think they just get a bit ahead of themselves, and then a really clean clutch coming in from Cabby, which is somewhat of a mouthful to say, but looks great. And now a half buy from Budapest 5. We'll see what they can get done with it.
This is a decent enough buy that could possibly win a round on Budapest 5. The Eagles, look at this Ivy aggression coming out from Budapest 5. They're just going to wait. Typos is going to run close. He's going to try the exact same thing, but this time it loses his life. Doesn't deal damage to a second either, and they get themselves a FAMAS, not the strongest weapon in the world, but Corey does use it effectively to get rid of Rals. And there's a possibility, but not if Twins has anything to say about it. Coolio wins the duel against Bird from Sky, and it is Coolio with that M4 in hand. He might just go for the long flank plays, try and mess with their minds a little bit, see if he can get anything happening. I mean, he has so many different angles he can go towards too. He's probably going to go... Well, would he go all the way towards Ivy? That would be a long rotation, but the bomb is there, so that might give it away, and we do already have Cabby holding that angle. Might even actually save the M4 if he prefers it. But no, he's going to go in, but it is pretty tough with 12 HP to his name. And no flashes, no nothing. Bomb in CT's hands. Don't really see him actually. Yeah, the molly gets tossed, and that's just either save or suicide. And suicide is going to be the answer.
Yeah, he wants his money, it seems, and a little easier of an option, right? They're able to buy into this one anyway. So, kind of makes sense. And I suppose wanting to end the round quickly to get into the next one, I don't know. There's arguments for both, but that's the way it turns out.
Oh, double op coming up from Lingby Vikings. That's the first time that they pick up the second op. Let's see if it pays off. It does put them at absolutely barely any money left on Lingby Vikings for that aggressive buy. And Torzy's going to get rid of Bird from Sky. Well, the second op buyout does not come in successfully. That is painful. 4.75k gold, money, dollars, moolah just gone out the window. Oh, that is disastrous. He's 821 and
not having a good time.
Yeah, no, that one might bite them in the ass if they manage to lose this one. However, near Pop Dog Cabby, he needs to win a couple of duels. They're going to peek in. Dorsey is going to get sprayed through the floor. And they're just gonna crawl themselves away. But Twinks is on the biggest flank of his life. Does anyone turn around? Oh my god! They all just walk past each other. They're gonna go up the ladder, and Bodito holds the pop dog push. Cabby jumps out. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Bodito is gonna try and go for the dual fight. Coolio walks around the corner, sprays down Cabby, and it is gonna be a... Actually, is it? Yeah, the flank coming in from Corey, coming in from behind. Oh, spots out the B defender, and one tap. Nice from Corey to take down Rouse. Corey finishes the job there, 14-8, and as we just said, look at that money, it's all gone.
Yeah, dire situation in a lot of different ways. Obviously, Budapest 5 getting closer to the 16. And Lyngby Vikings have to mount some kind of a defense with very little cash to work with. I feel this is the issue, the underlying issue of not having a strong start. If they'd have gotten the 5 rounds on the T side, they'd have a lot more room to work with here. Their CT side has definitely looked a lot more comfortable as we expected. And the issue with dropping so many rounds initially means that as soon as you make a mistake, you kind of strike back to square one. So it's a tough time. It's a very tough time. I like this aggression coming in, though. It gives them a bit of control and, importantly, information to work with. They've got 2 players ready to boost up Pop Dog fast behind the push here. I think they might even just try and go for it preemptively. Or particularly with Fleeve shooting these windows out.
Yeah, this could be
about to be a
godlike
bloodbath.
flank. Massive stack. Push forward on top. Will they be able to get the job done? Great defense so far. Twinks is going to get sprayed down through the wall. They still have the flankers coming in. Oh, guy just... Both of them double headshot, even though the second one was kind of an iffy headshot. But nonetheless, they do manage to shut them down. I think they should have seen both of the players, though.
I'm not sure, you know. It doesn't look like it, right? From his body language. He's checking all these different angles. So sure that there's someone coming from connector. And it's just not the case. I love this reposition as well. They should be able to win this, honestly. He might go for a safe plan. Don't get me wrong. He makes the noise, goes for the step, yeah, and he's just so confused as to where they're coming from, where they're at, what's going on, what's happening, why is there not a guy from connector, for God's sake. Lyngby Vikings, though, against the odds, able to pick up that 9th. Still not out of it yet. I really respect Budapest 5 coming into this series, honestly, taking a lot of great pauses in really good places. And I think there are a lot of teams on the come-up that we see, you know, on these online cups that you and I and everybody else covering and watching, and all the people out there watching, as there's a lot of Counter-Strike coming through from Eden Esports and Relog and whatnot. They really need to learn a lesson when it comes to taking timeouts. I think some of the teams, even if it is your map, even if you are confident, even if you are 5 rounds in the lead with only 2 more to go, take a safe pause. You've got 4 of them to work with. There's not really any excuse. Why would you hold on to them? They don't stack up, right? And it can make a bit of a difference. Some teams, I get it, like to play more instinctively and just keep the ball rolling and go for it and not think too much. But after a round like that, where you should be cleaning it up and the game should come alongside it, you need to take a moment. You need to be like, okay, whoa, maybe not quite good enough. Some decent parts in there, but this particular thing that cost us the round can't happen again. Nice aggression coming in, ill-advised, good hold here from the Budapest 5. Really well thought out. I'm not sure if this comes off the back of, you know, figuring in the last round, there was no one here, but they did go for the Ivy aggression last time.
Yeah, they did spray
and Budapest
out
5 kind
Ivy.
of, yeah, they're kind of picking that back up. I don't think it comes off of they pushed it last time. I think it more comes off of we didn't have any presence in Ivy last round. They were really quickly behind us. That therefore means they must have pushed it, right? So a nice little thought process coming in will earn them their first frag.
But look at this aggressive point from Lyngby Vikings. They're going to have to fight these players. Do they expect them to? Perfect flash coming off. Typo's completely blind. Peeks out wide, but he's going to get shut down by Torzi, and that is going to be problematic. Look at the push. Cabby needs to make some magic happen. He's going to win the duel against Fleeve, and that is going to put it at a possibility here for the side of the Lyngby Vikings. But with Corey down to 1 HP, they have all 3 of the players next to each other. They just need to guess the correct bomb site, and they're gonna go out towards A. Twinks and Cabby are both towards the A site to try and defend it. It's gonna be a pretty tough defense coming in. The slow push coming through. He's going past towards Olaf. The bomb is going to get planted. Peeking out wide. It's going to peek red. It's going to be a nice double spray down. Does he expect Dorsey to be that close? Dorsey does win the fight. It's going to be a one-on-one, but Cabby shuts him down, and that's going to be 10 rounds for Lyngby Vikings. They take another one. Oh no, I smell OT. Not again. Not again.
They're not going out without a fight, though. Both of these teams are really commendably fighting back when they seem down and out. In multiple rounds for Lyngby Vikings, actually. Previous didn't have a great buy. This round, 2v3. Definitely saw that happening, though. They really overlooked the sandwich and the second lane kind of area. I think they needed a player posted on that. Oh. I think we might have a stop here by the looks of things. I'm going to guess Corey. He's the only player that's not moved yet. Oh. Okay, that's a little weird. But I don't think the players are going to argue too much because they'd already called it, I guess. But doing the damage there definitely makes the stop play a little edgy. But it's all good. They called for it anyway. Corey seems to have come back, whatever, lagged out a second there and able to immediately move back in. So we'll just have to restart the round. We won't have to wait, which is fantastic. And no real time for the likes of the Lyngby Vikings to mull over and let the pressure get to them, you know, and start sweating a bit, which is certainly what can happen in those extended technical pauses when you're on the comeback when it's close to the end of the game. So no harm, no foul in the end. Just a bit of a restart to make sure everybody's here, everybody's cool, and they are. So let's get into it.
There we go. Budapest 5, they need a lot. Like they need luck right now. That's what they need. They've gotten a lot of rounds close at the moment because their economy is completely intact. Storzy is without armor. They have 3 flashes and a smoke left. There's gonna be a spray from Gabby. Jumps out wide, but he gets shut down by Corey. And the defense has to come through right now. This is pretty tough. Wings just moves off the angle, and that gives the enemies a chance here, but they do get spotted. Bonito is going to get taken down. They're going to try and get close towards the site. They lose a second Lyngby Vikings player. Rouse is gone, and now it is neck on neck. 3 versus 3. Corey is going to lose the fight, and oh my god! Somehow Lyngby Vikings, they're turning this around and again managed to get the bomb defuse and win another one. 14-11 this round. Oh my god, this game is getting way too close.
Insane. Lyngby Vikings, man. It could have been a very different story if they started on the T side, on the CT side, sorry. Like, I don't know, work on your T side and you've got some potential here. You've got some potential. Train is a map that I don't think they've worked on. They just kind of play it when they have to, and the stats really do show that. But it's not terrible on the CT side. Some solid retakes, performing well under pressure, individuals stepping up, particularly Cabby. Kind of begs the question, if only you can find yourself a 5-6 round T side, you'd be a lot happier, a lot more room to work with then. Another pause coming in from Budapest 5, though. Again, massively commendable.
I mean, they gotta be stressing right now. I would be really stressing because, you know, you could smell it. You're one map behind. You thought that this was an easy shutdown, which on paper it should be. Last time it definitely was with, I think, 16-7, as you previously mentioned. So, Lyngby Vikings coming back as powerful as they are is pretty damn tough to deal with. They are going to go for a semi-buy and see if they can get any magic happening. Well, the semi-buy is still an AK, a couple of deagles and a scout. Let's see if Bodito will be able to use that scout accordingly.
All right, here we go. Gonna have to fend off against Budapest 5 classic here. Great frag from Corey to open us up. Oh, and it's worked perfectly. Oh, still around. He hits him coming. Needed to find those. Needed to be cooler. I feel like holding mouse 1 there. Not the best choice. He had the drop on them. Could have just bish bash bosh, right? You know, find the heads, at least get 2. That's going to make a massive difference, and a great little play, making it look like a rush. Just a small lapse in judgment from Lingby Vikings may well have lost them the round. Budito going to find the head of Twinks. Here we go, looking better and better. Coolio up close, will get taken down. There's no utility to go down onto the bomb there. Quick jump up from Typos to take down Budito. Beautifully done. Fleeve, though, quick damage coming in onto the first. The hold from Typos. He's going to go for the peak. Surely he will eventually, and he finds the frag. Budapest 5 finally get the 15th on the board. It is hard fought. It takes them a while, but they will get it done. And Lingby Vikings baited out, caught off. Cabby panics on high. And they lose it. They lose it. They let it slip.
That round was, I mean, we just complimented Cabby for his excellent performance, but that round right there, that was so completely his. He should have had
like
them right
a panic spray down, right? Like crazy.
Yeah, that was absolute chaos in his mind right there. And now Lingby Vikings, they don't have a very healthy buy anymore. They've got 2 Deagles, a Scout, a FAMAS, and a M4, and no kit on a single player. They're going to jump through, run boost, Horsey takes down Typos. And they have the massive aggression towards Ivy. Rouse is down to 6 HP. The double nade coming through is going to peek in, but Ito takes him down. It's going to be problematic. Oh no, is this going to be the last round for Lingby Vikings on the second map? They came so close. Twinks, he does have a very good position, but Coolio, he smells something up. Long range stabs. Twinks gets a double, but from behind, does he turn wrong? He shuts down Coolio. The triple for Twinks. He's trying to win his team this round. Cabby is on the flank. Do they expect him coming through? Old bomb. This round is not over just yet. What an amazing turn from Twinks. Cabby is going to get taken down by Budito. 12 HP. Twinks, he tried his best, but is it going to be enough? They know exactly where he is. They're going to get the bomb plant, and it's too late for him to move to a different angle. And with the position of Fleeve being in Pop Dog, I don't think Twinks will be able to win this duel. The moment as well, Fleeve is going up top, and that's going to be Fleeve. Sorry, Budito shutting it down. No, it's still Fleeve, sorry. 16 to 11. He tried his best, but with that, you know, they get shut down eventually, and we're going to Nuke next, which is still Budapest 5 favorite. Wait, yeah.
Yeah, definitely agreeing with that, to be honest with you. It's a bit of a crazy time in this series. It has been mad. The lights have come on as they are required. We're getting deep into the evening here, of course. The closeness of those 2 maps really cannot be underestimated. Both teams playing very, very well. However, comebacks not really possible. Heartbreak coming in. And a wild kind of ride. Nuke will be the culmination. I really do not know how this one is going to go down. Budapest 5 definitely favored for them, but the matchup has just been so close between these 2 teams. Any closing thoughts before we throw across to the break?
No, that was pretty much it. We'll be talking about it in a second anyway, and we'll be back after these messages.
Welcome back, everybody. We are prepped and so excited for this third map, honestly. Like, I am looking forward to it massively. I think this has been a pretty exciting series. I figured Train was going to be a blowout, particularly with the start from Budapest 5, but Lyngby Vikings putting up a good fight towards the end and making me doubt Nuke, right? We kind of came into this one with the idea of the reverse sweep, much like their previous series a few days ago, being the overall outcome. But I'm not so sure after that little burst of energy towards the end of Train.
Yeah, Lyngby Vikings looked a lot better on their CT side. So, again, this knife round is actually going to be a lot more crucial than in most games, because these two teams, you know, they really prefer one side over the other. That Train, both teams completely struggled on the T side, and Nuke is actually a way more CT sided map than Train is because of the close angles. The only real area that you have a lot of mobility on Nuke would be outside, but that's going to cost you a lot of utility to try and take that as a T. And that's why normally it's going to be like a ramp rush or an A rush, and because the short corridors, you can easily shut that down as a CT if you're paying attention. And
yeah, certainly. I think it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams approach things. Like I've said, last time was pretty damn close. This was the 16-14, and the last time that they played going the way of Budapest 5, but I feel like Lyngby Vikings, particularly with the Train performance, certainly going to be capable.
Yeah. I did just check out the map statistics that they had, and Budapest 5 prefer the CT side by about 55%. Okay. However, their opponents, Lyngby Vikings, have a 50-50 between CT and T side rounds. So that is actually pretty interesting, that they actually do have a decent stat on the aggressive side.
Yeah, I think definitely the split between sides on this map has become a little... The lines have become a bit more blurred, as it were. So the knife round definitely going to have some impact. It's always nice to start off on the side that you prefer, but as you have noted, even 55%, right, like of the CT side is not a wild amount compared to what we've seen in the past on Nuke and whatnot. So I do feel like the T side's become a little more approachable for teams.
Exactly. It's I mean, remember the old one where you had a catwalk outside? That map was actually very T-sided. I really missed that catwalk. It just made the map so much more dynamic. But yeah, the longer a map lasts, pretty much, the more even it becomes between the two sides, because you get to know more executes and whatnot. That's why when a new map usually gets introduced, aka like Vertigo, it normally does favor one side pretty heavily compared to the other, because you just, for instance, you have the first couple of smokes and nades learned as the T, and you have no idea how to defend it. However, this is going to be a very fast ramp push coming in from Budapest. From Budapest 5. Wait, they won the knife round, right? They want to start on the T? I thought that they won the knife round at least. I might be mistaken there, but Budapest 5, they're going to head in towards that A site. They're going to get the bomb plant in with an aggressive move towards Heaven. No one holding Heaven, and Rowls is down, so they have a man advantage coming in from Budapest 5 as well. The tap's coming in, but it's completely cleaned up, and Lyngby Vikings are going to get shut down. Budapest 5 win the opening round.
Yeah, that is a very curious round for sure. Of course, loot bet. The odds on the screen for you there, folks. We do have the banner down below. Use code Malta. Go straight to their website. You get yourself 10 free spins as well as 100 bonus euros on your first deposit. But yeah, a really weird round. The fact that the bomb goes down with all the players alive. Sometimes does happen on the lower bomb site, to be fair, but very rarely if the T's try and hit the upper bomb site. Okay. Unreasonable from Twinks. Nice early opener coming in for the CTs.
Now you're gonna have to play up against two CTs down below. This might be very dicey for Budapest 5 if they don't shut down those two Deagles quickly. I mean, a random shot through the smoke while he's fading away, that's always like as perfect as can be. Coolio is already pushed towards the vent. Gabby jumps out, climbs up the ladder, and Bird from Sky is there as well. The molly gets tossed out, and Ralph with the deagle is going to try and shut this down. Another man advantage position coming in. Molly gets tossed in. Flav does zone out Typos. It is, however, looking disastrous for Budapest 5. Trinks all the way from CT spawn with that scout long range will manage to turn it into a 2-man advantage. Coolio, he needs that bomb, but it is all up top, so he's going to go down through the vents, go towards Secret, and try and flank them from outside. I think they definitely should know that he was somewhere towards A, but will they expect that big flank? It seems Bird from Sky is not aware. Oh, never mind. The outside flank is being checked out by Twinks, and they shut down Coolio, and a very good round coming in from Lingby Vikings on their CT side.
Well. The competition, the back and forth nature, it continues. Solid stuff from Lingby Vikings. I'm genuinely thinking this is going to be another close affair.
This is looking okay. Bodito does at least get Twinks in return, but they need to get a couple more kills to make this possible. It's still weird to see that Budapest 5, after winning the 9th round, going towards the T side, but they might actually have a plan, and it seems it's working so far. Flav is going to get Bird from Sky with another great frag coming in. 3 versus 3. Flav is a little bit tagged. They have no armor on Torzi or Bodito. Jump down by Typos, giving away his position. Torzi just shuts him down, and another kill. It's going to stay 2 versus 2, but they have the bomb on their back, rushing towards the B site, and they're going to go for the plant with Cabby. They are nowhere in position just right to defend it. Torzi is going to be playing at the double doors area, and peeks it in, falls back towards control, and will actually get stuck on the glass. Gets out in time. 1D coming through, shutting down Cabby, playing the double doors angle. Bodito with the scout, and Budapest 5. Why are these teams so competitive? Take back around from Lingby Vikings.
Yeah, this is a messy start once again here. Somewhat what we've come to expect, in all fairness. But still, it is a little wild. See whether it continues. See how long it continues is the main question. And these forced buy wars, the back and forth nature, it kind of, generally speaking, goes the way of the T side usually, just because the CT economy struggles to keep up. But we'll see. Map like Nuke, anything is possible, right? Couple scouts, couple deegs work very well together. The M4, nice to have an automatic weapon in there. Budapest 5 visibly a little shaken to begin with here on Nuke, and not wanting to barrel their way through a round like this. Nice and slow, nice and passive.
Execute. Not risking it at all against the force up from Lingby Vikings. They're just gonna go. I mean, full execute is probably the safest thing to do. They have a bunch of mollies and smokes, but they're just gonna run it in straight up. Okay, I would have expected, you know, maybe a molly on blue, because it's always a pain to smoke up heaven. Get a couple of those angles cleared out. Okay, there we go. A little bit of an execute coming out. Spray from Bird from Sky needs a little bit of help, but they're on Mustang. They just completely shut them down. Nothing done by Budapest 5, and now Torzi. Oh my god, what is this game? They just force buy against each other constantly, and they get annihilated.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Once again, blown away massively. Lyngby Vikings, against all the odds, able to pull things back. And yeah, like you say, decimation, just so clean. So clean. Some low HP bars started in there, right? So it certainly could have spiraled out of control, I suppose, but it didn't. This is the way it goes down. They also recovered 3 AKs and a MAC-10. So much money made from that, as well as taking the round, as well as the victory bonus, of course. They pick up 4 weapons. So a nice cash injection, 1-tap potential of the AKs. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, not looking too good. We've got a few AKs in play, but mainly Deagles. Lack of utility. This is the chance. This is the chance for Lyngby Vikings, actually, because the buy is really not that great for Budapest 5. But then we've said that a few times in this game, and it seems the team with the better buy ends up losing. So we'll see how it goes. Swings, no, fails to jump down. Oh, God.
Not the first time that we've seen a mistake on movement this series. I will never forget that molly, ever.
Yeah, it was a little wild, and it seems it's not being dealt with.
And that gives a man advantage to Budapest. They want to pick up that AK, but luckily there's Bird from Sky to try and defend it. They actually had a 2-man defense towards Secret, making it so that their ramp, they have no one on ramp on the side of Lyngby Vikings of their heavy rotations, and they're going to fall all the way back. Ramp is under their control, but down towards B control, we have Bird from Sky and Ral's double downing. Spray comes out 2 for 2. Full rifles versus full rifles, but there's still Torzy. He's holding. He's coming in from behind. Do they expect him? Gonna crawl in. Oh, they thought that it was the lower squeak. He's right behind them. They open the double doors, and Gabby gets flanked by Torzy. Great catch coming in from Budapest 5, and my God! Did someone string 2 rounds in a row?
Remains to be seen at this point. It's definitely a little wild. I keep using that word, but I just feel like that's the best way to sum it up. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, God. Lyngby Vikings back in with a buy, of course. Scout, 2 M4s. I would imagine 2 Deagles here for Cabby and Typhos. Didn't quite catch it, but that to me would make sense. Maybe a 5-7, but at this point we've seen so many Deagles, I don't see why they would change things up. Good amount of utility. No kit. Interesting Typhos and Twinks. A bit of money left in the bank. I feel like a kit could have helped them. I guess we've not seen many bomb plants so far, but still, would be nice to just have it in case.
They're just waiting for Budapest 5 to run into the blender again. I mean, they're the exact same positions, if I'm not mistaken. And no, Cabby is now on top of blue. Last round he wasn't, and there was no one on blue. But they're gonna need to try and flush them out with their utility, because these close range engagements against these Deagles and whatnot are incredibly painful. Oh, smoke against his face.
Yeah, they kind of know he's there as well. Cabby's got to be careful. Rol's going to find the first, though. 40 seconds left. Looks like it might continue here, to be honest, to get through, but I don't know, man. This is making me worry a little. Making me worry a little for the D side. Typhos going to get the victory onto Fleeve as well. Does go down, so at the very least, damage control on that one. This play from Heaven from Torzy as well could be absolutely massive. He's spotted out, and he's got Rolls dead to rights. Any more? Does he spot any more? No, he doesn't, so he's going to take his frag. Goodness me. Rolls to turn. Oh, a little spicy, but it's back into a 3 versus 3, and the A-bomb site now very vulnerable indeed. They run into each other. Twinks moving up the ladder, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and it will be when Pete comes through from Mini. 2 of his teammates moving through nice and quick, trying to get the distractionary play, and there it is. The Pete comes in from Heaven. Now Twink surely looks to burst, but he's just clapped out immediately. Bird from Sky, the only one left, and I feel like he's just got to look to save. Sure, all the rounds have been going wild, but not able to get it done. And finally, the team you expect to win does so. Budapest 5 will pick up their 4th.
Yeah, finally it happens. However, at this point, if I was Lyngby, I'd just keep forcing up. Because they're better with the Deagles than they are with the Rifles. Both teams actually are, backs against the wall kind of ordeal. They are going to save, of course, because that is the more responsible thing to do. But it is a lot more fun to watch these ecos just completely, you know, brawl it out to see who's the last man standing.
Yeah, it is always fun, but it can result in a bit of messy Counter-Strike, I suppose, which is somewhat wild, somewhat hard to keep up with, but does make for an exciting end to the series, doesn't it? It's been incredibly close and comebacks here and there. It's maybe nice to have some rounds that are going back and forth really quickly. We will see a slight utility buy, but other than that, nothing much to speak of. The nade doesn't find anything there for the Lindy Vikings. The flash coming in, the stack of the USPs does get one. That should be all she wrote. The flash is late for some reason, but Bodito finds the frag anyway. Don't know why that flash wasn't used as soon as action was seen, but regardless, 5th round for Budapest 5, minimal damage taken.
And that flash was for him, not for his teammates. Come on. You're not gonna... this is not a team game.
I mean, look, man. Definitely should have been getting it in. But then it's kind of crazy, right? I understand. It's all good. There was a lot of bodies. Maybe you need to be shooting rather than flashing. You don't want to blind your teammates.
I think these are the first 2 ops so far this map, 7 rounds in. Every single time it was just scouts dueling. Bird from Sky does take down Bodito. Twinks chimes in with the kill onto the op, where Torzi falls. Corey quickly retrieves that op because, while it's a great map, for some great opping, Cabby on site, does get spotted out by Fleeve. There is someone playing Mustang. Actually, I think that's the American name for it, Mustang. The right above blue, you know, in heaven there. Is that called Mustang everywhere?
I don't think so, to be honest.
What do you call it? Where he is, Rouse.
Just like rafters, probably. But then that's not very specific, I guess. I will admit, when I play, Nuke is not a popular map for me. So yeah, rafters generally does it. Back rafters maybe.
I just always scream up left.
Yeah, something like that. It can be very confusing, I think, to be fair. If you're going into a pug on Nuke and you don't have like your call out sorted, it can definitely be confusing. It's like, what did you call that? Where is that? That's what do you want about? You know, the verticality really makes it awkward for sure. Coolio actually manages to get the bomb down here. So that's kind of cool. But Lingby Vikings hot on their heels. It's not going to be a complete blowout here, right? They're keeping it close. Budapest 5 still in the lead, still going to have cash to buy up into the next. But Lingby Vikings, a really decisive round coming in. First rifle round as well. Once you start to see a bit of stability from these two sides, Lingby Vikings, once the rifles actually come into play fully across the board with everybody on a rifle and great amount of utility, blah, 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 they're able to get it done. Bit of an update to the odds as well. Oh, and Hellcase. All at once. We've got all the partners. We've got all the roles coming in. Malta V, 15. I can say it before it even comes up. I've said it so much. I know it off by heart, folks. Use those 2 codes. Get a bit of extra cash. 15% refill bonus. There's a banner down below, and I'm sure it's up in the chat all the time. Give it a click. Give it a go. They've got hundreds of cases to get through. Oh.
Wings getting shut down. They went for a quick boost, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it went so fast I couldn't even see it, but I think they went for a quick boost behind the box, because you didn't expect Bird from Sky is going to get swarmed by Bodito. Doesn't expect him that close. And Bodito is going to head towards heaven. Not really that surprising. Rouse and I think Cabbies are both ready. Yeah, they spot him out. Rouse is going to take down Bodito. But does he expect the second one, though? Oh, he's gonna run down. Well, that gives heaven away for free. Okay, cool with that. Gives him A control. Oh,
okay. Strange.
Right.
Wild. Yeah. Weird. What's going on? Again, another mad round with some big question marks. But Budapest 5 looks set to come away with it. I don't know, this back and forth nature continues with Budapest 5 just keeping 2 or 3 rounds ahead of their opponents. And Lingby Vikings just can't catch a break. They can't string them together. Really struggling.
Rouse is going to go for the peak, it seems.
Could maybe work for him. There's only like 2 players technically here. Oh my goodness. He'll drop Coolio. Is the player at heaven? Surely not. Yeah, Corey is easily able to deny him here. Oh, could have gotten dicey. Maybe a second longer. And Corey's left, and that gives him enough time to work with. But that player outside was nowhere near the action.
I actually think that if he was a second sooner, he would have actually gotten the player at heaven first. And
yeah, that's true.
Because he was actually peeking towards main, and then he fell back. But you saw him like through the X-ray right at the moment that he peeked around the corner. He fell back and ducked out. That was a little bit unfortunate, I think. Oh, Torzy on the op, but Twink's on the scout, and we've seen that scout be very dangerous multiple times on this map so far.
Yeah, definitely true. To be honest, we've seen it be dangerous on the series, or in the series, I should say.
Oh, yeah, that train defense.
Yeah, man. On both sides. Like, but both sides using it pretty well. So I am fairly confident in Twinks' scout. About 50 seconds gone here, and not too much action going down. Both teams, due to the start, due to the nature of this game, playing it very safe, not taking any risks at all in these rifle rounds. And, well, it does kind of pay off, as Coolio's able to creep in, drops typos when he had a nade in hand. The turn away from the flash comes in. Beautiful stuff from Rawls. Cabby close behind to support him. They'll drop down towards B, but it's an early advantage for Lyngby Vikings to work with.
It should be a free bomb plant. 2 coming from... they're actually all 4 coming from ramp. So that's going to be pretty tough. If you're all coming from the exact same direction, they know what side they need to aim all their bullets towards. There's going to be a push close. Will they expect a player in? Torzy shuts him down. There's going to be a peek white, but he does not expect the player close. Molly comes down. It's going to be all on Fleeve. He's going to go towards control. And with the bomb plant. Oh, the Molly on. Behind the train. Is that Molly going to connect? It is not. The Molly is off the mark, and he's going to be able to get the defuse in. So close. Or not. Wait, did he not have a kit?
I don't think so. I don't think so there. That's,
okay.
Yeah, there was definitely one about, right? But, like, I guess the wrong player got on it.
That is so unfortunate, especially because the Molly even whiffed. You had so much time. Oh my god, Lyngby Vikings, they just don't have the luck with them.
Yeah, definitely real pain in the backside for sure. And I think Budapest 5 are now starting to find the stability, the momentum, the back and forth nature has not continued, right? It's now looking like Budapest 5 are starting to run away with things. 8th round on the T side to come in just a few moments here. Bar something insane, but I don't see it happening. Typos has found one. He's got himself an AK. He'll probably look to save, and he won't be able to, because Benito's still hanging about, being a nasty man.
And now Rawls, he's trying to secure that AK that he knows is still lying around over there. And by the way, just checked, and no one on the Lyngby Vikings side last round had a kit.
Yeah.
But that was a little bit of an oversight, I would assume. I mean, just drop 2 flashes and get yourself a kit. At least, you know, don't be a loser. Buy a diffuser.
True. Words to live by. Words to live by. Yeah, definitely a strange one. It cost them, like you say. So they'll be kicking themselves slightly after that fact. Obviously, the eco coming in here. Don't really find very much. An AK for Rawls, which is nice. Going to save him some cash. 1-tap potential. But Budapest 5 really looking good and starting to run away with things. Yeah, it's getting to a point of no return, I would say. They need to pick up this next rifle round and then string a few together. Probably bring it as close as, damn it. Already 8 rounds, really good on the T side of things, particularly when this has been, again, historically, between these 2 teams, an incredibly close map. So Budapest 5 coming away with a strong start on the weaker side. is just a recipe for success. They're going to be so happy.
That is if they manage to win these next couple of rounds. I mean, 8 rounds is already for the T side incredibly well done. There's going to be an aggressive push towards lobby. They do get 1 kill, but that wild. Oh, actually, there was Corey taking him down. I was already confused at how wild that spray turned. If that got a random headshot, would have been wonderful. Double molly up towards heaven. Corey does chop down Typos, and now it is going to be Twinks and Bird from Sky trying to recover it. Twinks jumping up quickly. Nice flash coming through. Good pop flash. Bird from Sky pushing towards the site, and it's going to be a 2-on-2. Where is actually... Oh, there's Coolio. Jump down from Twinks is going to fall, and Bird from Sky 1 versus 2 tries to spray down Coolio, but loses the fight, and that is going to be Budapest 5 with 9 rounds. A very nice victory of the half so far, and can they actually completely annihilate Lyngby Vikings? There's going to be the pause. Probably should have done that a little bit sooner, but at least they managed to notice that things are not going the way they planned.
Yeah, I like I say, it's starting to get out of hand. And the craziness, the wild ride that was the beginning has kind of stopped, right? It's like Lyngby Vikings are being kicked off the bus completely.
Yeah, they're absolutely being shut down right now. They're going to go for a small little semi-buy. Oh, that's a very slow little pan. Oh, that. What was that flying there? Oh well, got a little bit distracted. Of course, the scout from Twinks, are they going to go for the quick boost again? Oh no, he's just going to dry peek it. Torzy snaps him down, and Bird from Sky is down to 6 HP. They're just trying to wallbang him through and finish the job quickly. They're going to go down below. 4 players, all 4 from Lyngby Vikings going down secret, and that might be actually, if they're fast enough, they might catch Torzy off guard and be able to drop his arm. Might actually be very surprising for them if they hurry this up. I mean, they do have deagles and pretty decent aim. Torzy falling all the way back. Bird from Sky gets rid of Coolio. Torzy's going to peek out wide. It is very dangerous in the position that he's standing right now.
Yeah, he kind of knows it, right? Moves a bit more safe. There's more kills coming in now, making them feel a little more comfortable. Do need to be careful against the deagles, but Corey, confident, out in the open. And yeah, it's just kind of falling apart here. The CT side, not a lot of information to work with, so makes sense that they end up dropping like flies. They needed to hit those crazy, quick, reactive shots. Just not going to happen. Ross being spotted out in between the smokes as well. So we should have ourselves a clean enough finish for Budapest 5 to this round. Double digits hit. Lyngby Vikings. I mean, look, I give you the benefit of the doubt on the past map, on the last map, right? They're not so great on train. The historic matchup, not great for them either. But then you come on to Nuke, you kind of expect a bit more preparation, bit more competition, I would say, within the game, particularly on the CT side of things. It's just not looking too good. 5 rounds, the best they can hope for. It starts with this. If they lose this, I think 12 easily comes for Budapest 5. Double up setup. See whether they can make this work. It's been a tough ride. Oh, and Bird from Sky just spotted out. Corey gets aggressive on Silo, able to take him down a split second before he moves into smoke. Meanwhile, quick rush out onto the A-side fire, but it's a bit of a choke point. Cabby showing why, but 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. And it will be the double AWPs left to try and pick up the pieces. Thanks to that untraded frag from Corey, Budapest 5 are in a great position to seal the deal, get the 11th,